Hey, Herb.
Hey.
Good evening.
Hey, Art. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Did I hear Herb too?
Yes, indeed. Who's
How you
that?
doing, Herb? It's Beth. How are you?
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. I'm bad. If I don't see a name, I don't get it.
I know my internet keeps going out, so I'm just gonna do phone tonight. This is like I've gone out like 3 times today, so it's not even worth trying to. It's been going off and on all week, but I heard we're not the only ones. So it's Spectrum. I don't know what they're doing, but this is the 4th day in a row. But I did get an email. At least they let us know that it's happening.
That is good.
Hey, hold on.
Okay. Okay, Beth is here. And Art is here. Is Megan here yet? I'm not seeing her.
No, I don't see her. Linda's here, though. So,
Yes,
yeah.
I see Linda. Okay. Sarah. Mackenzie. Okay, let's give her a couple more minutes. She's probably just going to pop on here any moment.
There she is. Hi, Megan.
Hi.
Okay, we are all here. And I'm seeing Sarah and Usha, Michael Luft. Is he Touchstone?
Yeah.
No, Michael Luft is in for Mark. He's your bookkeeper.
Okay.
I wasn't sure you actually
yeah.
meant that seriously.
I'm sorry. I'm just having a brain fart here right now. Sorry. Okay. It was the other Willett. Okay. So I think everybody's here. Okay. And we just have Sarah and Usha tonight. Sarah, did you want to make a public comment?
Yes, please.
And did you want to address a specific agenda item?
No, thank you.
Okay. And Usha, did you want to make a public comment?
Oh, no, thank you.
And no agenda item?
Yeah, no agenda item.
Okay. And Jimmy, you're going to be my timekeeper?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Sarah, you have 2 minutes.
Once upon a time, there was a happy family who lived in Andersonville West, Section 1. The mom, dad, and 3 little boys lived in a lovely, snug house at the end of a cul-de-sac. The mom and the boys loved tumbling over to the neighborhood park to visit and play in the sunshine, and were always ready to rush home as the sun went down to have dinner with their dad, who had been working hard all day with his hands in the dirt, helping to trim and tidy and coax new plants to grow for people all over our community. He drove a big truck with a trailer that helped him to do his work, but it was no problem because there was plenty of space on the cul-de-sac for parking in a way that all of their neighbors could get through safely. The responsible dad had checked before his family moved in to make sure he could put his work truck here because it was something that he had to use to provide for his family's needs. The family lived joyfully in their home for several years, making friends with neighbors, building relationships, planting flowers in front of their own house. They felt good, like they were part of a strong and healthy community. Then it happened. They got their first letter saying, "Get your big truck out of the way. It isn't allowed. It is a nuisance." The family was shocked and confused. Who was this person saying the truck had to move? Why did the letter not say the same thing that was in their deed? Why was this all of a sudden a problem after years of peace and comfort and joy in their home? Unfortunately, the letters didn't stop. They became more threatening. They had fines attached and said the family might have their water turned off or they might be taken to court. The dad felt worried about having the money to fight in court, backed into a corner because he had no choice but to park his truck by his house, and confused why this was happening. The mom and the boys no longer made the journey to the park or felt like they were part of a safe and welcoming community. They now felt shamed, worried, confused, and out of options. There was nowhere to turn for answers or help. There was a happy ending, though. About a year ago, the Little family moved to a lovely new neighborhood where they had the freedom to live without threat or abuse. This is a true story, and I can only hope that this never happens again
Fine,
to anyone else in our neighborhood.
fine.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay. I'm going to close the.
Catherine,
Oh, yeah.
Catherine, we do have another caller on the line if they would identify
Another
themselves.
caller's come on.
04.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I'm on by phone. I don't know if that's who he's talking about, but I had something I wanted to discuss. I'm a senior. I will be.
That's great. Can I have your name?
Sure. Kathy Ingberg.
Okay, Kathy, you have two. You're making a public comment. Did you want to make a comment about an agenda item for tonight?
Well, I want to try to get something on the agenda. I don't think it's on the agenda, but I know it probably won't go on for tonight, but I want it
No,
to.
you're right about that. But so go ahead. So I'll give you 2 minutes for your public comment.
So I'm going to be 65 in a couple years. I'm a teacher. I'm going to retire on the teacher's salary. The rates that our houses taxes are going up is going to price me out of my home. I would like, and because the MUD doesn't freeze the taxes when you're 65, it'll still continue to go up after I'm 65. I was hoping that something could be done for those of us who've lived here I've been here since 2002, that we wouldn't lose our home being taxed out of our home. And I don't know what the MUD can do about it. Their portion, I know they can't do the whole thing, but their portion, I was hoping they would do something for the people over 65 to be able to keep their home.
Okay, is that the end of your comment?
Well, yes, because I don't know what I want something to hopefully keep our seniors from losing their homes. And really everyone is having trouble. A lot of the people that have low income that have been here for long periods of time, now that the housing market is going up, they're struggling to be able to pay taxes. So not just the seniors, but pretty much anybody with a lower income that have been here for a long period of time, not to be priced out of their home due to taxes. I just want something like that, something to go on the agenda for people to be able to save their home and not lose it to taxes. And that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I am going to close the public comment section of our meeting, and I am going to go to agenda item 2, which is report from the district engineer.
All right. Come quick tonight.
Yes, so is somebody going to be screen sharing? Do we need to do a screen share?
Bill, is that something I can do or on yours?
You have the ability to do it. If you call it up and do share screen at the bottom, you can do it.
All right, let's see here. Share screen.
There we go.
Does that work?
That
Yeah.
worked.
However you did it, yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, then we'll get going. All right. We had January 14th, we had the infrastructure committee meeting. One of the first items was our water accountability. We check that each month from Infomark, and that amount is 92% as being accounted for. So that's a good number within the range. On item B here, the cleaning and inspection, there's nothing being done on that job until all the repairs are made. And then our office, once verified, will provide a letter to the TCEQ noting that all those repairs have been completed. The committee also reviewed the budgeted items for the 2021 fiscal year, and there's no projects to be started up or recommended to be started up at this time. Under section 2, item A, on the sidewalk at Sunchase Park or Sunchase to Madeline Loop Pond. One of the things that came up, we've not had to do this on every single one of these pond projects, but we call anyway. And this time they want a critical zone plan or a CZP plan exemption submitted. That means it'll require a set of plans, which is about 4 sheets. And then there's a bunch of permitting stuff that has to be put together. And then at that point, we'll meet with the TCEQ. And in order to do that, I mean, it's usually a pretty long window. This meeting was just under a month from when we first called to be able to schedule it. We've gone ahead and scheduled that. We can cancel that if the board wants us to. It's no big deal. There is a filing fee of $550. Was discussed at the meeting, and the infrastructure, I believe, is going to recommend that the district provide that check for $550 for the TCEQ filing fee. That's really where we're at. The TCEQ involvement is going to just really drag this out now. So it's kind of
okay. Okay, so do you want a motion right now for your filing fee? Should we take care of that?
I'd like to go ahead and get that out of the way. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I move that we authorize the district to pay $550 for the required TCEQ filing fee for their zone map CZP.
I second.
Okay.
Discussion,
I will also third that.
discussion.
Thank
Yeah, right. So, why don't we go back, Art, and tell us again, this is a filing fee because what does the TCEQ want?
They're wanting us to file an exemption for the critical zone plan, which is required anytime you're in the Edwards Aquifer.
Oh, okay.
They don't require it on every single job, but they have required it on this one. We generally check. We had to do the other one of Madeline Loop Pond.
Okay.
And we were doing some improvements there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what exactly is a contributing zone plan? And that means it's in the Edwards Aquifer. That's what that's about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So because we're doing something in a pond that's in the Edwards Aquifer recharge zone, they want us to fill out some additional paperwork and pay some more fees.
Correct.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about this for Herb?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead, Linda.
Actually, I don't know if this question's for Herb, but I noticed today in the Infomark contract that they pay all the TCEQ fees out of their base fees. So I'm not sure why this one's different. But I do have something I need explained. I want to understand why we are getting an exemption and not making a plan to protect the Edwards Aquifer during construction. Wouldn't best practice actually be to do the production or the protection plan instead of asking for an exemption? Why are we not getting exemptions for work done in the recharge zones? Why was none of this permitting done for all the pond work that had way more sidewalk added than the ponds were being beautified? I guess my real concern here, Herb, is I don't want to go after exceptions. If there's anything we can do to protect that aquifer, that needs to be our primary goal.
No doubt. There's no doubt with that. The reason that we filed for an exemption here under the guidance of TCEQs, there's the one that recommended that because we're doing work within the pond. So any of your sedimentation, any of your impact to the aquifer, any of that is in already built and approved facility to handle that type of stuff.
So we don't need an exception then. We can go right ahead.
They're requiring us to do the exemption.
Oh, the exemption.
Yes, that's all it is. It's just
that just seems contradictory to making a plan to protect the recharge zone. Asking for an exemption to not have to just doesn't make sense to me.
It's like two negatives equal a positive. That's what I'm sort of hearing here. But this is what they want us to do.
Well,
They-
I think maybe we need to revisit that and find out why we are asking for an exception. If we want to protect the aqua zone, the recharge zone, we don't want an exception. We want to protect it. How about we give them a plan that shows them how we're going to protect it, how we're going to gather all that silt so it doesn't go into the Edwards Aquifer, or pick up all that loose gravel, or whatever that's all about. I really don't know the work, Herb, sorry. But you understand what I'm saying? My goal would be to protect the aquifer, not look for an exception to not protect it.
The existing facility protects the Edwards Aquifer. In order for the water or debris, whenever we get a storm and it washes all the silt and trash off the streets, it goes into that pond and everything settles out in that pond before it goes out of the pond, which is in effect, that's where the water goes to the Edwards Aquifer. Under a normal location, if you didn't have a pond, then you would be required to do that type of a plan, a full plan, which includes, everything that you could honestly think of. We're actually pretty happy that the TCEQ would offer us to do an exemption in this instance. They recognize where we're doing the work and what the work really is. And there's not a huge impact on the pond. There will be some disturbance, but
There's going to be disturbance. There's going to be disturbance, Herb.
That's right.
That's what I said. I said
That's
that.
right. Right.
So
And-
what
okay.
I'm suggesting is, what I would like to suggest is, give me enough time to do a little research with TCEQ and try to understand why their Edwards Aquifer team would prefer that we get an exception than a plan to protect their aquifer. I just would like to know.
Okay, so
We're
what
not
I'm
in a
hearing,
rush. We're not in a rush here, and this project hasn't been pre-approved anyways. So, it's not, this
Okay.
is not a rush.
okay. Do any of the other board members have anything to contribute? Okay, I'm going to call the vote. Art,
Yes.
Beth,
Yeah.
Megan,
Yes.
I vote yes too. Linda?
No.
Okay. Okay, so continue on.
All right. Next on the list here's B for the memorial plaque at Hatch Pond. At the initial conversation during the meeting, it was at the end of the month. They actually called me today that they were at the site. Unfortunately, I asked them to give me notification prior to that so we could discuss the location to put the sign in. So that will be being done. I'm not sure if Mackenzie was able to talk to them or meet with them or not.
I was able to talk to them today, and we have a meeting scheduled for next week, a meeting out there at Hatch Pond to discuss where to put that sign.
Okay. So it's almost done.
Okay,
I have a comment about that one, please.
okay, that's fine.
This plaque was voted on before I sat on this board, but I would like to add my thoughts since it's coming up again tonight. I do not believe that it is acceptable to use public monies or public spaces for a few special residents. I am sure that there are many residents that have lost loved ones and would love to memorialize them in our neighborhood. When we spend money to memorialize residents, it should serve all, not just a few. Thank
Well,
you.
we do consider all, Linda.
No, you don't.
Sure
No,
we
you
do.
You consider
I
all.
would
of
agree
it.
with you. I think we would consider all if they did something noble as, take the time to coach kids in our neighborhood and reach out to the community. I think it's a good thing. And
I
if we
do
use
too,
public
Herb.
funds
I
to
do too.
that-
There's a lot of people who do that in this neighborhood, and there's a lot of people who would love to memorialize their lost loved ones in the
I
memorial garden.
absolutely
and
agree
they've
with
been
you.
Denied.
I absolutely agree with you. So if they come to us and say they want to do some tribute to memorialize them, I think we should consider it too, based on what they've done,
Oh, only if they've contributed to the neighborhood are they eligible? Only
I'm
if they've
sorry,
done
what?
something that you deem worthy?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this guy coached kids. He took time to coach the neighborhood kids. I think it's a noble,
It is, and there's a lot of people that do that, Herb. A lot of people do that.
That's right. And you know what? If we have another coach who meets the criteria, I encourage them to look for, come to us. Okay, keep going,
Please
Herb.
publish the criteria. If there's criteria, publish it.
There's no rule that says anybody can't approach the board, and that's exactly what happened here. Okay, Herb, number C.
All right, C is the wastewater line repairs. We've got the advertisement going for the main line repairs over on Rathland and London Lane. We had 4 contractors showing up at the pre-bid meeting this week. So next week, the bid opening is scheduled for next week. So we'll have something to provide at the, I guess, the February IFC meeting. And then from there, we'll see if anything goes to the board. On the wastewater repair solicitation, this is one we solicited 5 vendors, 5 contractors to do this work. The feedback I got was holidays and workloads as the reason that they didn't submit. We had 1 contractor submit. His price, honestly, is about 3 times higher than any of us had anticipated. There's one issue on that could possibly be addressed, and I'll defer this also Bill's input. We had it within our solicitation, January 12th, as a deadline to submit your proposals. With the understanding that, what our feedback was the holidays was the main issue of them being able to get to the site and provide these proposals. I believe the board could waive that. A couple of the contractors I have been able to discuss this with, I believe we would get proposals out of them for the work. Or how would you like to proceed?
Okay, Bill, let me ask the question. Is it just as simple as, making a motion to extend the bid period time for the wastewater repair solicitation, for 2 more weeks or something like that to get to get more responses?
I think a better practice, this is solicitation of proposals. This isn't the formal bidding process, but I think a better practice would be for Herb to send out essentially a re-request for proposals with a different deadline. Give all of them a chance to resubmit if they want by that deadline, rather than just say you have more time. And I think actually you probably get a better response.
Okay.
Now, Herb, just so you know, you're sharing your screen, so now we can see your calendar. So there's a stop. You can stop sharing. It might be. Yeah, that's better. Okay.
Okay. So do we then have to make a motion, to that effect that we authorize?
I have one question. So Bill, what you were saying was to re-request, meaning you send out another solicitation? Is that what you're saying?
Right. And I mean, you can mention that this is being re-requested and providing a longer deadline, but I'm assuming it'll be the same information otherwise. Right. Get it to the same people. And if there are any other people that you can think of, you could include them too. But yes, it should be a motion and should authorize her to do that work as well.
Okay. Art, you want to make that motion?
Well, what kind of time period are we looking at? 2 weeks, a month?
Well,
I'd say, Friday, February the 5th, just as a date.
Okay. I'm sorry, if you said that date, I didn't hear you. I make a motion to extend the proposal due date deadline from January 12, 2021 to February 5th, 2021 to allow more contractors to bid on this.
Art, could I suggest a revision to your motion based on our discussion?
Okay, make the motion based on.
You made a motion to extend the deadline. What we talked about was a motion to authorize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Make a motion to resolicit the work for the wastewater repairs and make the due date February 5th, 2021. How's that?
Yes. So we need a
Okay.
second.
Sorry about that. I forgot. I'm getting old.
Okay, do I have a
Well,
second?
I'll second that. It's Beth.
Okay, do we have any discussion?
Yes.
And I was going to ask, refresh my memory as to which project this was real fast, okay?
Wastewater,
Herb.
water repair.
It's a,
Is this the one with about the blue pipe that needs to be, where we have to do the dig up?
yes, this you've
Okay.
got, yes, you've got that line, and then you've got 5 services that have tree roots in them.
Okay,
These all evolved from the wastewater inspection project to where these are repairs that have to be made in order to certify to the state.
okay.
I'd like to
And we
discuss,
talked
the-
about this several months ago, so that's why I said yes, because I know that you've been working on this for a while.
I'd like to discuss these projects, Catherine.
Yeah, that's fine. We're right now, we're just talking about the wastewater repair
right.
solicitation. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about too. Ready? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
This project, along with several others, have not been properly brought to the board. There has been no proper authorization for any of this work put in writing, and I haven't even seen the RFP. If these decisions are being made at the committee level, that is inappropriate. If they are being made by the contractor, that is even more concerning. I actually believe all of this work needs to come to an immediate halt, and we need to solicit a request for qualifications for the engineer contract altogether. Best practice, according to TCEQ, is to bid the contracts every 5 years. My point here is this is a result of the project that was approved properly, but every bit of work going forward has not been authorized to proceed. We don't know the cost of this project. We don't know, I have not seen any of the exhibits you're charging for, or the RFP, or a timeline. All of that stuff is required to be authorized in advance per your contract. I'm not suggesting that we don't do it, Herb. I'm suggesting we get the authorizations in place and then we do this, we move forward. Let's put the paperwork in place and finish this going forward. I'm not suggesting not doing the work. I want to see all the work that needs to be done as a result of televising. I want to see the priority list the committee has put in place on what we're doing first, second, and third. And I want to see the cost of these things. I don't want all this stuff done in committee meetings and nobody else is aware of the details and the cost. That's not how your contract's written. That's not how these things work. And we need to do better going forward. We can fix this and save this project. Get the authorizations in place and let's move forward with this project and the other 4 that don't have the proper authorizations. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, so just so I'm clear on your position, Linda, you're saying when in a board meeting, when we authorize the engineer to go do X, Y, and Z, that's not proper.
That is not according to the contract. There has to be a written authorization that has 4 elements that must be defined. That written authorization and those elements must be presented to the entire board. That has not happened on this project, on the main line repairs advertising, the wastewater line jetting, and the phase 5 sidewalk improvements. There are no authorizations to proceed in file. We should have a stack of those documents to bounce against every one of these engineering projects, and we have zero.
Okay, so I want to go back to authorization.
Yes.
What do you mean by authorization?
Bill, can you pull up, oh no, wait, Mackenzie, grab that slide I sent you. I'll show you. It's in their contract. I can't believe that this
Yeah,
is going
okay,
on.
so
Let me
I'd
ask-
like to
can I
have
ask-
Bill jump in here, because Bill, are we really skating on thin ice here when as a board, we authorize our vendors to go do X, Y, and Z without having to put everything in writing?
Okay. I'm going to have to give a more complete answer than just yes or no.
I understand that.
Okay,
I
all right.
understand that.
So, and I've seen the emails, so I have some familiarity with the issue Linda's raising. So in the engineering contract, it has section, I think it's section 2. And keep in mind, this contract's been in force for a long time. It hasn't been changed. It has a process for engineering work that includes a proposal for the work and details on it, presented to the board, following board approval of the proposal before the engineer does work. And not all of you have been on the board or been to board meetings for years and years, but I think this was followed pretty closely and carefully for a number of years. Probably we probably varied from it in the last year and a half or 2 years on smaller projects, or because we're trying to get things done. But Herb will, and I think maybe Art, you'll remember it, but Herb, on every project he was asked to do, would respond by saying, I need to bring you a written proposal. So if you said, Herb, I want you to do this work, and how much will it cost? In a meeting, he would say, no, I have to drop a proposal. And you'd say, well, how much is it going to cost? I don't know until I do a proposal. And he would go back, and then the next month he would come with a proposal for that work, and the board would approve it. And that practice was followed very closely, I believe, in the past. What's happened recently is we haven't really followed that procedure precisely on some of the projects, and especially on smaller projects and other things. So I think in this case, and I haven't talked to Herb on these specific ones, but Linda may be correct that that process has not been followed exactly on these approvals of work. We may not have gotten a written proposal that we approved. However, I'm fairly confident that the work was approved in a board meeting, just not in that formal manner.
Okay, yeah, that's really where I was going, was that everything that the engineer has done as it relates to, handling these projects for us was voted on and discussed in a board meeting.
Yeah.
It just, and so the piece that Linda is saying is we can't do this. It's not sufficient to publicly discuss it, vote on it in a board meeting, because there has to be a paper trail.
Exactly. And here's, Catherine, how much is the wastewater repair going to cost?
We don't know yet, because we don't know
Of course you do. Of course you do. You have to know. You couldn't go out for bid unless you had some idea of the cost.
We know that.
That's how we know how we can pay for it.
Okay.
No,
No.
the scope, I think you're talking about the scope here. We can't get the scope until we get a
No,
contractor in here, correct? I mean,
No, I think that there's a couple of things. We know that, when we have projects that we anticipate are going to be in bracket A, that we have to do solicitations. When it's in another bracket, we have to do formal RFPs. And so we know that we have ideas that what the broad idea of what these contracts are going to, what these repairs are going to cost. If we thought that this was a $500,000 repair, this would be, formal RFPs. This would be a much bigger process.
This is a formal RFP, Catherine. This one's going out formal. Yeah, it is.
No, these are solicitations.
It's an RFP. They're soliciting vendors to respond to the RFP.
I think an RFP is very different from a solicitation.
Jump in, Herb. Corrector.
An RFP is simply a solicitation. The board previously approved $65,000 for this work. They've already set that money aside. That was our estimate on that.
Okay.
That's the solicitation. The one for the main line, the funds had not been distributed yet. Okay, go ahead.
Please let me just, I need them to understand, Herb. This is really important.
Okay.
You have already prepared an RFP. You have had your design techs and such. They have literally prepared the request for proposal document. They have attached exhibits. What you're doing now is contacting vendors, asking them to bid on that RFP. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Catherine, do you understand the difference?
Well, I thought an RFP was something that was just posted in general versus directly contacting, 5 vendors that we think can do the work.
They try to get as many people as they can to bid on it so they have something to look at. So if Herb knows people that are in this line of business, it makes good sense to say, hey, I got something out there in the market. I need people to bid on it. That's all
Okay.
he can do, but it
Okay.
helps to get bids in.
Okay, so I guess I'm still confused. Bill, are you saying that we can't move forward with this project because we don't have proper paperwork?
No, I'm not saying that.
Can I say something? That
Sure.
Art, if I remember correct, tell me if I'm wrong, and Herb, we were talking about this in the board meetings back in October, because that was my very first subcommittee, and you brought it up to the board that month. So this is not something that's, and you guys voted on it, if I'm correct.
I
Tell me
can't
if I'm
find a
wrong,
vote in the
but I'm-
minute, but if you can find them, I'm happy to look at them. But that wouldn't work anyways. That doesn't work anyways. I don't know why you want to negate a contract that you have in place that's designed to protect the people that are paying for these services. I am not suggesting that we cannot do these things. I am suggesting get your proposals in place, get your authorization to work in place. Herb did it for the televising project. You have a beautiful example to follow. He's done it twice in the last 2 years. Use those examples. He has been doing it. It just hasn't happened for these projects. These projects are large. They cost a lot of money. Put your stuff in
Yeah.
order so that we can gather the costs of them. Everything is approved up front. I don't know what the big deal is. It's paperwork. Herb, do some more paperwork. That's all.
Okay,
Well,
but then there's
I have
no
a question.
reason, there's
I
no
have a
reason that we can't move
A
forward.
question
Keep
for
going.
Herb.
Yeah.
I have a question for Herb. Herb, you do work for other MUDs, right?
Correct.
Do you follow this procedure or do you follow what Linda is stating?
Generally especially on solicitations, that's just generally a board directive to move forward with that.
Art,
Okay.
read Herb's contract. That's what you need to do. You need to read Herb's contract. That
Okay.
governs how this work gets done.
Okay, so, but there's no reason why what I'm hearing is Linda's not happy about paperwork not being done. Well, that
Linda's not
doesn't-
happy that you're neglecting to be a responsible steward of the tax dollar. That's what makes Linda unhappy. You have a contract that governs how you do business here, Catherine. These are not done any other way.
So the point I'm trying to make is there's no reason for us not to be able to move forward. It's paperwork. So the point I'm trying to make is at the next board meeting, we can have the missing paperwork that Linda wants, and we can have the results of our solicitation that has an end date of February 5th or whatever date that was. Am I misunderstanding anything?
No, that would work.
Okay, well, then that's fine. So
Next.
Herb, you've got your directive, let's get the missing paperwork in place. Okay.
Okay.
Catherine,
Yeah.
did we vote on that motion?
What was the motion? Oh, the motion.
Mark's motion?
Oh, the motion to change the date. You're right. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. So I'll call the vote. Megan,
Yes.
Linda,
No, and I want to go on the record to say my no vote is only because it has not been properly authorized. On the record.
and your
Well, I wanna go
definition
on
of
the record to
properly
say
authorized
if
is,
he
In
brings the
accordance
paperwork
with the
forward,
contract.
can't we put a date on this, Linda?
I am not approving any work that has not been properly authorized in accordance with the contract.
okay. Beth,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay, thank you, Bill, for reminding me that we had a vote out there. Okay, number D.
All right, actually, there was a line jetting that needed to be done as part of the report, but it's also just regular maintenance. As discussed previously in other meetings, the board did approve Infomark under their general maintenance to go out and get these lines jetted up. We had not seen a number. I don't know, Mackenzie, if you were able to follow up on that prior to the meeting.
I was, and Robert did not have enough time to pull those numbers together. So if we, which I do foresee us having a meeting next week, we anticipate having something to present at next week's meeting under the IFC committee.
Okay. Then that'll take care of that one. And then on item D, the sidewalk improvements, CRC, who's been previously approved to do this work, they also were planning to already have started this month. They had some employees get COVID, so they're shut down till the first part of February, which is when all the quarantine and all this stuff will be over. So at that time, and as that date gets confirmed, we'll be sure to let Infomark so they can get that message out like we did on the previous one. So I think you posted something on the internet previously. You may not even be aware of that, Mackenzie, but I'll work with you on that.
Yeah, I know we have a method to get something out. We can post something both to the website and just kind of make sure that it's posted at the parks and stuff like that, and at Lake Glen Oaks for anybody who goes by the building. We put it in the window.
Okay. Item E is one of the items that came up as Director Frankie was questioning on the maintenance of the detention ponds. The Sunscape is Infomark does the inspections of those, and Sunscape is the one that's responsible for actually keeping those clean per their contract. As far as the vegetation goes, there seems to be some concerns about the cattails may be coming back. So we need to get a hold of Sunscape to get them moving on that, make sure it gets addressed. In the framework, I guess, because I mean, I'm not looking to make anybody mad. Is this something you would want a proposal for before I contact anybody? I just be square for the future projects. This is a good example.
Okay, you're talking about the cattails?
Yes, ma'am. It would be, what would be involved would be getting a hold of Sunscape and then doing a follow-up to make sure on site that they got the work done.
Well, I was just asking the question because I know that we've had in the 6 years that I've been here, we've had a number of times where we did a major clean out and then like 18 months later, they were back again. I was just raising the question, are we on top of it? That's all I was doing.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay.
That question came up several months back, and Herb said it was part of the contract. And I think we forced them to abide by the contract, right? They went and cleaned out the.
Oh,
the
Sunscapes, they
detention
had
pond.
to go in and do some more, more invasive.
Right. And
yeah.
that's described there in the contract. So
Can I ask a question about where are the cattails growing? Are they growing in portions of the detention ponds where we've sort of parkified them, or is it like in where are
it's in the detention area itself where the water is real soggy, so I understand sometimes they can't get in there after a rainstorm, but when it's dry in the summer, it's plenty dry for them to do the work there.
So Art, what's the retention pond behind your house? Because I think that was the one.
Cashel Wood.
That was the one that seems to be the problem child, because
Right.
London Lane isn't a problem, Hatch isn't a problem. I'm trying to think. I don't think Anderson Mill, is a problem. I think it's really Cashel that is the problem child.
Right, and it's not a problem anymore. They've done pretty good about maintaining it. And that was Herb's point, that they had to do a periodic maintenance of the detention pond. That was part of the contract.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any idea what it costs for you to ask Herb to look into those cattails? You realize that's a billable item on his invoice.
You mean having Herb talk on our behalf?
Yeah.
I don't think it was just something they
No, it's
had
billable.
to describe.
No, it's billable.
That's
Everything
right.
you do is billable.
That's right.
It's on the invoice. There was a charge for that call.
Okay.
You should have called Sunscape. They're the ones responsible.
Okay, so but what my question was getting at is what is the reason for, so in Cashelwood, is it if it's an area where people don't like hang out, what is the reasoning behind getting rid of not allowing cattails to grow?
Cattails are an invasive vegetation, and they generally grow on your filtration side, which is has a sand material in it, and it does stay wet as it's filtering. It does stay wet longer. It doesn't take much for that invasive vegetation to grow, and you want to keep that type of material out of your pond.
So it disrupts the function of the
Right.
pond. That's the reason. Okay.
And then the water forms and mosquitoes tend to gather, and that becomes an issue too.
Okay.
So I looked this up for you while you guys were talking about the cattails. The billable time for responding to concern about vegetation growth in the Vestiva pond, plus pulling together the IFC packet and to attend the December meeting. That was a 2.5-hour job at $505.58.
Okay, thank you, Linda.
Taking care of the public's money this way?
Linda, I am not going
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
not
you are.
ask
Yeah, you
questions.
are. You don't run this district by yourself.
No, what I'm saying is I am not going to ask questions because I'm going to be concerned it results in a billable hour. That's the
Well,
point
I'm
trying to
asking
make.
you to contact the vendor responsible because they won't bill you for for you dealing with them. You're only running up fees because you're out of your lane. You're going to the engineer to do something that the landscaper's supposed to do. You shouldn't use the engineer except for engineering.
Okay, I'm ready to move on. Are you ready to move on? Art or Herb?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and the last thing was the invoicing was sent out, and all the infrastructure has responded concurrence with those.
Okay.
That
You
was the
do
last
realize,
thing.
Herb, you saw my notes about your bill, right? There are more that I sent to Michael Luft, and let me be real clear. I don't object to your billing for the work that you do. That's never going to be an issue. But when you do something that's for the project of Madeline Loop Pond, you have to charge it to that pond. With some of your work, a lot of your work on your invoices are not being charged to the correct projects. We can't put together the total cost of a project unless we have all the costs together. For instance, in your general administration, you have a lot of RFP work and a lot of the exhibits that went with it. Though that work, that's charged to the project, not overhead. It's not overhead, it goes to the project. I have a whole list of your invoice that needs correcting, and I would appreciate it be corrected before we pay it.
Okay,
I'm going to pay for services that were not approved.
Okay, so this obviously is going to be an issue, so I'm going to try to circumvent it. I move that we pay the Gray Engineering invoice as it's been presented this month. Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. So Linda, we know that you have an objection to that.
My vote, Catherine, is no. And for the record, the reason is because it is incorrectly charging services against, not against the correct projects. That is important for every bit of bookkeeping. It violates all the general accounting practices.
Herbert, was there an inaccuracy there, or what happened?
Well, part of the answer is twofold. Yes, there were. And secondly, the issues with Madeline Loop is that was a project that had continued to come and go for approximately 2 years. Because of that status of that work had been done as agreed underneath the general number, the 8892. At the end of December is when we found out that what the TCEQ is going to require, and we knew that that was going to be involved more than just the general number. So a project number was created in order to track that from that point forward. If you want all the time that has been picked up through the years on that, give me some time and I'll go back through all those invoices for you and I'll pull out anything that says Madeline Loop on it related to the sidewalk.
The sidewalk.
Right.
Yeah, that's a separate project by itself. That's a capital improvement project. Not that we have a report for it yet, but it is. And yes, it needs to be tracked together.
And that was just recently done as
The
far as,
new project number, yes, I saw that in your note. But like I said, I have a list of corrections for your invoice. I'll be happy to send it to you. I did send it to Michael Luft and Megan this morning or this afternoon late, as I tried desperately to find ways to make it work. It just needs to be, just resubmit the whole thing correctly. And then the board, if they like it the way you have it, put it in the correct categories and they can vote to pay you.
okay, well, I'll include that in next month if you like.
Yeah. So, okay, so so I'm gonna call the vote. So that's Megan.
Yes.
Okay, Linda,
No, until the invoice is corrected and resubmitted.
Beth,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
and I vote yes too. Okay, so is that the end of your report?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this with Director Fabre on would you like me to go back from when this Madden Loop sidewalk came up and was being charged under 8892, which I think goes back to 2019.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you want me to go back through those invoices and pull all of that time? It's probably easier on a spreadsheet, but because they've already been invoiced and paid.
Yes, I would, well, yes, I would like you to do that, please, so that we can see total project cost. Even if it starts and stops, it's the same project.
Right.
Here's my deal. We can't keep, I mean, and Catherine, I know we've talked about it a little bit. We can't keep going back all these years of all these things. Some of this has to be on good faith.
I would love to understand how you and Catherine have already talked about this. That
I
would be
talked about,
completely
I haven't
inappropriate.
gotten my check. I called Catherine about my check. So I'm now hearing it for somebody else, but
Well, that would be completely inappropriate, wouldn't it?
that
She's
I'm
talking
asking about that? No. So I'm hearing it's someone else. So what I'm asking is part of this good faith?
No, we don't do good faith. This is a government. There's no good
there's no good faith with the government. Okay, so I think what
the other half of the bills and invoice committee, can I just say that I support getting the invoices cleaned up. I'm just not supporting holding payment of our contractor for work they've done that we told them to do.
Yes, that's really that's the big issue. And so we've approved the gray engineering invoice this year. What the expectation is as part of the submission of the next gray engineering invoice, there's going to be additional documentation for this sidewalk project. Is that the only project?
Invoice.
Well, no, there's I think I had 3 where the jobs were mixed up, and I believe I sent that to Director Fabre, but we'll get those invoices straightened out. We'll get them cleaned.
Okay.
The information for the sidewalk working at Madeline Loop Pond, that final number will not be all the invoices from 2019. I'll go through and pull the numbers out of those invoices, so you can have a running total of what's been spent for that.
Be sure to include the invoice number in case I want to look at something further.
Sounds fine.
Hey, Herb, when you do that next month in our IFC, let's go through that, make sure that we got everything straight. And then that way the billing and invoice can have a clear picture of what we're approving on the work.
When you have your committee meetings, Art, with the infrastructure meeting, do you guys go over that invoice?
He sends them to us, and we mostly go over the projects that we're going to do. He sends us the invoices, and I'm either have reviewed them by then or not. You know,
so
I'll send them an email saying I approve.
You didn't find any problems with it?
I didn't, because I looked at every line item and it looked like, you know, it was legitimate work. Now, I didn't go into the project cost.
I'm not talking about the work. I'm talking about being charged to the right project. line
Well,
item.
I
charge.
didn't look at that.
We
and
don't, I don't,
That's
I'm
bad
not
on me.
looking at it
Well,
that
that's
way.
really important that you do that because your books have to reconcile back to the project. So yeah, that's really important that it be done
Yeah,
right.
that's why we have
I
accountants.
agree, Linda. I agree.
Accountant didn't catch it, Catherine. The accountant doesn't do that. He could, how would he know?
Okay, so Herb, are you finished with your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I need you to stop sharing.
Oh, let's see. How do I stop? Let's see.
Is there something down at the bottom?
Somehow or another, I have.
Herb, you are viewing Herb screen.
I'll put this over here because I can't find it.
You may have to press escape to like zoom out a little and then hit stop share. It's at the top though. It'll be a little red bar.
Oh, there it is. I see it. It was behind me.
Okay, I know.
Hey, Bill, can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
Bill?
Yes.
If Beth has information about the review of her per diems and her check this month, and she is not on the billing and invoice committee, I don't know where she could have got that information from because I certainly didn't call her. And if she's talked to Catherine about it, do we have a walking quorum situation here?
Are you
No,
talking
she's,
about Catherine or me?
I said
no,
Beth.
she
Did
was
I say Beth?
complaining to me about not being paid. That's
I
what she's
apologize. I
talking
meant
about.
Beth. I apologize. I meant Beth, not Megan.
Oh, but you're talking about Beth talking to Catherine, right? Not me?
Not you. She said she talked to Catherine today
Yeah,
about
yeah, I know.
not
I
being
just want to make
paid.
sure, since I'm the other person on the bills and invoice. I
No,
want to make
No,
sure
no,
you-
no, no, not you, not you. She said she talked to Catherine about not being paid. How would she know that? How would she know that?
Because you didn't pay her last month. You held your check last month.
Mhm. She was
Because I
talking
didn't-
about now. She was talking about her check being held to, or not being paid tonight.
Linda, I believe that was me, that I then, in my responsibility to try to get the billing and invoicing correct,
Try to get her.
reached out
Was that,
and
was
sent.
that, Michael, when I asked you to get her to correct the date, do you think it happened then? Where she,
I think that's what you're referring to.
okay.
I
and
reached
you
out to her,
called
let her know
Catherine,
that there were some questions about the dates. And then
and you
she,
called Catherine, is that a walking quorum, Bill?
I don't think so.
and
I
the
think we were
key
talking
there,
about
Linda,
different
I was, that what I didn't do is forward her what you said. I just, in an informational, acting as an information conduit,
Right.
I let her know that there were some questions and to review it. And that's what she did and
Well,
returned it.
I
So
did
it
like
wasn't
you.
like she was communicating with you.
No.
And that's why I felt that was okay.
That's, I think that would be fine, Michael, because I really wanted to get it processed with this batch. And I just needed her to correct one date. That's it, one date, to make it match with the meeting her and Catherine had. But her comment tonight makes me believe that she had more
No,
information.
no.
All right, well, I'll let it go, Catherine.
Okay.
Let's move
Okay,
on.
so now agenda item,
Catherine, can I interrupt?
yeah.
Okay. So we have Herb, and I think we'll go through infrastructure, but then we'll be done with Herb tonight. As you know, as everybody knows by now, we have another meeting next Wednesday on the 27th. We've gone to 3 meetings, and it's semi-experimental. We had our DRC meeting, which was limited to DRC items. It still took a long time. It still was 4 hours. Tonight, we're having what we're calling our regular meeting, which is limited in scope. We have the engineer here, infrastructure. We're doing the manager reports, financial, the heart of the business of the district, and very few other things tonight, which means next Wednesday is pretty much everything else that needs to be addressed. It's
Right.
not going to be a massive agenda that has every standing item on it. It's going to be an agenda for things that require action, and we'll probably have to make that determination by next Monday. We have to post that agenda either tomorrow or Friday, so we'll need to know what's on it. And the reason I'm saying all that is Herb just went through his report, so if there's anything on that report that needs to be on the 27th agenda, we kind of need to talk to Herb about it today. And then, you know, as we move through the other items, the same thing. There's obviously going to be some things that are very important that should be done next week. And I'm just going to need to know what those are so I can get them on the agenda.
Got it. Okay. So, Herb, have we gone through everything that's on the engineering report?
Yes.
Okay. So then I'm going to move to agenda item 3, which is a report from the infrastructure committee. So we've already done the invoicing. What do we have that are additional items that were discussed in the monthly meeting, if we have any? Do we have anything else that was in the meeting that we haven't already covered?
We
Not
covered everything.
Yeah,
Okay, so what's going on with our MS4 permits, requirements, and renewal process?
Who are you asking, me or her?
I'm
That's
asking
that's
anybody.
Infomart.
I'm asking anybody.
I
This
was
is
trying
the
to
Infrastructure Committee's report, Art, so why don't you tell us?
Yeah.
Me? I have no idea where we left it off. That wasn't part of the MS4.
Yeah. So is there, I guess what I'm asking is because it's on the agenda and it's not a standing item, that means it had to have been put in there because we're in the process of doing it. So who's handling it?
Catherine?
Yeah.
Okay, it's on the agenda because I took the infrastructure committee items that were from last time and put them on the agenda in case they needed consideration. So each month, the infrastructure committee and Herb, I guess, are going to need to tell me what items you want to put on there versus standing items. So these are just the items that were on last time.
Got it. Okay. Understood.
And Catherine, MS4 is on Infomark's contract, not Herb's.
correct.
Okay.
And I was trying to say amongst everybody, I can actually give you guys an update, even though this hasn't been discussed or brought to the IFC committee. There's nothing additional going on with it. So basically about November-ish of 2020, I got a notification that the previous report that had been submitted needed additional information. And I then stepped in, worked with TCEQ to figure out exactly what they needed on the application, which is called a notice of intent for the MS4 for WTC. I worked through the TCEQ agent that was on for our MS4, or just working on it. I don't think she's dedicated to it necessarily. Got everything that was needed. We had that all submitted, and up until today, actually, they had let us know they didn't need anything else and it was under review. She emailed me back today and just let me know that she needed a hard ink copy of the signed page, and that was all that they needed left to complete the application. So the applications are typically submitted on, for the life of me, can't remember the date off the top of my head right now because I haven't looked at it, but your old MS4 permit prior to this one had lapsed for about 10 days because the application didn't get sent in on time, and that was on Infomark's behalf. I unfortunately was not your manager at that time, so I cannot speak to that, but I can say that it was on Infomark's behalf that it did not make it in. I think it was a 10 or 13-day lapse total. You'll be able to see that on TCEQ's website, exactly the dates. It was sent in on September something instead of August something. And I don't remember those dates off the top of my hand because I was not prepared to talk about this, but that is, there was a small lapse in it, but that is why the new notice of intent had to be submitted. We've gotten that taken care of, and they've just issued a new contract number for the MS4 permit. I'm sorry, a new permit number for the MS4.
Okay.
Hey,
And,
Mackenzie, Catherine, let me say something real quick. In the past, when Patricia was here, Herb, you remember this, we had a table, a grid of all the compliance issues that we had to have done by date. You know, I haven't seen one of those in a while. Can we get back to doing that?
That's not a
Mackenzie
Herb thing.
or Herb?
That's not a Herb
I
thing,
think
Art. That's an
you're-
Infomark thing.
You're referring to the stormwater
Well,
management program.
Herb used to help
checklist.
us with that.
Yeah, Herb has been involved in the process in the past, and he's actually one of my resources for getting information for the MS4.
Well, here's the problem that I have with this, Mackenzie. Number one, The MS4 permit has been lapsed for 10 months, not just a few days. And another problem that I have, Mackenzie, is that this MS4 program, the entire program is in the base fee of Infomark, which is pushing almost $1 million a year. I don't want you relying on anyone, including Herb, if we're paying Infomark to do this job, because Herb bills by the hour. So when you call for help, it's billable. If it's in your contract, and I don't mean you personally, as a matter of fact, your contract states that the COS person is responsible for the MS4. Who is the COS?
See, are you talking about the coordinator?
On your contract, it identifies who does what. And this resource of Infomark on the list of basic services is identified, I believe, as COS. Ops manager, something maybe ops manager. Anyways,
Yeah,
my point is this.
My
point is this. It's on Infomark's contract. They need to do the work. They need to do it on time, and they need to keep our permits active. I have a letter from the TCEQ stormwater permit specialist that gives me great detail about what happened in this district. So Mackenzie, it's real important that that information be presented accurately. The MS4 has been expired for 10 months. Go to the TCEQ site and you can see that.
So backing up a little bit, I don't go to Herb for help necessarily. I went to Herb for previous documents that were needed that his office had. It wasn't, hey, I need your help with this. And those are things that unfortunately we don't have. So the only way for me
not
to
be holding the MS4 documents, Mackenzie, it's Infomark's work. Let me tell you how much Herb billed for helping somebody with the MS4.
Okay.
So
this is my problem, Catherine. This is why we can't seem to get things done. It's not okay to ignore these situations. We need to address them. We need to address them going forward so we don't have to dig out what happened in the past. We know we have a problem. We know it's a problem. Let's talk about the solution. Let's not ignore it. Let's talk about a solution.
Let's talk about a solution.
Let's talk about a solution.
There we go.
The MS4, I believe, is rightfully placed in the infrastructure group. I just believe that the work involved in that MS4, if Infomark doesn't want to do it and you want the engineer to do it, I'm okay with that too, but let's renegotiate Infomark's contract and not pay them for that service. Do you have any idea how many services in this district we are paying more than one contractor to do? It's plenty. It's a lot. It's plenty. We're supposed to be stewards of the tax dollar. We're supposed to not let this happen.
Okay, we're okay.
You don't want to do the work, Catherine.
No, that's not about it. No, it's not about doing the work. I'm trying to make sure we don't have a 7-hour meeting.
You know what, Catherine? If we have to sit here until 5 o'clock in the morning to get the work of this district done,
we're not going to be doing that. We're not going to be doing that.
Well, then you don't want to get the work done.
That's not true.
That is true.
I don't think that we're having a productive conversation.
Well,
okay. So
solve nothing, Catherine.
What I do not want to have the end result of this conversation be is that there's not allowed to be any communication. I do not want Infomark to think that they're not allowed to talk to the engineers. I don't want Infomark to think that they can't talk to the attorneys. I don't want a board member to think that they can't talk to anybody because it's going to go ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. That is what we're supposed to be doing. Okay. Okay. So
you need to read
long story short, Infomark is working on the permit. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So We have a standing item, water conservation measures. I need somebody to tell me if this is water conservation in terms of the district using money, or using water, or is this water conservation for residents using water? And does it need to be a standing agenda item?
So it's been on there, Catherine, it's been on there a long, long time.
Right.
And so I think it really applies to both how the water can be conserved in the district by residents or by the district in its use of the water. I don't know that we've talked about this specifically for, I don't know, Art, maybe 2 year, something it's been.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I'm happy to take it off the agenda. It was
Okay.
just,
okay. Because I know that I have recollections about having, conversations, at the customer care level about trying to come up with programs for water conservation, but I don't think that that's what this was about.
Yeah, so you want me to take
Okay.
it off?
Yeah, go ahead and take it off.
Okay.
Before we move on from that, though, just a related question. As I was going over the website, we have the page on watering on the irrigation schedule, and it says to follow City of Cedar Park's kind of 2-day per week thingy.
Right.
So are we subject to that schedule, whatever City of Cedar Park?
Yeah, the short answer is yes. It's
Okay.
part of our contract for wholesale water supply that we have to be at least as stringent as Cedar Park. So we try to keep up. When they change, we try to change with it. I don't know if the website is the current process or not, but we can be more stringent. We just can't be less strict.
Okay. I'll have to see if I don't know if it's accurate what it says right now, but I'll check.
Okay. Okay, 3E, streetlight maintenance, repair, replacement, tree trimming in connection with streetlights. Do we have anything to discuss about this?
What's the status of the trimming the trees away from the streetlights? The $1,100 report we got from Sage Management of all the outlights and the tree trimming that was needed. What's the status of that?
I don't think we have done anything other, I don't think we've started a project to do any tree trimming. Am I correct? Herb?
That would actually typically be Infomark to handle.
Oh, okay.
No, we have not, but we can actually bring this up for topic to be discussed. I guess my question is since this is falling under IFC, we would still take this to IFC, correct?
Why?
That's why I'm asking for clarification. It's currently under IFC, so that's why I'm asking if it needs to stay there or if this needs to fall under a different committee.
In the past, what we've done, if the tree was in a common area, it was an obstacle to the kids walking to school, that's how we created a budget or we put it on the agenda for tree trimming. I personally don't like tree trimming people's yards where the tree comes over and it goes into the public. I think they ought to trim the tree. It's on their property. So yes, and the infrastructure has been in charge of that in the past. So I haven't identified, or we haven't really identified any trees that need to be trimmed as of late. The last time we did that was either a year or 2 years ago, where we did that near the elementary school.
Yeah, we had a big project about trimming around the
near the poles too.
Yeah, around the poles a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
The point I'm trying to make does this
and that
need
was
to be on the
something that we
agenda?
did because it's public use, but
Right. So the point I'm asking this about this agenda item in the light of, does it need to be on the agenda next month? That's what where I'm really trying to get to.
I think we should have it there so we can find out whenever the trees are around the light poles are gonna be trimmed. We pay dearly for that information. We ought to use it. If you don't have it there, how are you gonna talk about it? Will we know next month? Will something be done in 30 days?
Is there a list of streetlights that need fixing and trees, whatever?
There is a list of trees that need to be trimmed.
Okay, then Mackenzie, it's your job. I mean, it's y'all's deal, but I will add it to the infrastructure agenda and you just bring the information to the meeting.
Yeah, and that's basically all I was asking is if we go out and get a quote, I wanted to know what committee to bring it to for the tree trimming. So I just wanted to make sure since it was listed under IFC that it still needed to stay there to bring it to the IFC committee for recommendation to the board for approval.
I would suggest it would probably fall off of this location next month because if we discuss it in the meeting, I will cover it underneath my notes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Catherine,
Okay.
I would like to add one thing here. I did look it up. Billable time, Herb talking to Infomark, 2 hours, $404.46.
Okay, so,
Be aware of what you're paying for.
okay, so am I stating this accurately that every time our vendors talk to each other, you're gonna tell us how much it costs?
I'm going to see to it that that our contractors, they're not vendors, that our contractors perform to the requirements of their contract and that we only pay one contractor for each service. That's what I'm going to try to see happens.
Okay.
And if it means I have to bring to your attention where it's failing to get you to agree to fix it, then that's how I'm going to do it.
Could this partly be resolved through
A
the
message board.
Oh, well, that's another, yeah, possibly. But also with the records modernization committee, which is Art and me, if part of the goal of that is to be able to host documents online and have access, part of the reason that Mackenzie's having to talk to Herb is because she doesn't have access to files that Herb has. And if we can get a really good system in place so that all those files are accessible between vendors, between consultants, then maybe that will help.
It would reduce the amount of conversation necessary. Absolutely. I'm not suggesting these calls aren't necessary, Herb and Mackenzie. I'm not suggesting that at all. But you guys, well, Herb is a billable by the hour. We've looked at this and you've looked at it with me, Megan. And if we're not careful this month alone, there's almost $1,000 worth of those kind of overhead charges. That's not protecting the tax dollar if you allow that to happen. There's other ways we can avoid some of these charges.
So that's one thing that Art and I will keep in mind when we start looking into this.
And we really need to look at contracts that are, if you want this sharing or communicating amongst the contractors and such, it's a great idea. I like that idea. But then our contracts need to be reflective of that so that we're not charged for every time the phone rings, because the overhead charges in this district are outrageous. Contracts need to be tighter.
Okay, so agenda item F. Traffic study by Williamson County stop sign installation at Alexandra and Old Mill. Is this a dead horse?
Well, it's on the agenda because it was on there last time.
Got it.
But we specifically talked about taking it off, and I believe I was told to keep it on at least one more time. So,
Okay, well,
want to take it off now?
yeah, let's go ahead and take it off.
Is it over? You give up?
Well, Williamson County doesn't want to put a stop sign there.
I thought that one was done. I thought that was approved. I mean, it's been on the agenda for over a year. I thought.
Well, we were reviewing their data and arguing with them, arguing with the conclusions of their analysis, I think is maybe the best way to put it.
Okay, and you couldn't convince them, so it's done.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
So agenda item G, cleaning and inspection of sanitary sewer. How is this different from what we talked about earlier?
It's no different.
Okay.
In the past, we've had some items under infrastructure committee that were standing items because if they weren't covered by the district engineer's report, we could still talk about them.
Okay.
But I'm happy to take it off and just rely on it being in the Herb section if you want.
Okay. What's your opinion on that, Art?
I say we take it off.
Okay, okay. Okay, so now let's go to agenda item 4, and I'm going to turn this over. Mackenzie, you going to go first, or Michael, you going to go first?
I'm going first.
Okay,
Catherine, can I interrupt, please?
sure.
I think we finished with Herb, and traditionally we excuse Herb from the meeting when we don't need him. And I think, Herb, you charge, right? If you stay, you charge, right? You do.
Hey, it's fair, Herb. It's fair. You can charge by the hour. I'm not complaining.
So I'm asking now, is there going to be anything that we're going to need Herb for? You'll note that item 5, Catherine, you and I talked about this, and you told me to put it on as a separate item as the review of payments on current not to exceed expenditures. So number 5's on here. Future board meetings are on here, the scope of the agenda. So if we need anything else from Herb before he leaves, we need to address it now.
Okay. Well, hold on. Before we do that, I'm thinking there was a miscommunication with us, Bill, because I thought the review of the not to proceeds was part of the financial report.
Well, it can be. I mean, it is part of the financial document. I just put it separate. We had it previously under Bills and Invoices Committee. You remember? And you said to put it on the agenda separately. So I can move it up to manager report.
Well, yeah, I think it's I think it's like AB or something like that, because it has always been discussed as part of the financial report for the month, the review of the not to exceed expenditure projects.
Okay. I'll just move it for future. I'll move it to
yeah. I think that's really where it belongs.
Okay.
So why don't we talk about this real fast before we let Herb find out, what our new president is up to. Do we have anything that we want that we have not discussed for the future board meeting for next week that might be related to Herb? Can anybody think of anything?
Yes, I want to add onto there, we will provide a quote for the line jetting that's needed. So that can be something that we will review at next week's meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be on the infrastructure list. And then when I provide Bill with an agenda from the infrastructure, then that's where that'll show up on the agenda.
Yeah, but will that be next week or the next regular meeting?
Oh.
So that's
we're talking about the week of the meeting for the week from today.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
The 27th.
Okay.
So Mackenzie's requesting that item. I can put it on the 27th agenda. The question is, do we need Herb here on the 27th to address that?
Does it have to be done on the 27th? Can it go to the next regular meeting? Or the next time we do his engineer report?
It can, if that's what you guys so choose.
Is there something broken? Somebody going to die? Is there emergency that we need to know of? It's just information.
It's just providing a quote for the work that's needed.
Okay, then if it's not an emergency, then why don't we put it on the next, like this?
The one at the February meeting. Okay.
The meeting that is the equivalent of tonight, but next month. Okay.
Yes.
Is there anything else that is of that category that concerns Herb that must be done next week or should be done next week? And I'm asking this because we don't have an opportunity to discuss it.
Invoice would be nice. Your fixed invoice, but you can just send that in.
Yeah, that doesn't require
him
the board necessarily to approve it.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of anything. I think you're good until the next Wednesday board meeting, Herb.
Can I ask a question that may or may not need Herb's input? This is just kind of a procedural thing. So I want to understand better. This came up when Linda and I were reviewing the bills and invoices. And so historically, we have the committees have the $1,000 allowance to ask for Herb to do work for the district. Does that include if you ask Herb to come to the committee meeting?
No, you will be receiving proposals next month to participate in the Parks Committee meeting as well as the Infrastructure Committee meeting.
Okay, so that would be separate from the $1,000
Mhm.
cap.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, that's important to know because it
Bill,
wasn't
that-
clear.
I don't know. I don't know if the question maybe wasn't real clear, but what Megan and I were wondering was the $1,000 cap that's allowed by committee for legal services and engineering services, where they don't need a board vote, just the committee can authorize up to 1,000. Does that include that billable hours when Herb attends, say, a parks meeting, and he charges $800 for it? Is it part of that $1,000 limit, inviting him to that meeting?
Well, it will be if the board hasn't approved it. So, if you're doing it between meetings and you need Herb or you need my office, each committee, you're right, is authorized up to $1,000 per the resolution. And there are some procedures, and it has to be committee, not an individual person. Committee has to agree. And if you do, yes, you can incur those charges. Now, there's a little twist to Herb because, as we've discussed tonight, his contract says he's supposed to provide a proposal for everything and also get it approved by the board. Well, that's not going to happen between meetings. So I perceive this $1,000 allowance, whatever you call it, is actually an exception to that rigid process. It has to be because you're not going to go through that process. So Herb's going to be very cautious going forward, what he gives a proposal for or not. But if it's a between meeting and committee authorization, you want to talk to him or you want to meet with him, in my opinion, he can do that without a formal proposal. If he provides a formal proposal and gets it pre-approved by the board, then obviously it doesn't count towards your $1,000.
Let me be real clear that $1,000, that piece of contract that allows that $1,000 limit by committee for your services and Herb's has a very clear deliverable that the committee is responsible to reporting to the board after they've exercised that option. So
Right.
That's why Herb doesn't need to do a proposal on that, because the committee brings to the board, I've asked Herb for his assistance. This is what he did or what we did or whatever. And that's how come that formal process isn't necessary there, because you covered it in how the board has to respond for asking for his work.
Right. And all the committees, the word to all the committees is, if you're going to invoke that, you need to read the resolution, because there is a process in the resolution for reporting that. Don't just assume that you can just do it and Herb will handle reporting it. It's on the committee. And if anyone needs a copy of those, let me know. But that's what Linda's looking at. And I guess, Megan, you have it too, is the prior resolutions that we did to give some flexibility to get things done between meetings without having to get specific board approval. And we set $1,000 limit. I think in the past it was probably a little bit lower, but we set $1,000, 2019 or whatever. So if you have any questions, let me know. But Linda's right, follow the procedure, and Herb can do the work, or I could do the work without board approval.
Okay.
Okay,
I-
so
Hey,
But what
does it just cover Herb or does it cover Infomark as well?
No, it only covers engineering or legal. We did not adopt such a thing for Infomark. So if that becomes necessary, you're going to have to do a new resolution for that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, and Herb, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're going to put together a proposal covering your participation in the infrastructure committee and going to parks committees, so that $1,000 does not get eaten up by that. Is that what I'm understanding?
Provide or not provide whatever you would like.
Well, hold on, Bill. That's what I just heard, was that we were going to get a proposal from Gray Engineering that was going to cover their participation in Parks Committee meetings or the IFC meetings, and that would take it out of the $1,000 authorization category. Am I understanding the procedure here?
Well, that's my legal opinion. If Herb, and I'm not telling Herb what to do either. He's
Okay.
got his own decision. But if Herb provides a proposal, a formal proposal under his contract, and the board approves it, then whatever work is under that proposal, whether it be, one meeting or recurring meetings or whatever, then
Okay.
it does not count against the $1,000 per meeting committee cap, because it's board approved, just like anything else he's working on is already board approved.
Okay.
But I don't know what Herb's going to do, because Herb's going to have to go back and think about it tomorrow, what he's going to do, right, Herb?
Well, my advice to you, well,
Don't make it
to
easy
me, this is what I'm hearing is that there's not going to be any pushback from Linda if we have that all laid out in writing.
Well,
That's
Catherine,
what I'm
that really
gonna hear.
depends what the proposal is, right? If Herb writes a proposal that says, I'm going to go to every one of the Parks Committee meetings because they're so much fun and I just want to sit there, Linda will have a problem with that, okay? If Herb writes a proposal that says, I am going to help the Parks Committee get through their contract or whatever he's doing, whatever he needs to do, and it is good business sense, you will never have a problem from me.
Well, yeah,
You understand that, Catherine?
yeah, but and the point I'm trying to make is I'm trying to appease everybody here. I want the Parks Committee to feel that they can have the engineer there when it is appropriate, and so I am trying to figure out the best way forward with that. Because I don't
Heather,
want that
you're
to
gonna
be a
you're gonna
problem
be
moving
real
forward.
happy to know that Megan understands it. She knows the resolution. She knows what she has to do after she exercises that $1,000 limit with Herb. She's prepared. She knows. If she needs Herb more than that, she'll come to us and she'll say, I'm gonna have to get Herb's, I'm gonna need 50 hours of Herb's time. And she'll tell us why, and we'll vote and we'll move forward.
I was wondering if that would be, I think for Parks Committee, it's probably okay. Herb doesn't have to come to all of our.
No, I agree. I don't think he's needed, but but it makes sense. You're going to be dealing with, this issues with the Girl Scouts wanting to do their thing, et cetera, and you're going to want to have, him there to tell you, okay, these are the pitfalls that you need to watch out for.
Yeah, I think Parks can work within the 1,000 that we have. And if for some reason that becomes a problem, we can either just come to the board for approvals, for a one-time thing, or we can discuss it again as this is becoming a problem.
Okay.
I was actually wondering more about infrastructure committee, because it feels like you guys probably, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like Herb's more important for that committee, being at that committee. So if his being at every committee meeting is eating into that 1,000, I don't know if that's a problem for you all. And I don't know if that's
I don't think that's the same thing, because he sits, that's his job, right? The infrastructure committee. I think what that resolution is trying to tell us is that when we're doing something in the district, or we're doing some business, for instance, we need Bill to look over a contract for us. We can safely ask Bill, as long as we know we will not exceed that $1,000 limit of his billable time. So we wouldn't say, here, write me a 15-minute resolution, but it takes him 10 hours to do the research to write it, because we would know we would go over that limit that's been set. We wouldn't invite him to a meeting to talk about it, but if we wanted to assign work to him. So for instance, in the Parks Committee, where you invite Herb to attend your meetings and he bills for that time, my understanding is you need to keep that under $1,000 per month, so that you stay within the bounds of that resolution. And then after that meeting, you tell the board, we had this meeting, Herb came, blah, 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 the rest of the resolution.
But I guess my question is, so if the infrastructure committee, so we have a 1,000 to ask him to do something that may be being at the committee meeting, but it also might be, hey, can you review this for us on your own time, or look into this or whatever. But if if his presence at the committee meeting kind of eats into that $1,000, then I'm wondering if that's problematic from the perspective of the infrastructure committee, because Herb's we can do without Herb at the meeting. So we have that sort of that full 1,000 to like ask him to do something for
I
us.
see what you're saying. Let me look and see. Herb, do you know off the top of your head what you charge to attend the infrastructure meeting?
It's my normal rate. I don't have that.
It's an hour, right? It's an hour.
Yeah, most of them are an hour.
$200,
Yeah.
$250. He'll be fine.
If you like, I'm just sitting here thinking, I could do these, both of them actually as needed at an hourly rate. And make it very clear.
Well, that's how you do it now. That's how you do it now. You bill by the hour.
Right, but you don't have a proposal for that.
You don't need that. That's it, because the committee will report to the board why they used your service against that resolution. That resolution is your authority from the committee. Am I right, Bill?
So yes, to the extent it's $1,000 or less and the committee reports it under the resolution, certainly the infrastructure committee activity or meeting could be put under that. As an alternative, there could be a formal proposal for that work going forward. And if it's an hour, Herb, and if the infrastructure committee doesn't give you a lot of stuff out of that, then they could report that under their $1,000. But again, that's not really my decision how you do it, but Linda's correct. It could be done just under that.
Okay.
And I think until we know the magnitude, as your projects progress, Megan, it might become necessary that you do something different because you need more Herb than the $1,000 a month will cover. Then absolutely, we need to do something different. But I think for now, you haven't exceeded it. You haven't exceeded that limit.
No, I haven't. But I wasn't, and Herb wasn't at our last Parks Committee meeting at all. But I wasn't thinking about it that way.
You got lucky. You got lucky, young lady.
Well, I very specifically did not invite Herb to our last committee meeting. Not even before I knew that, just because we didn't need him. And
well, see,
why?
It kind of works itself out. If you only use the resources you need when you absolutely need them, you'll be just fine. You'll be fine.
Okay, so I think we're ready to tell Herb he can go do something else and we can have Mackenzie start. Are we correct?
That is true.
Thanks,
Okay,
Herb.
then.
Thanks,
Okay.
Herb.
Good.
I'll
Have a
have to
nice.
do my
list. I'll send you my list of invoice corrections and make it go faster for you.
All right, sounds wonderful. Thanks.
Okay, so
Okay.
agenda item 4, I'm turning it over to Mackenzie and she'll do the first part of the manager's report.
Alrighty, I take it everyone can see this, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So it starts on page 10 of the attachment that Bill sent out for all of us. We don't currently have anything for approval this month as far as budget amounts and what have you. As far as Herb said, the distribution system, we are at 92% accounted for, no significant change here. The collection system, we will be providing a quote at the next regular meeting as it's been decided tonight. From the Parks Committee, it was reported that the gate timer over at Astor Pass was not working properly or not locking overnight. We had a report in from a resident who said she had just noticed people were actually in there beyond normal, like dawn, dusk hours. So we did send a tech out to investigate this. It at first seemed that everything was totally fine, but he did go through, clean off some of the parts and found another locking mechanism that was causing the gate to not be able to lock, and repositioned that. And all has been working well since, and that resident is happy. That he did reset the timer to be from dusk to dawn as it should have been, just in case the timer was the issue as well. It was also reported that the lights in Sunchase were not coming on at the proper times. So we sent that tech out to go reprogram that timer as well for the correct times and dates, and all seems to be working well now. The Parks Committee did meet and have a few things for consideration here. So items C and D on my report for the parks are the same exact thing. I'm not sure how it got copied twice. That's probably my bad. But the Parks Committee is wanting to discuss tonight the alternatives that we have kind of thought up for possibly closing the restrooms again due to COVID being in red phase for both Williamson and Travis counties right now. So I don't know if Megan or Beth, if you guys want to come in at this time and kind of discuss what we discussed and what our idea is.
Yeah, I can summarize, I guess. We were kind of going back and forth about what to do about closing the restrooms. On the one hand, it seems like having the restroom open during stage 5 is kind of like iffy. But then, you know, we were concerned that taking away people's ability to wash their hands was kind of like counter to that. So one of the things, because right now we're having, and Mackenzie, correct me if I say something wrong, but right now we're having the bathrooms cleaned 7 days a week. And so one of the things that we considered was instead, what if we closed the restrooms due to where we are with COVID, and then all the money that we are spending to clean the bathroom 7 days a week, we save that, and instead we use that money to invest in those portable hand washing stations that you can rent. And so I don't know, Mackenzie, do you have that picture that you found of one?
I
Have you
do.
ever seen these?
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Megan, while she's pulling that up, looking for that picture,
Yeah.
there was a report from a lady in the neighborhood to me, and I sent it to Mackenzie to send to the Parks Committee. But those bathrooms have been locked since December. Those bathrooms are not unlocked. There's notes on the door. There's actually signs on the door that say they are locked. Those doors haven't been unlocked in a while. So we should not be paying any service to clean them because they've been locked. They've been locked.
Mackenzie has been like for 2 days straight trying to figure out what the deal was with that. And
did she send you the pictures of the doors?
And I had actually just texted her before you sent that email. I had just texted her about that like the day or two before because I happened to be at the park and I was like, wait a minute.
Did you see the sign on the door that said?
Yes, that's what I sent her. So, but what we seem to have, what she seemed to have figured out is that they haven't been locked for the whole time that they've been supposed to be open. That there's a period of time where and I can let her explain further because she knows the ins and outs of what happened, but it was an issue with the locking mechanism that it's been since when, Mackenzie?
So first of all, the signs, yes, those have been up. They were supposed to have been taken down. That was a miscommunication between us and the tech. We did unlock the restrooms. We think, this is my theory here, I can't 100% substantiate this, but the reason I think this is too, we had an Oracle tech come out today because we've had issues with True Portal, which is a system that we use to access the lock mechanisms for the bathrooms, the tennis court doors, as well as the doors at Anderson Mill West. And it was kind of discovered today that it seems the timers may have been messed with. And my theory here is this probably happened over the period of time that we had Shine come out over and over and over again to try to figure out timers and things like that for things that were plugged into the pavilion. And it seems like maybe at that point in time, something was wrong or something happened then. So I think it's been since one of the times that we've had Shine come out. So I'd say pretty late in December. So probably just before Christmas. And he was able to reset the timers today for both parks, and restrooms are now completely unlocked and not just accessible via a key anymore. Signs have been removed. That was a mishap on our part, but I do want to say too, I double checked with the tech too prior to all of this, and he said he has seen people use the bathrooms when he's out in the parks and things like that prior to latter half of December.
Does it make good sense to have those restrooms open at stage 5? Should the park be open in a red stage?
That's what we're talking about right now is closing the restrooms.
No, I'm talking about the park itself. Here's what happened with this lady who sent the message. She said the bathrooms were locked and people had figured out spots in the Anderson Mill West Park where they could go use the bathroom with a little bit of privacy. She said the smell over there was knocking her down and it was disgusting. So I drove over there to see what she was talking about because I don't frequent the park, so hardly at all. So I didn't know. So, and it happened to be Monday, which was a holiday, and that park was loaded with people and those bathroom doors were locked. My question is this: loaded with people, and I think I was one of 5 people who had a mask on. I'm asking, should those parks be closed, completely closed, while we are in a COVID stage red situation, and then open them after we get out of that red stage? Because here's the problem. You're right. If they can't wash their hands, if they can't go to the restroom, if they can't do those things that you bring kids, that you need to do with small children at the park, then they're going to make their own solution. And what I learned is when the park is open and the restrooms are not, people find other places.
Well,
The problem, Linda, that we're trying to go off what Cedar Park and what, I should say Williamson County and Travis County are doing. So we did a lot of research on the parks, and most of the parks are still open, Linda. But what we're trying to do is not keep the bathrooms open because we don't have someone that can clean them every time somebody goes to the bathroom. And that's a huge hygiene problem when we're in stage 5.
Right.
So we thought we can at least get the bathrooms closed. At least we're doing our part of trying to keep people safe, but it's really hard when Williamson County and Travis both still have their parks.
You see what happened. Park open, bathrooms closed, people found another solution for a bathroom.
That's really bizarre because plenty of parks, and I know from being a mom, don't have bathrooms. And so I don't know what people do. I mean,
I'm just flabbergasted that somebody would just decide to go pee behind the
yeah.
table.
Well, here's the thing, and this is what I told Mackenzie, and this, like I said, my children are grown, and I was just trying to think, if I had a youngster and she was jumping up and down and she had to go, and the bathroom door was locked. If I had a choice between finding her a little corner and helping her relieve herself, or putting a child with wet pants or worse in my car to drive home, I think I'm going to find an outdoor solution for my youngster, not for an adult.
Sure.
Let me be clear.
But I still don't understand that, because why it's a problem, because plenty of parks don't have bathrooms at all. And
I don't know.
Problem. I don't know.
So, all right. So,
but it's real.
Are you suggesting that we keep the bathrooms locked and then we have a portable hand station? What are you suggesting?
Yeah. So the suggestion was that, so Mackenzie did the research into these stations and how much they cost to rent them, because if you rent them, then it's not a permanent investment, something that we have to maintain, and the rental company will manage them for us. And we kind of explored this thinking like it's going to be so expensive, and it's what, $172 a month, Mackenzie?
So
right?
Yes, the formal breakdown is each station costs roughly $172 a month to rent. And with that 172, they come out weekly, and it has a 24-gallon tank, 2 actually, one for the clean water and then obviously one for the dirty water to go into. They come out once a week and they service them. They clean out the old water, they refill the good water, and they would refill the soap dispensers as well as the paper towel dispensers, all in their 172 a month.
Wow.
Not bad.
And so with that, we did obviously our comparison to what we currently pay for the restrooms to be cleaned alongside the clubhouse being cleaned once a month, and the total breakdown. So it's roughly $1,200 a month if you have all of that done. And if we took bathrooms away and we still only had the clubhouse cleaned once a month, you're looking at a total savings of nearly $600 a month alone just to rent 2 of these and have the clubhouse cleaned once a month still. which is what we've done throughout the entire pandemic. So that's what your numbers will break down to, because each of these being 172, that's roughly 300. And then the clubhouse cleaning once a month has been a minimum of 257. So when you add all of that together, I think it's really close to about $600, if not maybe $1 or $2 over. And that's roughly half of what we pay to have the restrooms cleaned 7 days a week at both parks, and the clubhouse to be cleaned once a month.
These have a dual sink, so it's actually 2 sinks. And in order to turn the water on, it's a foot pedal, so you
Correct.
don't touch anything.
Kids touch everything. Kids touch everything. And my
Well-
point is this: we don't need them to they don't need to wash their hands as much as they need a restroom.
Well,
We don't have the money.
we
Clean
don't
it.
have, and the only parks we have that have restrooms are Lakeline Oaks and Anderson Mill West Park.
Mhm.
So I don't understand why that issue exists for Anderson Mill West Park, but not
Lakeline
other-
Oaks.
We don't know
but
that,
not the other
we don't-
parks we have that don't have bathrooms at all.
but we don't know that it doesn't exist, Megan, just nobody's complained. Nobody's complained.
Well,
I don't know. I don't go checking, but I don't know.
I mean, I just,
Okay,
Maybe
so
because, maybe
so
because
are-
there's more children at Anderson Mill West Park.
I don't know. I went to Anderson Mill West Park. I mean, yes, it's true that I mean, there were periods where the bathrooms were closed. I've just never seen it be an issue before. And in
Well-
all the parks I've gone to in the world with my kids, even the many that don't have restrooms, I've never encountered
I
that.
can forward the
So-
email that I got from the resident if you'd like to.
He's the resident. It's not about that. I still think we have a decision to make, because either we allow the restrooms to remain open for
Uh-huh.
that reason. I mean, that's the calculus we have to make. Is it better to leave the bathrooms open or to
Cost
close
will be
them
huge.
and have the hand washing stations instead? What's better and safer for our residents?
I would say if you're going to leave the park open, open the bathrooms, open the restrooms so they can use the restroom and they can wash their hands, and then you don't have to rent anything else. And that
Okay,
if
but
you're
Linda,
going to leave the parks open, then open the restroom.
but you know how much that's going to cost? Because every person that uses the restroom, we have to disinfect it.
No, you don't
Because
disinfect the
it's
play
COVID.
equipment. So you won't
No.
disinfect the bathroom either. It'll get cleaned
But
once a
if you-
day,
okay,
like the
I know-
contract says, and that'll be it.
No, it doesn't.
so are we required are we required to disinfect after every use?
Well, most of the parks in Williamson County and in Travis County, most of the bathrooms are closed because of COVID.
You just heard Mackenzie say ours are open, right?
Yes.
The bathrooms. I thought we
Yes.
decided it was like half and half,
No,
but they're getting them cleaned. But we don't have the
they're
money to
getting
get
cleaned.
them
They're not getting cleaned. They haven't been cleaned they were locked, so they haven't been cleaned in a while. But when they were open, they're cleaned once a day.
They
Right.
Not
actually
after every
still,
use, once a day.
they still get cleaned when they are locked, because they actually lock on a timer of dusk to dawn, which I think is 6 to 7 is the timer. But the cleaning tech comes pretty late into the night and he cleans them because he has a key. He always has for however long he's cleaned the bathrooms. So he does still clean the bathrooms.
Okay.
The Milburn Park does have their soccer field bathrooms open. They do not have their pool bathrooms open, but they do have the soccer field bathrooms open. If we have restrooms that are open and they are being cleaned once a day, then we don't need hand washing stations. We're good.
The hand
I'm
washing stations would only be in lieu of having a bathroom,
right.
not in addition to.
So, okay, so I'm gonna go with Linda on this. I think we should open our bathrooms and have them cleaned. If
Okay,
we've got
they're already
people
open,
who are gonna literally be peeing in the trees, in the bushes, let's just go ahead and open the restrooms because that is a better alternative.
It's not a biohazard.
No, it's not a
They are
biohazard.
already open, so it's just a matter of leaving them open. The decision
Yeah.
was whether or not to reclose them again.
Yeah, so I think we leave them open and they do their once daily cleaning and they get their once daily cleaning.
Did you ever put those hand sanitizer stations out there?
They are. The only one that is not currently still existing is one of the ones at Lakeline Oaks because somebody had ripped it off and stomped it onto the ground. And the Parks Committee, we actually talked about replacing it. So there is 2 at Anderson Mill West, to my knowledge, still there, unless someone has ripped one of them off. But we
Well,
attached them all.
that's extra protection for the hands. So there
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so do we need to make a decision? I think we just need to open our restrooms and
They're already open.
They're already open.
and then
Yeah,
just
so we-
start the cleaning.
Well,
It's
well,
all- it's-
Catherine, they're already being cleaned too. So you see,
Okay,
this
well,
doesn't
then-
make sense because,
So
but whatever. That's
hey, as you're talking about this, are we hearing anything about if I haven't been paying attention to COVID this past couple of weeks. Are we hearing anything about the numbers are trending down, or we think we're gonna be here for a while still?
they're flat in Williamson County, not down, but flat.
Well, that's the predecessor to going down.
I got 4 alerts tonight for the high school with COVID.
Oh, geez. Okay.
We're still in red though.
Yeah.
Williamson County.
Okay.
I don't know, Travis.
Okay. Continue on, Mackenzie.
All right. So item E under parks, Megan did meet with Scott from Sunscapes, if I can speak, regarding the trees in our district. And from their tree tour, the Parks Committee has kind of determined that we would like to potentially pursue a certified arborist for the district. And I think Megan can provide a little bit more context behind this as to why. So they wanted to have a little bit of a discussion on possibly pursuing a certified arborist for the district and the reasons why they feel like it's necessary.
So I guess everybody knows about the trees that were lost in Anderson Mill West Park in the last year. And so when that happened, the question came up of, why did that happen? And we want to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And so Scott he was supposed to have done a dead tree tour to kind of look at the status of the trees throughout the district to kind of get a sense for where we were with that. And I just asked to go with him on that so that I could have an understanding as well. And so we went to every park in the district and looked at how the trees are doing. And basically what we decided is that in Anderson Mill West Park, the trees haven't been maintained or cared for other than to occasionally take down limbs that are a hazard or whatever in maybe ever. And some of them are in real need of care. And in Sunchase Park, there are some issues, although it's not horrible. We have a case where we have a grapevine that's growing up from a neighbor's property and growing up into the canopy of the trees in the park. And if we don't take care of that, it will eventually smother those trees. So, Scott and I talked about how to deal with that. And, he was suggesting, and I think it's definitely the right course of action to actually have a certified arborist to care for our trees. It's a very specialized profession. And so he gave me the name of an arborist to reach out to. And I met with him at the park, I guess yesterday, at Anderson Mill West Park to sort of walk around. And he is going to provide us a proposal for the cost of doing kind of a long-term care plan for our trees. So the idea is this wouldn't be like a one and done thing. trees need care over time. And so the idea is that he'd be sort of giving us this is what we think you would need to do in order to properly care for and maintain your trees over, X number of years. So, and then Mackenzie was also reaching out to some other arborists too, just to get some other proposals from them. So I don't have anything for action tonight, but it is possibly, I'm thinking it's something for our agenda next week. And the only reason why I would push looking into it is because we're getting into oak wilt season. And once we get too far into that, we shouldn't be doing any pruning until that season passes, which is sometime in July in Texas. So, but in any case, so that's sort of just what's going on. I think everybody was really upset when we lost those trees in the park, and they're such an important part of the character of several of our parks. I think that it's worth it to invest in the right kind of care for them.
So are you looking right now just to start with just the Anderson Mill West Park and then expand over time to the other parks?
The person I met with knows that obviously the goal is for district-wide health of our trees.
Right.
And so the only reason why Anderson Mill West Park and probably Sunchase Park would be started with is because they have the most tree and recover to begin with. And they also looked like, at least from Scott's and my tour, that they were in the most need of care. So he said that, and I'll have to see what his proposal comes out as, but he said that they can do it different ways. They can, kind of like start with, they can do like quadrants. They can say, we'll take care of these trees first, and then we'll, he said there are lots of ways to do it. And so what he's going to do is go back out again with his boss and walk around and try to figure out what they would, they're the experts. I told him that, at least from my perspective, the aesthetics are secondary to the health of the tree. So I asked for his proposal based on what is the best course of action to maintain and preserve the health of the trees in our district.
So Megan, is this Scott guy, is he from Sunscape?
Scott's from Sunscape, yeah.
And he's going to give us a proposal for arborist work on the trees?
No, Scott's not. I met with an arborist that Scott recommended.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me this. So in the Sunscape contract, what does it say about them caring for our trees?
Well, I think Mackenzie and I were talking about this today. I don't know exactly the answer. And the reason I don't know is because tree care is a very specialized service. Mm-hmm. And Scott, Sunscape is not a certified arborist, right. Number one. Scott even said, well, they can do some things. And even the arborist said, if it's something like we need to provide mulch, Sunscape can do that for us.
Or planting a tree, Sunscape can do that, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. There's certain things that are in Sunscape contract that they can do. Sure. But in terms of preparing sort of the long-term maintenance plan and doing some of the more specialized work, like a lot of the pruning, for example, my perspective is we should have someone who really knows what they're doing so they don't hurt the tree, number one. And number two, Mackenzie and I were talking about this today, certified arborists carry with them super serious insurance, because tree maintenance is actually considered one of the most dangerous jobs that someone can do.
Yep.
And so they hold insurance that's far greater than someone who's not a sort of necessarily, and we'd have to check with Scott, double check what kind of insurance they have. They might have it, I don't know. But otherwise, if someone were to fall out of a tree that would fall on us, our insurance, versus having it be taken care of through their insurance if they get hurt doing that job. So there's a number of good reasons why you want an arborist to take care of trees, because that's what they know. So if we want it done right, I think we should have someone who knows. And Scott said, Scott said the same thing.
And Megan, didn't they also start to talk about the age of the trees? Because these trees are at the ages that we really want to protect them.
Well, certainly we talked about, when I met with the guy yesterday, we talked about there's certainly trees that like we absolutely want to make sure that they are cared for the best way, because they're so mature and they serve such a critical, like there's that tree in Anderson West Park that is like all the kids love to climb on. It's got that one branch that reaches out, and like, oh my gosh, it would be so sad if something happened to it, because it's like the favorite climbing tree. Also, they're going to be able to give us really good input on when trees need to be taken down, and only in cases where they just absolutely have to come down. So, they have this level. I just feel like an arborist has this level of respect for trees that, not to sound like a tree hugger, but like that is sort of, that's their whole profession. That's what they do. So if they tell you we need to take a tree down, it's because we need to take the tree down for the health and
But
safety.
hopefully, but the whole purpose is to never get to that point.
Right. However, for example, there is a tree, it's a pin oak in Anderson West Park. It goes over that canopy that goes over the trail that runs parallel to Dagama, that really super cool canopy that goes over. And one of those trees, it was at some point way long ago, must have been struck by lightning or something. And the whole interior of the trunk is just like completely hollowed out, but the tree is perfectly alive and happy. But the arborist looked at that and where it was located over top of that trail, and he was like, it's not safe to leave that tree. It could continue to be there outlive us, but it's a precarious thing in a public park over top of a trail to have a tree that is in that condition. So,
and
Okay.
something to add from the perspective of Sunscapes too, when we approached them about the trees in Anderson Mill West, Scott actually got with arborists in the area to look at those trees. None of the arborists he worked with, which I say some because he worked with several, none of them were Sunscapes employees. So they consult arborists themselves for, guidance on what to do with these trees when stuff like the stuff that happened in Anderson Mill West happens. So it definitely goes to show that they don't have or hold that proper knowledge of a certified arborist, and that they would end up having to consult one anyways. And then you're still gonna pay Sunscapes for, the consultation that they did and all of that. So that's just, I wanted to add that. And I want to say, Megan, didn't you mention that this guy that you met with had actually gotten word of or had been consulted for the trees in Anderson Mill West? Because which we didn't know prior to you meeting with him, Scott had actually reached out to him as one of the people to check on those trees.
Yes. Yeah. So he was actually already familiar with the park, and he confirmed that what happened to those trees remains a mystery, is not oak wilt from anyone's perspective, and that it's impossible to know why they died, but possibly, compaction of soil. The ones that are out by the street, that's not like, that wouldn't be my favorite home if I were a tree. So like, just factors that can sometimes happen over many, many, many years, and you don't see anything, from the outside, any evidence that the tree's suffering, and then it eventually just dies. And
it crosses a line of no return. Okay, so do you need to put something on next week's agenda? Is that where we're going with this?
Yes. So I think all of this is leading to something going on next week's agenda to look at the proposals and potentially, if we want to get some work done this budget year,
Okay.
approving that.
Okay, well, Bill, let's go ahead and put something on next week's agenda so that,
Yeah, I have a note under Parks Committee, proposals from certified arborists.
okay,
So Megan, and all the committees too, if you could, if you don't mention it tonight and we specifically write it down, if you could send me an email based on your committee activities of items you think that will be ready to consider, then I can accumulate those and do my, this first time, it's not going to be perfect. We're going to end up with some things that aren't ready, obviously, but we'll try to do that. So each committee, if you'll send me an email of your items that you think are ready and want to put on there, I'll do my best to organize it.
Perfect. All right. So moving on with my report, number 4 here for the infrastructure committee, they did meet on 114. As Herb said earlier, nothing significant was to report from Infomark's end of that. We did have 3 reports come in over the last several weeks of clogged, backed up sewer lines. And it seems to be a common thing when winter is happening and things are colder than normal. All of which we've been able to go out, sending the tech out, camera in the lines, and then determining either roots on the customer side or just a clog and a sag in the line. And all of those have been basically taken care of, but we did want to just report that we are seeing some backups as of recent, but almost every single one I think to date has all been on the customer side at this point. I don't know why my lines for C got out of order, but the one on the bottom 2 should be on top. On 1223, we had a call out for pump number 1 at the Sunchase lift station, and it was not running. We sent a tech out to investigate that problem, and it was just determined that the wet well was in need of a clean because it wasn't allowing the pump to do what it needed to do. So we did have wastewater transport come out and perform a clean on that with Infomark assisting. So just wanted to report that that one has been recently cleaned. Solid Waste Committee met on 12/18 for a really productive and informative meeting with Linda and Art. I didn't know if you guys wanted to take this as an opportunity to update the board on anything. If not, we can keep moving.
Art?
Well, I did want to ask when you all wanted to have another bulk pickup. I think it's time after the holidays. I think we should schedule something for a container to be at the Lakeland Oaks facility so people can load their bulk. I've been asked by quite a few neighbors, we're going to have that again.
well, if we do it at the end of February, do we still have time to get a notice into the next bill?
The only thing is if you do it at the end of February, because it's a short month, I think the bills typically go out on the 20th. They'd
Okay.
only
do it in
have a
March.
few days.
Could we do
Okay.
it
How about
closer to
March?
spring
That's a
cleaning?
perfect time, spring
Yeah, I
cleaning.
was gonna suggest, we typically do it closer to spring. So why not maybe the end of March? Does that sound better?
Okay.
Or early
That's
April?
fine with me.
I would
So-
like to add from that meeting that we went to, that we Zoomed with Paul from Waste Management, that truly it was very productive, and he did agree to allow us to have that second recycle cart and see how big the need was in the district. You remember that little flaw in their contract that says anyone can have a second one for free. Mackenzie, do you or Lean have any numbers for me tonight on how many people have asked for a second cart?
No, at this time, I think Lee can attest to this. We don't have anybody that's requested a second one at this time.
Except for the one lady that started this whole thing. Did she
Yeah,
get
and-
her second cart?
I think Lee has actually reached out to her. She didn't request a second cart per se. She wanted an additional pickup day. So we let her know that it was then discussed between solid waste and waste management, and that an additional cart could be made available. I think we had one scheduled to be delivered.
Yeah. She actually, the one I'm thinking of, she actually asked for a second cart. was right when I first started. I'll resend that email. Let's make sure she got it.
Yes.
But
So
what
the one
Paul
I know
said-
of is the one that just asked for the additional pickup day, and that's the one that kind of started the conversation with waste management.
This one I got from Lee. I was only on the board a couple of days. The lady wanted a second cart. That's how I discovered the flaw in the contract. Anyways, my point is this. It went out in that in the recycling notice that you could ask for a second cart. So people are now aware. And Paul said we could have up to 20 before we'd have to do anything with the contract. And as Mackenzie just attested, nobody really wants a second cart anyways. But another thing I would like to add about this, well, that was the committee meeting on waste management. It was very effective. It was very productive. But I wanted to also make this board aware that at the last pickup, right after the snow day, it snowed on Sunday, everybody went nuts. Monday was trash day. Well, apparently, at least on my street, everybody forgot to put their cans out except 2 houses. But apparently that was pretty prevalent in the whole neighborhood. So I had a lady send me an email that said she was in her house and she heard a horn beep twice. She went to the window and the waste management truck was sitting on her street, giving everyone on the street an opportunity to pull their cans down before they drove off. Now that is service you don't ever get. So I told Paul immediately that was well above and beyond what they needed to do. They could have just driven off, but they allowed those people to pull their cans down and they waited for them.
Now, did you?
Linda, on that note,
did?
one of my neighbors did the same thing. They left their car out. The guy got off the truck, rang the doorbell, and asked them if they needed the trash get pulled out from, if he could get behind the car and do it. So
That's amazing. That's amazing.
So they do provide good service.
We need to give them cookies at Christmas or something. I'm sorry, Catherine, did you ask something?
No, I just wanted to know, did anybody get their trash out? Did you hear back if people ran out with their trash cans?
Actually, a lot did. Oh my
Okay.
goodness, yes, a lot did. And actually, when I looked at the SAGE report of trash cans for this month, mostly what we found was 13 dumped over cans, 1 broken, and 8 late pickups. But everything they got them.
And also to add, I double checked with Lee. We did have 2 people actually request an additional one this past Monday, and they're scheduled for a delivery of an additional cart the next month.
Please ask Lee to check that very first lady that she sent my way when
we did,
November.
And it was the lady who requested an additional pickup.
Thank you for checking.
Yeah.
And then special attention to item B, only 2 reports of a missing trash or recycle. That's good service.
Correct.
That's
excellent. You don't get numbers like this from service providers. This is really excellent service. I don't know how it compares in price, but let's not mess with something that's working.
All righty. Moving on to item number 6. So the security committee, which is Catherine and Linda, did meet on the 15th. We don't really have much to report here other than some discoveries we've made with Williamson County Constable's Office. I don't know if either of you guys want to provide a report yet. I don't have anything additional to add on my end at this time, but just wanted to put this out there in case you guys wanted to bring any of what we discovered to the board.
Yeah, I'll start, and then Linda, you can jump in. We met with Kevin, and one of the things that we discovered was that they are short-staffed, and right now they're using about 50% of their hours. They're allocated 100, and they're basically only using 50 right now. Right?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. They're down to less than 20. It was 18.5 last week.
Okay. Yeah. So they're extremely short-staffed. And so long story short, the constables don't have an issue with us having a mixture of deputy sheriffs and constables. That all or nothing that we thought we had to live with was being dictated by the previous Williamson County sheriff. And so we're going to be reaching out to the Williamson County sheriff to see if we can't enter into an agreement with them and have deputy sheriffs be part of our crew. And then as part of doing that, we're going to investigate specifically scheduling some of their tours to be at night. And so I'll turn it over to you, whatever you need to add to that, Linda.
Well, thank you. That was pretty condensed. I liked it. It was really good. The one thing I would like to add is the constables set their own hours. They decide when they're going to patrol in this neighborhood. We don't give them hours. We don't set any specific hours. I do know from the billing that Officer Stinson is in this neighborhood every single morning from between 6 in the morning and 8, and then he leaves, and he primarily patrols the elementary school areas, but we don't have anyone in the neighborhood for the middle school or high school start and end times. So I was talking to Catherine or emailing her today about this, where I would like to reduce the constable hours from the 100 that they're currently allowed and not using, and bring it down to 50, only for the purpose of opening the door to be able to say, we want you to work up to 50 hours a month, but we want you in the district between these hours, 6 to 9 or 2 to 5 or whatever it needs to be, so that those areas that they do patrol and can patrol are patrolled at the right times. I see them in the neighborhood at 10:30 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And yes, when they're driving around, their cars are a deterrent. But if they were in the neighborhood when we actually want them to be helpful, and most of that is probably when people are on the street, kids walking to and from school or morning joggers or what have you. I would like to do that only so that we can have an opportunity to say, hey, you work for us and we need you in the district during these prime hours. He already told us none of them are going to be willing to do the nighttime shift, the 2 in the morning until 5 in the morning when people are breaking into cars. The constables have full-time jobs, so they don't want to work in the middle of the night and then have to be at work at 8 o'clock the next morning, which
Right.
makes it perfect for the sheriff because they will work around the clock.
Right.
So
By doing that, that also allows us to hold those hours back and designate them specifically to the deputies if who would be willing to work nighttime hours.
with the sheriff deputies, right?
Yeah, the sheriff deputies. Yeah.
Right. So we're waiting for a meeting with Sheriff Gleason, the new sheriff in Williamson County. Mackenzie, did you have an opportunity to make that call?
I did, and I'm waiting on them to call me back. I got the voicemail system for that, so I'm just waiting on a call back of one. If I asked for 2 things, if he could call me directly, or if they could provide me with his direct contact info, because it's not.
Good luck on that one. That's a busy man right now.
Yeah, so
call you back
hopefully within a week or so we hear something and we can get something on the book.
Okay. So that's kind of where we are. So Catherine, should we make a motion?
So what do you want to do? You want to reduce the hours to 50? Is that what you're looking to do?
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the constable hours back down to 50 a month.
Okay.
And put that window of time where we'd like them in the neighborhood. I don't want to restrict them completely. And I think that needs to be a board decision on the best time they're in the neighborhood. But I know the school zones are something that's a lot of people look forward to that.
Yeah.
So 6 in the morning to start, 10 o'clock in the morning to end, and they can pick any hours in that window. And then at nighttime, what's a good nighttime? Or evening, afternoon, whatever. Right.
Well, I guess the question I'm going to have for Bill is, we're sort of jumping into something that we've never done before, in the sense that we've always let the constables pretty much set their own hours, just use the hours, in the month. What's the process in terms of how do we have to have resolutions for us to manage the employees? Because that's what we're talking about doing, in terms of we're talking about instituting some management on the only employees of the district.
Okay, so first of all, this will come under agenda item 4Q. We have district patrols. Because for
Okay.
this agenda, I took off the normal constable report,
Right.
the long item with all the agreements.
Right.
So we certainly can't do anything about any agreements with sheriffs tonight, but on the constables that work for us, quite a while ago, we made them actual employees for various reasons, changes at the county, insurance, getting workers' comp. So they are our employees. We also, I believe, determined a long time ago that we would allow the security committee to essentially add or reduce employees because these constables were different people over different months. So, you know, when you hire somebody, you have a process of putting them on the payroll, making them an employee. So as far as interchanging different constables, I think we gave authority to the security committee to add different people or not necessarily fire people, but change out the names. Now, what we're talking about now is hours, maybe hours of the day and total hours of the month allocated. And that's a board decision because they're our employees. Now, in the past, before they were our employees, we actually had a contract that had a set number of hours that we could vote on to change. And so I think you can determine what you want your employees to do, and hopefully they'll be willing to continue.
Okay, so it sounds like we can go ahead and have a resolution to reduce the number of hours that we're going to allocate down to 50. And then we need to, then we want to make a resolution to say we want these 50 hours to be used during these time frames, in this time period. Is that where we're at?
Yeah.
My only thing on that is I don't think that we should have set hours is exact. Maybe we can give them a time frame that we absolutely want them, but I don't think that we want our neighbors, or I don't think even our neighbors would want exact certain times, because I think some of those times should be when they feel that they should be out here.
Well, it's actually a window of time, Beth, not set hours. It's a window of time.
Right.
And truly they work for us. So we should decide when we need them in the neighborhood. They shouldn't be telling us that.
Well, I think that we want two things. One, we all agree that we want them, you know, to have a presence during at the elementary schools when the kids are coming and going, and then we also want them to have a presence in the neighborhood, but we want it to also sort of have a randomness to it. We don't want it to be,
Yes.
okay, we know that you're going to be driving around in these 3 hours.
Well, that's why there's a window, Catherine.
Yeah. And so I think we're all on the same page.
The only thing we don't know, I have an idea what the elementary school hours, and that shift really is covered, but I don't know when middle and high school start and end.
Well, Beth, can you tell us when the high school is coming and going?
Yeah, they're going at about 8:30. They start really going about 8:15, but school starts at 8:40, and they're out at 4.
And what about middle school?
Megan knows.
Yeah. Got all the kids covered. Middle is like about 8:45, like start time. So, you know, they start going, you know, whatever.
What time does it end?
And then it ends at 3:25.
3:25?
I will tell you that crossing guards at the middle school at 8.
So we can.
And kids are actually crossing at 8.
In elementary starts at 7:50. Is that still right?
Yes.
Okay. So like I said, Officer Stinson, he's got the elementary schools well covered. He does it 5 days a week religiously. He never misses. And he covers the elementary, not just the one on El Solito, but the other one over on Brighton.
Yeah, Nauman,
that one. So really the windows that we don't have covered, if you're looking at school coverage, is the middle and high school, because Officer Stinson is out of here by 8 in the morning. So we'd need someone from that could do maybe it's more important to have them after school. I don't know. I don't have kids in school. So whatever is best, find a window so that these constables have some flexibility about when
Yeah.
they can come over here. But don't leave it wide open all day, because it doesn't do us any good when they're sitting parked on the side of the street at 10:30 in the morning and sitting
Right.
there for 30 minutes. That doesn't help us, and that doesn't do any deterrence in the neighborhood.
So do we have the middle schools covered at the end of the day, Linda?
No.
Okay.
Sometimes, Catherine, sometimes it is so haphazard, the hours that they work, that yes, sometimes there's constables driving through between 3 and 5. So you'd catch the middle and high school exiting there. But that's not every
is
day. Sometimes
always
they
an
come at
officer at the
7
middle
at
school.
night, leave at 9,
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm sort of thinking, having a window in the morning and then having a window in the afternoon where we're catching everybody, middle
about this?
school, high school, and elementary
this?
school. Yeah.
6 to 9 for a morning shift, or even 6 to 10 if you want to open it a little wider, and then 2:30 to 5:30 for the afternoon shift.
Okay.
But what about our middle of the night when we need people driving
They don't
through?
work in the middle of the
They're
night.
not doing it.
We're going to get the
That's-
sheriff to do that.
Yeah, we're gonna get the sheriff. Yeah. That was one of the things that became apparent was constables are an 8 to 5 sort of kind of group. The sheriffs are the ones that are working 12-hour shifts and working in the night. So if we want to have patrols at night, we're gonna have to have sheriffs on the payroll.
Or something like a sheriff.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we reduce the number of constable patrol hours from 100 down to 50. Why don't we do this in 2 stages to make this easier?
I will second that motion.
Okay. Do we have any discussion? And I'm just want to, okay, as part of the discussion, I just want to say the only reason that we're looking at doing this is that we do not have the employees. We do not have constables who can fill the available hours because we've lost 2 of them. They've gone to the sheriff's office or they went someplace else. I don't remember what it was. Okay.
They both went to the sheriff's office. Both Roberts went to the sheriff's office, and Constable Thomas said they're having a hard time filling the positions. And even when they do, he said a lot of the people that work for the constable are retired police officers of some kind, and they don't want the extra money. So if you don't have people who want to work it,
yeah, agreed.
You can't make them work it.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. Megan?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Beth?
Yeah.
Art?
Yes.
And I vote yes too. Okay, so Linda, you make the other resolution where we talk about the windows we want them to work.
Okay. I make a resolution that the constables that work for the district will work in a window of time starting at 6 a.m., ending at 10 a.m., or working from 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second that.
Can we change it to 2? Just
Sure, that's not a problem.
Yeah,
2
so-
to 6 window, 2 to 6.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so I went ahead and second that. Do we have any discussion about it? Because I think what that'll do, and the intention is that whoever that constable is going to hit all the schools that are, all 4 schools that are going to be letting out during that time frame.
And we can send something to Constable Thomas and let him know that that's really our goal.
Yes, that is our goal. Yeah. Yes, that is truly our goal, is to cover these very specific time frames for a very specific need. Okay, I'll go ahead and call the vote. Megan?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Beth?
Yeah.
Art?
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay. Billing and invoice subcommittee.
Yes. So also, before we move on to this, is everyone okay with the solid waste committee April 5th for a bulk pickup? That's the first Monday of April.
Works for me.
Works for me.
And
All right,
then that'll give you more than enough time to get something into the
Yes.
invoice and on the website.
yes, we will try to get some.
Before we move away from Mackenzie, I want to talk to her. So if you guys are done, let me know.
Yeah, I'm done.
Mackenzie, have you heard from Shine? Are they refunding some of our money?
I have not heard from Shine, and it was one of my goals to tackle this week, but unforeseen circumstances with the locks on the doors had taken precedence. So I will get with them and see what, if anything, we can get refunded,
Right.
and also when they're going to come take them down, which I would have assumed by now they would have already been out, but they have not. So I'm not sure on their schedule.
Well, when you call them, Mackenzie, tell them, it is for the board that does not know this, the lights that they put up for us this year, the ones in Anderson Mill West Park, they went on immediately when they first put them up, they did shine bright. Then they went dark until 2 days before Christmas. Then they came on again. And so we lost the whole season basically in Anderson Mill West. And in Lakeline, they never came on. So I told Mackenzie that they owe us a refund, at least something. I mean, they did put the lights up. You need to pay them, but they need to really consider that was really bad service, and we don't need to be using them again like that.
Yeah.
And Mackenzie, tell them that the taking down of the lights should not be Gravity's job. And when I went up to the park the other day, they were literally strands hanging down from the trees, and the kids were loving throwing sticks through them. So, you know, they need to come get them, or next year they'll want to charge us to replace lights.
I will absolutely let them know. And aside from that, I think we also, an issue that I want to notate is who in their right mind plugs them all into one outlet?
Somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, Mackenzie.
Yeah. So I know that they can try to say, well, your outlet tripped. Well, yeah, because you plugged them into all of them into one outlet. So
you know what? You should say,
gonna trip.
You should tell them to watch the Chevy Chase Christmas movie where he's trying to light up his house and blowing
National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. That is my wife's second favorite movie of all time. So trust me, I know that one by heart.
Shine, that there's a lesson for them in that movie.
Well, so the history of that is actually, there's not, all of those plugs are on the same circuit. So it doesn't matter if you plug them in different plugs, if it'll still blow. So originally they were plugging them in down low, and people were just coming and unplugging them and stealing timers and all this stuff. And so then, like, I don't know, last year, 2 years ago,
yeah,
put the district had a plug installed at the top of the pillar so that no one could mess with it. But it's still the issue that they're all on the same circuit. And so over time, I know that it's been an issue, like, how do we extend electricity through the park so that we can do it better in the future? Because right now, everything's plugged in at the pavilion except for the lights over by the garden tree. They're plugged into the tennis courts with a super long extension cord. But yeah, it's been a problem every single year. Like, I know in past years, I would go out there and they'd be out and I'd have to go hit the reset button on the plug, like at least once a week to get them to come back on, which is just not sustainable. So
it might be worthwhile to look at getting another circuit pulled over there.
That was my words exactly. My thoughts exactly.
I mean, if you're going to keep adding stuff to the park, you're going to need more electricity anyways. Divvy that stuff up.
Yeah. Something for you to think about to put in for next month's budget, next year's budget.
You can add that to the park list.
Yeah. Yes.
We'll add it to the park list along with the lighting. Because originally the thought was, because people wanted lighting too out in the park for in like when it gets dark, but it's still nice outside. And so the thought was we could extend bollard lights throughout the park. Then, and Mackenzie actually worked on a grant proposal to try to get money for that this past year. And then the electricity is extended, and then you can put plugs on the bollard lights themselves. So then you have electricity throughout the park to be able to put lights wherever without people tripping over cords. So that's another idea. So all things to consider for the future.
Okay, where are we?
Okay, number 7. So this is I just put it under billing and invoicing because it has to do with billing and invoicing. And I did send Megan and Linda an email informing them that we would be asking for board's permission to do this. And the reason we ask permission, even though this is no deficit in funds for the board, it's solely coming out of Infomark. It's just because we have to use the MUD's accounts to do so. So we would request approval. So at last month's meeting, you guys may not remember because we all had holidays and slept since then. 1308 Loretta Wood, there was a plumbing issue that had come up, and we initially first cammed this line and thought we had seen a crack, and in every other case what we saw is a crack. And in just this one special case, it ended up being that their lines had had previous work done to them, and due to the location of a tree in their yard where their lines tee off, whoever did the work on their line placed a coupling on the line, which is not something commonly seen. And that allows for the line to have a small amount of movement for tree roots around the line. And it presents itself where the two pipes should come together. They won't always come together, but all you see is a black ring because the coupling is black. So it's this rubber thing that goes over the line. And in doing this, we had them bring a plumber out, and the plumber was able to confirm there was nothing wrong with the line. So just to double check, we sent a more experienced tech out to double check that, and he did confirm it was a coupling on the line. So Infomark would like to reimburse the resident their $308 that they did spend on the plumbing. How this will work is we'll just put this through from the manager's account, and what we will do on next month's bill is you'll see a $308 difference on the base fee invoice that we would submit regularly. And how this works is from our end, I send a credit memo over to our billing area. They process that and they take it off of the base fee for next month. And just so you guys do have some context of backup, this is the plumber bill that the resident did receive. So this can confirm the amount for you. So all we're asking is basically for the board to approve us to do this process of taking the money out of the manager's account, which is what we would do for refunds of any sort that go out to people for any reason. And we'll pay that bill of $308 back to Daniel Zuniga at 1308 Loretta Wood. And then you guys will all see a $308 difference on Infomark's bill come next month.
Do one of you want to make a motion?
Well, let me just clear this up just a little bit. Yes, Mackenzie has told me this story twice. I don't know how many times have you heard it, Megan? At least twice. So we've already heard about this story, and it is actually a very reasonable thing to do. That's not an issue. But I want people to understand who are listening that the manager's account is where Infomark has the ability to pay things without needing a board director's signatures. It helps get things moving right along, and it's really a good thing to do. It doesn't cost us any more money. It's all still reported in the financials. There's still track of the money. It just keeps it from being tied up 30 days between board meetings. So in that same vein, since we're here on this, Michael would like us to consider a board consideration for him to be able to pay customer utility deposit refunds when people leave out of this same manager's account. It will speed up the refund to the customer, won't require as much review time for the billing and invoice committee every month because these will have already been taken care of. There's really nothing for us to look at. The utility system makes sure these are right. So if you have no objections, then we would like to make that motion about the paying of utility bills and the paying of these people's at Loretta Wood's problem. Refund that problem.
Okay, so I think we got two motions here then, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so do
Megan,
one and then do the other.
Megan, you can do the first one or both.
Well, you just said it, so
I'll do it.
you said it well, so just re-say it.
Okay, here we go. I make a motion that Infomark reimburse the property owners at 1308 Loretta Wood for $308 for plumbing repair that was on the district side.
I don't want to be like, that's wrong, but it's actually, there was no repair needed. So we're refunding for their plumbing consult that we informed them that they needed.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I make a motion to repay the Loretta Wood address the $308 for a plumbing consult that was requested by Infomark. And so we're going to pay them back for that.
Yeah, but it's coming from the manager's account. That's the
It's
important
coming
part.
from- Same bucket of money, just how
Yeah.
it's processed is
Yeah.
different.
You want to second that, Megan?
I will second that.
Okay, so does anybody have any discussion about that? I think this one is pretty clear.
Pretty clear.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call the vote. Megan,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
Beth,
Yeah.
Art,
Yes.
and I vote yes too. Okay.
One more.
And the second, okay, so Bill, the second thing, which I agree, this is probably makes sense. It's like, why haven't we done it the whole time? This way, what would it fall under from an agenda point of view?
Yeah. So it's going to be under 4. That's the easy
Yes.
part. I mean, it can come in part under O, financials
Okay.
and transfer of funds. Let me see if there's any other.
How about N?
And
N, Nancy.
bill payment report. Let's do it under O.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're all agreeing on where this is falling. Okay. Somebody make the second motion.
Okay, I make a motion that the bookkeeper pay utility customer refunds using the manager's account going forward.
I'll second.
Okay.
And I might suggest that you add that with it being clear that those refunds will be reported on the check register and the financials at the subsequent board meeting, which is what we'll do. But I just feel like maybe you want to say that.
I don't think it needs to be in the motion, but we'll hold you to that. You can count on.
Okay. So is that going to be, we'll talk about it later. Okay. So does anybody have any discussions about this? Okay. I'll go ahead and call the vote. Megan,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes,
Bill.
Bill doesn't vote.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I abstain.
Sorry. Beth. Art.
Yes.
I vote yes too. I just saw B in my scribble. Okay.
I have one more question before we let Mackenzie go, though.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, here it is. It's under the H, billing report, service cutoffs. I have a question about how this bill payment system works, this online bill paying system. So I want to know if people who have a water bill that has deed fines on it, when their automatic payment happens, does it take the whole amount out of if they had like $100 fine and a $50 water bill, when that system goes and grabs that payment, will it take 150 or will it take 50?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, but I can certainly get you an answer.
I would love to know. And another thing I should have added, this billing system, this e-payment system, people who use that system, Mackenzie, I haven't had a chance to do a second check, but we need to be certain that when we send out those electronic bills, that any attachments that are in the water bill is somehow pushed to that e-system so those customers can see it too. I did a little test with the recycle flyer, and the e-payers that responded back to me said they did not see that flyer in their e-bill, and they tried clicking on a bunch of things and they couldn't see it. It wasn't available to them. Now, Mackenzie has since checked, and I'm going to retest for her because apparently there may have been a snafu. Either my testers were no good or the system was no good, whatever. We're going to retest it. But in the future, I don't do the e-bill thing. But if any of you do, that's really important. Flyers that come in the bill, 1/3 of the district uses the e-bill system. And if they don't get those same attachments that we
Yeah.
see in the paper bill, we're losing a whole bunch of audience. And that's
Yes.
a good way to reach them. So we want to be sure to get them.
Absolutely. So yes, the theory of that one came down to we actually, so our billing system, just to give the rest of the board a little bit of background, we have a billing department that uses a system called AVR, and that is the system that actually processes everything as far as you getting your bills, the payments that they receive, and all of that. They really are like the soul of the billing system that we use. And we reached out to AVR to basically, we gave them several account numbers, and I think that they actually give them, just because we have director accounts usually at the top of the list for some odd reason, they gave them some old director accounts, and they were able to confirm with one of the previous directors sending us a copy of what he received, and was able to literally, you just scrolled and it was directly behind the bill. So I think that it's just a disconnect of, it takes a few clicks to get to it. And a lot of people are used to just seeing the generic email that says, this is your amount, click here to pay. And they skip over the whole part of actually reading their full bill. So Linda's going to check back with a few of her people to see if they go throughout of actually looking at the PDF version of the bill, if behind that, that's where the flyer is residing. So.
Worth knowing that it happens for sure every time. Worth
Yes,
knowing.
absolutely. And if it might be something as simple as educating some of the residents too that have the billing processed through their emails, how to access the flyers. Or, we pursue other avenues in the future to make sure that even though the people receive paperless bills, they might get a paper flyer.
Yeah, that's another option too. It would be wonderful if we could use the email addresses of the residents, since they're on file anyways, and send that information that way. Is there any reason why we can't?
I don't think that, so I think that the reason is because it's not the same process. It won't follow through. So I'd have to check with billing, but it'd be no different than it'd probably have to reside on Lee or myself to actually physically get a list and email the flyer out. It's not going to be something that's processed through AVR, because their process is to do it the way that it's currently done.
Yeah, and they do billing. I mean, they're doing
Yes.
the billing.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what? It's not that hard to set up a mail merge, and you literally enter one string of command, and it'll take care of the rest for you, and just send out a batch. There's usually like a limit of 300 a day that you can do in a mass mailing, but you can do like 300, let them go 300 a day until you get the whole district. I think, who's on that committee that does that kind of thing? Is that information management?
That, I wouldn't call that information management, just because that's really the website.
It is?
Yes,
what committee would that be that would look into that? Here it is. This is what it is. It would be using the resources that we have to do community outreach, Megan. Community outreach, Megan. Community outreach.
I know there's customer care
to pick this up.
Customer care, maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry, Megan.
I'm happy to add it. I mean,
if you want it done like that, you give it to Megan. So which one is it? Which committee is it?
Customer care would probably be a best fit.
There you go.
I
like
don't know if Megan's on that one.
No, Beth and Catherine, that's a good fit too. I mean, just look at it. I'm not saying start it tomorrow.
So what you're talking about is, and what you're really talking about is, we don't know that the flyers are making it on the e-bill. So to do a follow-up, everybody who's an e-bill, to send them the flyer.
Well, that too, but I'm thinking even beyond that. Of course, anything that goes in the paper bill, we want to make sure everybody gets. But I'm thinking even way beyond that. I'm thinking, how do you want to communicate with your people in the future? And this is we already have all the resources to do it. It's set it up. And then every time you want to, even if you just want to send a message like, it's a beautiful day, let's all rake our yards, or whatever you do, you can reach a large group of people with no effort and no expense. I think it's a way to do outreach. And you have all the tools. You have all the email addresses. You have resources, McKinsey and Lee. I could help them set it up. It's not that hard. And then every time you have one that it's built, the file's built, you just attach whatever you're trying to send to them, a flyer, a message, whatever, and then just let it run for 5 days. You'll get the whole district done in 5 days. Won't cost a dime. You can think about it. You don't have to do it tomorrow, Catherine. I know you're
Okay.
working on that infrastructure plan.
Okay, continue on, Mackenzie.
All righty. So down to just your standard run-of-the-mill part of your billing summary of the report. Again, 1,928 accounts billed, standard number. We are seeing just a little bit of a rise here. I think last month we actually saw a little bit of a difference where our current total was lower than last year's, which was kind of odd to me, but I guess holidays and the colder weather is not causing people to use their water as much. So we had 13,790,000 used of gallons consumed. We had 7,152 of the average use of accounts billed. And then we had a total receivables of 262,005, which is a little bit higher than last year, obviously, considering that we had a significantly large amount more consumed this year. Here is your 12-month history report. And this might be a smidge too big, but I'm gonna try to center it for you guys. This just reflects it in a chart view of what you're looking at the top. And then this is your receivable and collections report for where we're at. So your standard report of your amounts across the board, we did have 168 delinquent letters mailed. Obviously, no tags were hung or cutoffs made. And then below this report, you have your, what I will call the lender report now, is just the number of accounts that are in arrears. So that way we have it in number format instead of just dollar amount.
I can't see the last column, the 120 days.
Let me,
There we go. 23. Slide up a little, slide up a little.
59 for 120.
How could you have only 23 with 90 days to go and the number got bigger at 120 days?
Well, I don't think that I don't think they're inclusive. You had 23 that were 90 days past.
Correct.
And you had 59 that were 60.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 144.
No, you started with how many were late? Your start number, and then it should be getting smaller as you go down 120 days late. It should get smaller.
Well, we've got a group of people here.
Not
who
always,
are,
because you have people that will rotate from being only 90 to 120.
and then they'll pay, and then they'll be.
Yeah, they'll rotate down as they don't pay and they cross the other threshold. So they'll move from 30 to 60, 60 to 90, 90 to 120.
Yeah.
Until they become current, and then they fall back into the current column.
Okay, go ahead. I need to look at that closer.
All righty, and then this is just a chart view of that. It's not the prettiest because it's got a lot going on. Then your water quality, 2.9, we're sitting good there. And then again, water accountability report in a graph form. I'm not a fan of these just because I don't know why. It bothers me to know when that the green will go on the bottom side. And then your water accountability and number format, which we're all used to, and there you're 92% for this month. There we go. So you can see the full thing. And that concludes my report. Unless you guys have any questions, then Michael, you're up.
Am here and I am ready. And I want to thank the board for considering and approving switching the customer meter deposit refunds to the manager's account. That will significantly speed up the time that we can get those back out to the people, to your residents and ex-residents. And also on administrative side, reduce the crush of checks and invoices coming through just on the board meeting. So getting those separated out spreads out the month a little bit and will help us be more efficient. So I appreciate that. Let me go ahead and share the financials if I can find them. I think why am I not seeing it? There it is. Okay. All right. So this is the report I sent out this morning, and I apologize for it being so late. I was focusing on trying to get audit work done and neglected getting all the work done for the board packet. And so, that's on me. I apologize. I do want to note on the calendar for January, typically you're going to have the quarterly investment report. I'll have that for you next month. And we had on as a default that the reviewing the audit report at this meeting, but we're still doing work on that, and you have that scheduled for a board meeting at the beginning of next month, I believe. All right, so let's get to the tax report. It's a little bit concerning. It's too early to say, but you are short of the collection rate that you had last year through December, almost 3% behind. I have heard that the tax offices are a little slow in counting the collections that they've received, and it's when they actually, count it and then report it to us that we recognize it as revenue. So it's possible that some of that is simply the fact that the tax offices are struggling under COVID to staff to staff significantly. We've seen that patchwork throughout the year, but I've heard some anecdotal evidence to that, so I'm just passing that on. But it is a concerning that you're behind the rate, since last year you ended below the 99% that you always got. We ended the year at 97% and shallowed on our budget projection. I lowered the budget projection that we used this year to account for that, but so we're prepared for the fact that you'll shortfall, but I am hopeful that by January that we'll actually see that we're closer to where we expected to be, because that's the actual due date for the property taxes at the end of January. The fact that so many people pay in December is personal choice, but if they want to avoid penalties and interest, they need to pay by the end of January. Do want to note, though, that some of that might show up in February. Precisely, that happens every year. The tax offices get a little bit overwhelmed, and so they note that something was paid timely, that it's date stamped, but then they don't actually get to getting it counted and reported to us into February. So we'll be looking at that January percentage pretty closely, and hopefully we'll be in a better position than we were last year.
Okay, let me ask you a question real fast. How do you have a negative prior year collection? Did we have to
Right. Yeah, that's worth explaining. And especially because that's significant. That 7,200 is spread across, I think it was 4 tax years. And I'm betting that it's, 6 tax years, and it was pretty much 1,200 a year. Without knowing the underlying data, I'm assuming it's pretty much one resident who won their, who eventually won their protest, and across the 6-year period, because the amounts were remarkably similar across the 6 consecutive years. So that's almost certainly some property owner that finally was able to convince the tax office that they had paid more than they should have, because their level, the valuation, the assessed valuation of their property had been too high, and they finally won their protest. Normally, you wouldn't see that number, because it wouldn't be a negative, because you have other people paying, and so it washes out. You're going to see, you rarely see a negative, but in this case, since most people were paying their taxes for the new year, and this was probably the only taxpayer who had this adjustment made, you can see the negative. So anyway, so that's the long explanation for that. I don't really have a shorter one. All right, so moving on to the balance sheet, and really nothing to note here. I say that every month, so let's move on. You can see the fund balance, and that feeds into the later report for the fund balance. On the financials themselves, on the P&L, I'd like to note first that you can see that the property tax revenue for December shortfalled our budget projection, which is based off of your typical collection rate, by $65,000. So for the fiscal year thus far, you're 53 behind budget because you were ahead of budget in the first 2 months. The other thing I want to note is right above that, the fire protection services. I reviewed these financials multiple times and somehow missed that. I thought I'd corrected for it. Basically, that's an in and an out. You have the revenue coming in and the expense going out. And I didn't get, they offset. So your bottom line is always the same with that. And so somehow I missed both ends of it. And so I'll walk through and let you know what your actual budget variances are. And I apologize for not catching that in the multiple times that I reviewed this and how late it was. So let me quickly note that the actual collections were $50,157.24. So instead of that negative variance of 49.6, it was actually a positive variance of 539. And for year to date, the positive variance is 980. So your fire protection revenue, tax revenue is coming in slightly ahead of what we budgeted. And so that makes your bottom line for the month, instead of a negative 95, it's a negative 45. And so you can see that it's really the property tax that's driving your negative. Year to date, instead of that almost negative 45, it's actually positive 5,000. So, and that's worth noting that that your water and sewer revenue coming in higher is offsetting the property tax revenue that's coming in short right now. And then on the administrative fees, that is no adjustments on that. So for the month coming in almost 2,800 better than budget, and for the year 40,000 over budget, and that is definitely worth noting. That's almost there's almost 42K in legal services and litigation that we're over budget. So that is really what's driving the overage on the administrative side, and hopefully we can move to as the year progresses that we'll see that that's normalizing more. But we didn't really budget for litigation, and so that's always going to be an overage, and that's something that we'll definitely have to consider as we go into the budget cycle for next year. In terms of the maintenance and operations budget, you can see this is where the fire protection tax of $50,157.24 should have been there. So instead of a positive variance that, hey, we're under budget by quite a lot on the expense, we're not. And so that drives this 46,000, hey, we're better than budget, down to, oh no, we're 4,000 over budget overall. And most of that is the water and sewer purchases. And so as we noted, the water and sewer revenues are coming in better than budget, significantly better than budget. The expenses are coming in somewhat higher than budget. You're net positive on it for the year thus far if you just take those items by themselves. And so the year-to-date variance, instead of being a positive 33, is a negative 16,700. As I pointed out, it's basically the water and sewer revenue, or expense, sorry. Bottom line, none of these need to be adjusted. So you can see that in most of these we're doing better than budget until we get to some of the parks. You know, they have very low budgets, so when anything occurs on them, they're coming in over budget. Astor Park is the biggest one, and that's partially the way that I'm allocating the cost across the parks. Astor Park probably deserves a smaller ratio of it, but I haven't worked out a good way to figure that out. I'll be working with Mackenzie to see if we can. Go ahead.
What cap work got done in the park?
That is I have to go back and look at the detail on that. That is on the cap reports though. It's items that are, I can't remember off the top of my head. I can try to pull that up for you.
That's okay. Keep going through your report. We'll talk about
Yeah.
it tomorrow. It doesn't change
Yeah.
anything. It's, I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
see anything for the park. So where's this money? What did we buy here? What did
right.
we do?
And I'm totally with you. I need to go back and look at that. What I'm concerned about is that there's not, what actually may have happened is that there's not a non-cap line for the repairs and maintenance. And so there may be an item there, but it shouldn't be because those are, that it could be additional work that's showing there. And I was trying to avoid that, but I may not have. So thank you for highlighting that. Let me circle that on my report here. I need to go back and look at that and make sure that there is not non-cap items that are in that cap item. All right. So moving on down, you can see that in terms of the capital projects and outlay items, we're running ahead of budget, which is very, deceptive in that, these items come in when they come in. So straight lining those budgets is not ideal, but we don't really have a better way of allocating it. But what that shows is if we take these numbers as they are, instead of being 118,000 better than budget, we're 68,000 better than budget on expenditures. And instead of 188, it's 137. And then the bottom line, though, doesn't change at all because that's 50,000 plus on the fire revenue is offset by the 50,000 plus on the expense revenue. So the bottom line is what it's saying. And again, I apologize for that slipping through. All right, and then there's really not much to say on the debt service. You can see the tax money as it comes in. You can see that the penalties and interest are negative. They reverse some that they had charged, and that's related to the refund that they made. And then there's nothing on the capital projects to note. So now this is the cap tracking report. You can see that there was over 2,000 in total cap expenses for the month of December. And I have those allocated to the various cap lines. In terms of your cash, the district is at a little over, 3.37 million in terms of cash as the property tax money is coming in. Debt service is a little under 400,000, and we have a bond payment due for just 13,635 in interest due March. So we'll have that prepared at your next regular board meeting. The CD continues that 0.42 rate. Every month I'm like, man, that's low, but it's much higher than TexPool's 0.09 rate. So that is has been a good investment for us. I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll see better rates by April renewal, but I am less optimistic about that than I was months ago. The fact that rates are still declining at this point, is definitely a cause for concern. But we will try to renew the CD at the best rate that we can get at the time. And then your cash balance trend, the blue line showing how your tax money comes in, we spend it throughout the year, and then it rebounds again here in January, the January meeting, in December as the tax money comes in, and the green line showing that we make bond payments twice a year. And so it's reflecting, the tax, it looks a little high in December because the tax money all goes into the debt service, the tax account in debt service, and then we'll transfer some of it out. So that's showing that it'll decline. It will theoretically decline a little bit, the 13,000 that we're going to pay next month, but that'll probably be upset by the January tax collections. In terms of the fund balance report, we've done some work on the audit. So we've updated the fund balance number that we're projecting. We're ahead of that going thus far this year. And then we have several pages of the check register. One of the changes I made, and now that I have a little more familiarity with the system and the reporting, was to have it subtotal out each individual check. So, I mean, if those of you who looked at that prior check register, it was very dense pack, and it probably was difficult to read. I felt that this is easier to read. The downside is that it's many
Way
pages.
more of them.
Yes. So
Okay,
if
so-
somebody finds that really objectionable, let me know. But I think most people are going to find this to be worth the additional pages for the fact that it's much more readable. And so the total amount of bills and invoices since the last board meeting, including the checks that are for approval this meeting, is 287,387.51.
Okay, can I ask you to, scroll back a couple of?
Yes, quite so. Let me know where you want to go.
Yeah, so we've got, let's find the refunds to the residents for their accounts. Where are those?
Right, and that's right here. That's
Okay.
the blacked out section so
Right.
that it's redacted.
Right, so moving forward, we're not going to have this anymore, and it's
Well,
going to be.
You will still see it. Oh God. I meant to roll back to the beginning of that, and I rolled back to the beginning of the report. It will show up under the manager's check section, which is here at the beginning of the report. And right now, mostly what goes through the manager's account are the bi-weekly
Got it. Okay.
checks to the patrol. So it'll show up here. That you will see them. It's just will be in a different.
Okay. And it's still they're still gonna be individual. It's not going to be one.
Right.
Okay.
They will show up exactly like this, but with the different check numbers for that account
Got it.
and in that subheading.
Okay,
and yeah.
that's what I wanted to understand. Okay.
All right. So then moving on to the transfers, we have a significant amount of tax money to transfer, over 1.4 million. And we'll be transferring 51,000 from tax pool into the operating account to help cover the checks for this meeting. We don't have to cover the exact amount because it also has your water coming in, so it has a stream of revenue in it. And then we're also want to transfer additional funds into the manager's account to cover the checks that we'll be dispersing out of that, and to make sure that we have a slightly higher reserve in there in case there's something that comes up that we would need to pay. In terms of the open records request, you can see that there's a definite decline in that, and so it looks like we'll probably come in under budget, assuming that that lower rate continues.
Wait, Michael, wait, back up.
Mm-hmm.
November, 8,305.
Right, and that includes the.
You did not separate that bill.
I went in and got the Sage portion, the 111 that was misdone, but I will review that, but I believe you are absolutely correct that portion of the invoice from Bickerstaff that was not open records request, that was actually for another issue, has not been reclassed out of that.
So that needs to be adjusted, and there was one for Rodriguez and Skeeth, but I'm not sure if that was in October or November, but I'll double check it. So those numbers might need to be adjusted slightly.
Yes, I agree with you. And let me circle that in a couple of places.
That's just tracking. That's not a check. So it doesn't, it's just a tracking sheet. So.
Right. But I've got that marked in my notes here to go back and review that. Now that you say that, of course, I thought, I had done that, but I know when I did the update for the 111 that when I was looking at the numbers, that as I recall them in my head, I know that they don't have the adjustment. I'm pretty sure they don't have the adjustment that we're talking about. So I apologize for not following up on that one.
No problem.
And then on the do not exceeds, these are the ones that there has been activity on. And so I haven't added the ones that we haven't done activity on. I've just been crushed, but I do recognize that that is something that needs to be done. And so I'll be getting to that. There was no activity on the detention ponds phase 3 in this month. And then on the parks beautification, the only activity was the memorial plaque and sitting bench, which I actually didn't have on the sheet before. It was listed as separate, but it really, I don't have a better place to report it, so I'm going to report it here for the 490. So that was the update on this. And do we have any general questions or specific questions? And
we actually need to get those SIP projects out there.
Right.
Because Herb is charging to them. So we need to be able to track that. Madeline Loop Pond for sure. The wastewater line stuff for sure. Anything
get
that,
those
that
down.
has a limit. Yeah. We need to be tracking those projects.
And wastewater. And these are the do not exceeds. And all right, this was something that our prior bookkeeper was very good at. This is not something that the paradigm of this was something somewhat new to me, not exactly new, but so I'm still getting a sense of what needs to be there. Now that I was involved in the budget on this, I should know, but I'm still getting a sense of how that works. So I apologize that I don't have those all on, and we'll go back and pull in the pieces that need to be there. And all right. Anything else?
We need to talk about the invoices that don't pass muster.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go back to the check register.
Mm-hmm. And Linda, which ones do we want to talk about?
Okay, so I have a list here. Jana Norton Ramirez, her November fees of office, the 2 that were rejected because they were not documented properly. She did resend those in. They look fine now. So the check 5119 for 2 fees of office for November, not an issue. She is requesting back pay for fees of office from July and August of last year because she capped out. And this would be something, this would be setting new precedent in the district because it's never been done before. No former director has ever come back in the district and asked for back fees of office once they left the position. So my thought on this is I want to recommend that we stick with the precedent that's already in place and not pay these back fees of office. Jana did cap out in 2020. She did collect her entire $7,200 fees of office. So paying for services done in July and August would effectively pay her $7,800 for the work that she's claiming in the year 2020. I don't think that was the intent of the water code. I do understand that it's written wide open. So in that instance, I would suggest that we stick with the precedent that's already been set in the district. And it's really sad, but I've been hearing it for 3 years. Directors cap out long before the year ends, and then we're volunteers. Then we work for no pay. This isn't a job where you make money that supports your family. It doesn't pay what you're worth. That's clear for everybody who's working in the district. So I think that it would be inappropriate to allow Jana to have something that no other director has ever done. And then I would also be concerned that she would come back at some point and want all the committee meetings that she attended in July and August, because there was nothing that could stop her from doing that. And then we open the door for every other former director to come back and say, well, when I was on the board, I capped out in June, so I want July and August and
Right.
September fees of office. There's just no end to it. And there's really no good reason to do this.
Well,
So I would recommend that the second fees of office that she's requesting, the $600, I think it's $600 for fees of office in July and August, be disapproved.
okay, so let me ask some questions here. So has she, I'm trying to understand where they're capping out from a timing point of view, because we've got overlapping timeframes here. We've got fiscal years and calendar years running. Am I saying that correct, Bill?
And so I was looking at this issue. I got some emails from Linda on the issue. I actually talked to Michael at fairly great length about the issue. And so whether or not it's a former director does not affect the legal analysis. This district has been operating where the cap is calculated based upon the fiscal year in which the amounts are paid, not when the activity occurred.
Yeah.
And Michael confirmed that that is how we've been operating. There's three ways, there's only three ways to do this. One is, and other districts do it a little different. One is to essentially have an accrual type method where if you do the work in a fiscal year, that's where your cap is calculated, where the work's done, regardless of when you're actually paid for it, when you receive the check. The second way is to go by when the payment is made, which is what we've been doing. And that normally works better, not just for the accounting and auditor, but the practical reason that let's say you were on the board in September, towards the end of the fiscal year, you had some activity. Typically, you would get paid in October for that activity.
Right.
So the past practice has been, a lot of directors have gotten paid for end of the prior year activity in the next fiscal year. And when you do that, your cap is calculated on the other. There is a third way to do it, which we haven't been doing, which is to schedule a meeting the last day of the fiscal year and set a deadline for everyone to submit their per diem request and have Michael come with a checkbook at the meeting. Then, I mean, you could do it this way if you want, and actually write all the per diem checks for that year in that fiscal year when they actually occurred. And if you were over your cap, then you would be done. So in this case, what's occurring, and like I said, you need, for the legal analysis, you need to set aside the fact that it's a former director. This district's never set a deadline for submission of per diem requests, which we could do in the future. And we never gone by, to my knowledge, at least since 2003, gone by the essentially the accrual method where your cap is calculated then. In addition, the statute and the resolution adopted by the board previously says that the directors are entitled to this if they submit the request indicating basically the dates and the activity. So it's not really a discretionary action on the board. It really, they are entitled to it. So I think this is a combination of, okay, we have a director who is asking for payments for activity from the prior fiscal year, and obviously is not over their cap this year. If the directors continue in office, it's never really comes to be an issue because your cap's just reduced the next year.
Right.
So that's really how I have evaluated this particular issue.
And I'll have to add, that's sort of how I always thought it worked, is that your per diems were capped, on the fiscal year, but but your payroll, your W-4s or whatever, your W-2s are on a calendar year, and you could be paid in October and November for stuff that you submitted in in the prior fiscal year. So
Catherine, I think the reason why this one strikes me as more than odd is because if Jana really wanted to be paid for July and August, it would stand to reason that she would have submitted her request for per diems in October 1st, when the new FY started, when she had a whole new cap exposed to her. But she didn't do that. She waited until December. So she got the idea that she was going to be entitled to more, and she came back to the trough for more. And my thing with this is no director has ever done that before, nor has any director ever submitted their fees of office that were not reimbursed. And let's just assume July and August, you guys all tap out before July and August.
right.
No director has ever come back on October 1st of the following year and requested fees of office for July and August of the previous FY to try to catch up. It just doesn't happen in this district, and it's a precedent, I think, that is bad to set. I don't think it's really something that is in the best interest of the district, and I don't think it's a best practice going forward to do this.
I would say that I don't have an issue with making the decision that I'm going to make a request for per diems from July and August and October and November. Actually, what I find is maybe a better argument for stating that you're not going to pay this is that she made the request after she lost her reelection.
That also looks suspicious. But Bill, do I understand correctly that although Jana only served on the board for 1.5 months after the FY started, that you are telling me that she is entitled to another $7,200 this year if she found a way to submit per diems to equal $7,200?
Right.
Yes.
That's the legal
exactly.
interpretation.
That's the legal
Now,
interpretation.
Yeah.
well,
So-
and my legal interpretation includes that it's not discretionary on the part of the district to pay legitimate activities that are documented. Let me say this though. Yes, it doesn't happen very often that a former director, and actually, we've had other people go off the board, they're probably entitled, and they probably haven't requested it. Not because they couldn't get it, maybe they just didn't want to. Per diems, you only get per diems if you request it. I have a number of boards where some of the directors never request a per diem even though they can get it because they don't feel they want to. So if you request it, then it triggers the process. I think this is something because of this particular circumstance. In my opinion, we need to pay them, but going forward, the district could set deadlines. You could set deadlines for submission of per diem requests. It could be like within 30 days of the activity or whatever. And if you set a deadline, then that procedure would hold. So we don't have a deadline for submission. And we don't have, like in this case, okay, if we had a deadline for submission that was 30 days after, the next,
After you worked it.
After you worked it, and we had a process where your submission, if you were over the cap, the submissions would be held until the next fiscal year. If we had a process like that, then you could control this better where people couldn't come in later and submit. We actually had a circumstance years and years ago where a director left the board and then he submitted not per diems, but mileage expenses for like 4 years worth afterwards. And the board actually looked at it and the mileage, and they sat on that for a long time and eventually didn't pay that one. That's the only precedent I'm aware of. But if you look at the statute and the resolution we don't have a deadline on submission. And we've always gone by the cap being when they're paid. So
Bill,
go ahead.
would there be any legal ramifications to saying, no, we're not going to pay this? Is there any legal implications to denying this? Because historically in this district, the money after exhausted in one FY was not requested in another? In other words,
Short answer is yes, yes, there's some legal ramp. I don't want to go into, I don't want to coach anybody that might be. But yeah, I think that the way the statute's written, if the per diem was earned and requested, the board does not have discretion on to say, well, you know, we don't think you deserve it, or we don't want to pay it. And we have been following, and, you know, like I said, I talked to Michael and other accountants too. There really is the only two ways to do it. Either you do it when the check is paid and count your cap in that year, or you do it when the activity is performed and count your cap in that year. You can't do it both ways. And so, you know.
So Catherine, do we need to make a vote on this?
Yeah, I think we're going to need to make a vote, and let me give you my thoughts on where we should go with this. I
Maybe
think we should go.
She earned.
Yeah, I think we should go ahead and pay this, but I also think that we should put some more process in place, for lack of a better word. You know, Bill talked about maybe you've got 30 days to submit. 30 days doesn't work. It doesn't quite work for me, because I've had numerous months where I didn't submit, and then I did a catch up of 3 months all at once. But I think that I think that as it relates to board members who are exiting, that we should probably put some more policies in place, because when you're continuing to work and you're going over fiscal years, yeah, fine. You know, I can remember a couple of Octobers where I had 12 per diems that I got paid in October that came from September. And you know, it's like I had blown out the previous fiscal year, but I had a very heavy September, and I just.
Yeah, Catherine, but didn't it draw against your current fiscal year?
Yeah, well then it was just, you know, it just, you know, made me short way earlier, you know, later in that same fiscal year. It's, you know, like I said, this is all a timing issue in terms of how we've handled it.
So Art, understand this, what Catherine just described. So if she put a chunk of 12 per diems in October, she's going to cap out real early the next year. So
Exactly.
then she does it again, she saves them up and she does it again. And then at the start of the next FY, she chunks a whole bunch of work there. So in the end, when she leaves the board, she could have another $7,200 worth of per diems racked up, which means we effectively pay her 5 consecutive years at $7,200 a piece, which is basically, it's how it could turn out if you did this, if you literally did this and stacked it and only did a 4-year term. Yes, absolutely. If you had enough banked, you could rolled over, then you could effectively, a 4-year term could pay out for 5 years, which is exactly what this one would look like. Granted, she's not doing the whole 7,200 in one shot, but there's nothing to prevent her from coming back here with more per diem requests for committee meetings, or she worked real hard at home one day and did some services and she's just now remembering. There could be no end to this, and not just her, but any member who sat on this board ever.
Oh, and that's why I'm saying that, you know, there needs to be some sort of we need to have another plan in order to deal with what I'll call the payout tail of outgoing board members, because the expectation is that once you leave the board, you're not going to come back and say, hey, you need to pay me for that stuff. You know, we're in a new fiscal year now. You need to go pay me for that stuff from a previous fiscal year.
And I did look, Catherine, I did look at the per diems of all of the previous board members. Every single board member has capped out early. Usually by July at the latest, but every
Yeah.
board member caps out, except for Chris Rocco last year or the year before didn't. He was close, but he didn't. But everybody else caps out early. So that means everybody else can come back here and get some more.
Oh, yeah, there's exactly. There's nothing preventing you from saying, I'm going to go claim something from last July because I want it today.
I
And
think
I
How
knowing
can
that
that
it's
be?
going to,
Because you're not technically earning, in
In
other
that-
words, you're not a director anymore, so you don't have your $7,200 that's gonna be drafted out for this current period that you're serving.
well,
In other
what
words,
You guys back on topic?
What Bill is suggesting is that, yes, you actually do, because as she rolled over as a director on October 1st, another $7,200 bucket was made available to her. So even though she only was a director for 1.5 months, she
Oh.
effectively can tap into a full 7,200. And what I'd like to say here is, how on earth could you ever budget that? You don't know who's coming back for more. And the budget is set 5 director fees at $7,200 a year. That's what we budget for. So
Yeah.
she's going to be tapping into that. We will not maintain that budget this year because she will be tapping into that same bucket.
yeah, I agree.
So I have
Christina's not going to do that.
Okay. Well, I have a suggestion as far as addressing some of these issues going forward. We have a resolution that we did in 2003 on per diems. We did that resolution because they raised the cap, raised the per diem. You know, it's been almost 18 years since they gave you guys a raise. But the resolution states that we do it on a fiscal year, and it states the cap and the per diem. We could revisit that resolution and address some of these concerns, not all of them, but some of them, as far as timing of the requests. I think we have control over that, setting deadlines for the requests. We could even state in there that the requests need to be made in the fiscal year the activity is presented, even if you exceed your cap. We could say that, and that would help you on budgeting. Even though they're going to be paid in the next fiscal year and count to your next fiscal, we could have a deadline for submittal. So people would have.
That's for the future. That's for the future, right?
Right.
Not in this situation.
I'm talking all about the future, but that resolution would be the vehicle to address some of these issues. But on this one, without having set any deadlines like that, legally, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, I agree with Bill. I think legally, we should pay it.
Yeah, I mean, we're
Agree.
legally bound,
Yeah.
even though she only served for a month and a half. That's,
Yeah, yeah, I know. Believe
I
it or
don't
not,
like it.
she-
I don't think
yeah.
it's right because
She
we've
I
all
don't think
checked
it's
out.
right. I don't think it's right. You don't have to vote yes unless you think it's right, Art.
Well, but
Okay,
are
so,
we legally liable here? We are. We owe her the money.
Yeah,
So-
we owe her the money. Can't
So-
hold money.
do we need, Bill, you think we need to pass a resolution, pass a motion?
Well, it sounds like on some of these payments that we're probably going to have specific motions to the check by check number. In other words, we're probably not going to be addressing the whole list of checks together.
Right,
So on the ones where there are issues, I think we need a separate vote, a separate resolution and vote on whether we
Okay.
approve or not approve it.
okay, so I'll do this. I will make a motion that we approve check 5122 Jana Marreras, Norton Marreras for $554.10.
Which one's that one?
That's the one that we really have an issue with.
That's her
Mm.
back pay.
Yeah, the back pay. That was,
5120, check
yeah,
5120?
check number 5120 for $554.10.
For 4 meetings at 150, which is 600, then minus payroll taxes.
Yeah.
I have a question before you go forward with that.
Sure.
Bill, if it's the law, how can you make a resolution to supersede the law?
Well, actually, I think that my resolution is to deal with your hesitation. That's
No,
why I thought we were
If the
making.
law says we have to pay her because she gets a new bucket at the start on October 1st, then how can you make a resolution that says nobody else can tap into that bucket?
That's a good question. Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure what issue you're addressing.
Let's just
there.
pay
I'm
her.
saying if every director at the start of each FY gets a new bucket of $7,200, but then is only seated on the board for 1.5 months because they're not reelected in this example. If the law says we have to pay her,
Mhm.
then how can you make a resolution that everyone else going forward will not be paid unless they submit it by a specific date? Unless you can't put conditions on a law. If it's the law, it's the law.
Yeah, but I think we can't control it at this point because we have not put any deadlines for submission. I think we can impose deadlines for submission of the paperwork. That's a different aspect on paying. Here, we didn't have any deadlines for submission, so the paperwork's coming in rather late. I'm saying we could revisit the other resolution, which is different from voting on the check that we're talking about today.
Right.
We could have a resolution where we put in some procedural requirements as far as deadlines.
How can
Right,
a
and-
procedural requirement supersede the law?
Well, the law doesn't have any deadlines in it.
I know. So how can you make a
So-
deadline that's more stringent than the law that says, well, we said you have to submit it by the 10th, but you submitted it by the 12th, so now we're not going to pay you?
Well, all I can say is I think I'm pretty confident we could do the deadlines. We'd have to revisit it with the resolution. So, I'm not prepared to address every single aspect legally. The law says that if they perform the services and provide the verification, they're entitled to it. But I do believe we can control submission, just like we control submission of people that want to get paid at a certain meeting, if they have their bills and invoices by a certain time. I think we can control our processes. We just couldn't deny the payment.
So we do the submission and we say by October 1st, you have to have all your expenses, your per diems in. That'll avoid this issue? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not going to avoid it entirely or the concerns. But anyway, it's just at this point, Linda, it's just an idea that I think we could pursue, but it doesn't affect what we're doing.
Well, I just think you can't do it because they can legally come back and say, I don't care what your provisions were. You owed me this money because I did the work.
And what I'm concerned about, Bill, is that if we're not 100% sure that this can never happen again, then I don't want to set precedent with this one. I want you to be 100% certain that you can lock this down so that nobody else can ever do this. $7,200 is the cap for your service.
Well, when you say lock it down and 100%, I obviously can't say that tonight.
I know that, and I'm okay with that.
But I'm confident that we can have deadlines for submission of per diems.
You
So
could
the-
also say that the deadline is implied in the law because it refers to a calendar year.
No, it doesn't. It says per annum. It doesn't
Yeah,
say
well-
a calendar year. We chose to use a
The
fiscal
law
year.
is the law, and I'm not gonna, if she earned it and it says she earned it, that we have to give it to her. That's it.
Okay, well, so this becomes the question. Do we have to vote on it?
Yes.
Well, I recommended voting because you have to vote on all the checks.
Okay,
If you do
okay,
it
so,
individually, you're probably going to have some split votes is what I'm anticipating.
okay. So I've made a motion to approve check 5120 to Jana Norton Maris for $554.10. Can I have a second?
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, so Megan's got a second. So we've talked an awful lot. Do we have any final comments that we want to make before
Well,
I call the vote?
Well, why do we have to call a vote on this? Because we're legally bound to pay this. That's why I don't understand.
You're calling a vote because I, on the Billing and Invoice Committee, do not recommend payment of this check.
That's
So now
right.
you'll have to vote on it.
Yeah, Art,
But it's legal.
we vote, Art.
And then we're obligated to pay it to her.
I know, but Art, even everything we're obligated to pay, the board still votes on the checks.
Oh, okay.
So we're just splitting it so that we have opportunity for different votes on different checks. That's
And we
all.
can
Right.
record the transaction and the vote on this particular check for the future.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call the vote. Megan,
Yes.
Linda,
No,
Beth,
Yeah.
Art,
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay.
we
Any
have
other?
more. That
Oh,
was the
that's
first
what I
one.
was gonna ask. That was what I was gonna ask.
Mackenzie, will you pull up the first file that I sent to you? This is Beth Jones.
Let me
We've
stop
tried to
sharing.
we've tried to reconcile her her per diems, and I don't know what happened last month, but we had asked for more documentation on some, but for whatever reason, she has been paid for 7 per diems, and at the end of December, she's only eligible for 7 per diem. So she's literally been overpaid, but she did correct a sheet today. So now we're balanced, but she's not owed anything more for her December. Can you see the screen that Mackenzie just displayed for me? This is a list of all the per diems that Beth has requested, and from the time she took a seat on the board. And you'll see where the ones that I've denied is because she's not explaining what was done in the meeting. We don't know if it was a meeting or just a phone call. Was it just her? It certainly wasn't committee because her committee partner was not involved per their sheet. So if you'll scroll for me, Mackenzie, please. So there's a lot of pay items on here, and there are exactly 7 now. She corrected the entry on 11/12 for me through Michael. And so if you count up the number of truly payable items, there's only 7. And since she took her seat on the board, she has been already paid for 7 meetings. Last month, she was denied, I denied the phone call with Jimmy Sagnas. There's no explanation there of the significant business she conducted. The special board meeting that she's claiming on the 17th of November, she was not present, and her absence is recorded in the minutes. The infrastructure committee meeting, she had that date on 11/4. That was incorrect. She corrected in December. She's corrected that for us. And then the meeting with Jana, the website, she's been paid for. So the only thing that's been denied are requests she's putting in that have do not correspond with Art or Herb on the IFC. I mean, they didn't have a meeting on 11/3. Art doesn't log it. Herb doesn't log it. There was no meeting on 11/3. Yeah.
And that you're denying Herb, not me, right?
I'm
Because I don't
denying
remember anything on
Beth.
11.
This is Beth's per diems. This is Beth's per diems, not yours.
Oh, okay.
So I just wanted to show you how I came up with this. It's not like she's not getting paid for her service. She certainly is, but you can't get paid for a phone call. You have to do a significant amount of work for the district. A phone call, you know, if it just
So
doesn't
how long
work
does a
that way.
phone call have to be?
The phone call has to have produced a significant business conducted for the district. So, you know, if you have something like that, if you go to this isn't the per diem form, but you're supposed to describe the significant work you do for the district. You can't just write, I had a phone call.
So
with
you're
Jimmy
telling me,
Linda?
are you
Linda?
telling me that my 45-minute, phone call with somebody isn't going to count?
It will if you put down, I made this phone call to this somebody and we talked about this X, Y, and Z, and we resolved this X, Y, and Z, whatever.
Now, you asked me to redo that, and I sent you pictures of the Zoom calls that I had. And you
I don't
said,
collect
"Send that again for
your
the next
per
month."
diems, Beth. You need to send that to Michael. I don't collect that stuff from you, so I don't have that. I don't deny that you sent it to me, but I certainly would not have that or keep that for you. That needs to go with your sheets. Actually, what you need to do rather than sending Zoom screenshots is you need to write in the field what your significant business was about.
Well, we need to, we need to separate your desire to change the per diem form from where we are now, because that
I'm not
is
changing, I'm not changing anything, Catherine. This is the water code. This is the law.
I'm okay. Bill, I've asked you to verify what the requirements are for submitting per diem requests. Because the whole time I've been on the board, the sheet I got said, tell me what the date was, tell me what the per diem is for. It did not require me to say, this is who else was in the meeting. Here's a summary of the meeting. And right now I do not want to go down the road of another board member making the decision about whether or not a per diem submitted by a board member meets their definition of qualifying for payment. Right now, we have to make the assumption that when a board member submits something that they have done the work and that it met the requirement. Now, I'm not going to argue that sometimes we put the wrong dates on it, but just to say that I'm not going to pay somebody because pay somebody for that meeting because Catherine or another board member wasn't there to witness it is not. I'm not comfortable with that.
Catherine, you don't listen very well because I didn't say anything about another board member there to witness it.
No,
If you tell me
you're the
you're in
other
a
board
committee-
member.
If you tell me you're in a committee meeting and you're the only one recording it and your committee partner is not in the meeting, that's not a committee meeting.
No, but what I'm saying is I have no problem imagining that I didn't submit it. We had we had a subcommittee meeting and I opted not to put it on my sheet.
That's not a choice, Catherine. You need to read the water code. You're supposed to record everything you do for this district, whether you get paid for it or not.
I'm not, what I'm saying is if I don't record it exactly the same way that somebody else does, I don't want another board member to be told you can't be paid for it.
Catherine, I realize that billing and invoice was literally a rubber stamp process in the past, but that's not how it is in the future. And these documents will be made public really soon. It's one of the first things I'm really pushing for. And if you're okay with the rest of the neighborhood seeing 5 years of these per diems, 5 years, that's what you're required to keep by the law. And I want to see every one of them. And literally, I'm going to see if in the end, perhaps you guys aren't writing back some checks to the district, because it's not okay. It is never going to be okay for you to take things that you have not earned. And I'm not saying that this sheet cannot be fixed. I'm saying I'm looking at the verification sheet that says that you certify that this is correct. And it says meeting purpose, not phone call. It says meeting purpose. And without that, how on earth could anybody reasonably approve that per diem? They could not. It's not supposed to be just stamped. And please don't ask me just to believe it, because this example I'm showing you, she's claiming a meeting that she wasn't even present at. And I'm sure it was a mistake. I'm certain of that. But that's why you don't just rubber stamp it.
Okay, so Beth, tell me what's going on with your per diems.
Okay, so when I first joined in November, which I'm trying to find the stuff that I sent to Linda. I'm just trying to figure out where I sent it from. She did not pay me for November. So she asked me, she says, I can't pay this. I need to have proof that you were at these, that you did this stuff. So I sent her the 2 pictures of the Zoom meetings that I had. And
Actually,
I put them.
Beth, you were paid 5 per diems in November. You were paid 5. Everything you submitted was paid, although I had denied them. You got paid for them anyways.
Okay, then why are we talking about this then?
Because what you're submitting, because they are not accurate. I cannot approve payment for 11/3, a phone call with Art. That doesn't tell me what the purpose was. That's not approved.
That was when I was still on the other committee and we had a Zoom call.
Art doesn't
I'm
claim
not
it.
on that committee anymore.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, you went to a committee meeting on 11/4.
Well, I'm
You
looking it up
recorded it on 11/4. It was
Well, in the way
incorrect.
that
It was incorrect. Art and Herb said the IFC was on 11/12. You corrected it this month. Here's my point. Take a look at this spreadsheet that I've put up here for you. In the month of November, 11/3 through 11/22, I had denied 4 of your per diems and said pay 1. For whatever reason, the bookkeeper paid you for all 5 of those. All 5. Although on 11/17, you claim a board meeting that you attended, but the minutes claim you were absent for that meeting. So you've been paid for something you did not do. You were not at that meeting. So if you count up all the red pays on this spreadsheet, it equals 7. You have already, since October 21st, been paid for 7 meetings. That includes December. That includes everything at the bottom. Mackenzie, scroll up a little, please.
I can't see what you're looking at, Linda. So
You can't see the screen?
no.
Well, I can't help you with that. I can send you this. I can send you this so you can see it. But my point is this. Everything you've submitted that is a justifiable expense based on the paperwork you submitted and the rules made by the water code, not by me, Catherine. The water code sets these rules. You have been paid for 7 per diems, and right now, as of 12/7, December 7th, you only earned 7 per diems. So you're square with everything. You get
So
it
the
now?
one
Okay,
I
but wait a
got-
minute.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
So I've been on the board since late October and I've gotten 1 check.
Then Michael, can you explain why Mackenzie, pull up that other sheet that was attached to that email that shows all her submissions.
Which we really don't need to do this with everybody because I've been doing it with Michael on what he wanted.
It's
But what
public
I was
records.
upset with is that you were writing me emails saying, I need this.
I never wrote
sent
you an email. That is completely untrue.
No, that's not true.
Well, you'll
And
have
I
to
sent
show
it
it to me.
to
I have
you.
not sent you an email.
I will find those emails because you sent them to me saying I need proof.
No.
Okay.
But I'm going to send you this
Send them
spreadsheet
to
since you
somebody
can't
else.
see. I'm going to send it to you so you can see what I see.
And I'm trying to pull up the data on the checks for Beth.
Thank you.
The only reason that I can say that you've been paid 5 per diems or 7 per diems is because you see at the bottom, you can't see, but the rest of the board can, where it says underneath that red scratch outline, it says 2 at 150 equals 300. Slide down, Mackenzie.
Yeah,
Slide
I
to
did
November.
send it to you. Here it is.
Okay, this is November coming up.
12/15.
Okay, you see right down here at the bottom, it says 5 at 150. Okay, those are her 2 paid per diems, and now slide down. And this is what she's submitting for this month. Okay, so she did get paid. At least that's what this, now, Michael, if you don't find a check and that's wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
5
verify.
at 50, then we need to fix this.
Linda Fobb, Beth, I meant to include the water code reference per diems when I sent your list last night. For additional reference, I also included the TCEQ publication QI043, which on page 9 of 14 covers per diems. It may help with understanding and recording your service to the district. I also included my responsibilities under the water code as the secretary of the MUD to give you some insight into why I didn't rubber stamp your per diem request. If in fact this is true, that you were told to be less descriptive or capture less information on your per diem sheet, this is a problem that needs fixing. Spreading misinformation requires immediate attention because of how destructive it is to every process and how it erodes trust.
Right.
If you give an opportunity to inform the person who you claim told you the story, but know that in the future I will insist you to identify the person spreading misinformation. This board will not be able to function without honesty, which is the principal tenet of public service. Linda Fobb.
That's true. That is exactly. I forgot about that one. You're right.
Then,
That's when I
oh
gave
yeah,
you.
and then you
That's
wrote
when
me
I.
again.
That's
Would
when
you
I
like me to keep
taught you
going?
how to do it right, and you still can't get it. I don't know what the
No,
problem.
Linda, that's the very first email you ever wrote to me, ever.
Uh-huh. Exactly. So I gave you all the information, the water code reference. I gave you the TCEQ guide. I gave you all the reference material for how to do it right.
Uh-huh. And I turned around and I sent you a picture.
So
When I was in the
Michael,
hospital, I turned around and sent you a picture of the 2 Zooms that I had been on. And I said that this is all that I can submit to you right now. And then you responded back to me.
Well, here's
telling
the deal,
me,
Beth.
Please
I don't make the
resubmit.
decision. I don't make the decision. I only make a recommendation based on what I know and what I see. My recommendation is that Beth Jones has submitted per diems and between 10/21/20 and 12/07/20 for fees of office. And of the what she has submitted, 7 of them are legitimate pay items. How you do that, Michael, that's on you. If you find that the record shows she was paid 5 in November is incorrect, then she's owed 7 per diems total since 10/21.
Right, that's the report I'm running right now. And so it's slow. But I do want to note, one of the things that might be a little bit, looks odd is that she didn't submit Beth submission for her first per diems ended up being lumped with her second month's worth of per diem. So at the December board meeting, that's why it was so many. It was the 2 and the 5. So I'm pretty sure that that's what I'm trying to verify right now. Pull up the report and see what actually got paid then on the correction element. So
all I did is whatever you guys asked me to redo, I redid. And so if they got combined together, I don't know.
Well, actually, Beth, you didn't do it because I asked you to give us the meeting purpose and you didn't do that. That's why, I mean, I could literally not do much more with what you gave. The one I was able to easily see, you corrected the infrastructure committee meeting that happened on November 12th. That was corrected. That's a corrected entry and it was good.
All that I've been told to do is to write the date and who I was with.
I don't know where you get your information, but I took the time and the trouble to send you the water code definition of how to do this. I have done it. I have given you more help and more information. And I took the time to put all this in a spreadsheet to show it to you. Maybe it would be easier to understand if you could see it this way. I don't know what else to do for you at this point.
okay,
I'm not
so
going to
Michael,
spend every month fixing your mistakes.
I don't
Keep
have
a
time.
calendar,
I have a
do
time
it
sheet,
right.
but I don't have a spreadsheet. I don't know what she's talking about on the spreadsheet. I don't have a spreadsheet.
Because you can't see. I'm sending it to
so
you now, but I don't
Michael,
have your email.
what are you finding?
Okay, so walking through this, actually on this present payment register, the correction for the prior month's check, which had too many, unsupported elements. So that one wasn't paid, and we issued a replacement check, check 5101 on the report, in the amount of $554.10, which is a total of 4 meetings. So that was 2 of the October meetings and 2 of the November meetings. The report I'm running right now, which is taking its time, I just verifying, what I know to be true, which is that the original check on that pay register was void from the prior month was voided. I'm trying to verify that. and my reports run slow. So I probably should attack this from a different direction, but I kind of thought that that report would, populate. It's still,
And
it's
Michael,
taking time.
you guys may have, Michael, you may have another checkup at the office because the only one that I have is the one that you guys brought to me because I still can't drive. So I
Right.
don't
Well,
have.
but that's actually what I'm trying to point out here is that you have only received one check. You
Yeah.
weren't paid in October.
Nor November.
I'm
They were
looking
denied.
at the November one is the one that was voided.
Right.
And then it's the replacement check was in December that's what I'm trying to verify. So I'm trying to make sure how many checks you received. Because when you said you only received one, that felt weird to me. But now looking at the data, I think that's actually true because 2 months worth of pay requests were put together onto one. And then there were questions about those and we had to withdraw that and then replace with what had been approved. And then you were submitting for some of those meetings again that hadn't been approved here. And so that's why it's 3 different pay requests across several months. And so that's what I'm trying to pull all this data here, and doing it remotely from home is never the best way.
Michael, I can send you the email that I have that has like 3 different emails on it, and it might help you.
All right. I actually have all the fee requests here because I'd already pulled all of those. And I was verifying, there should have been 2 on the October pay request. The SAGNAS meeting was rejected. There were originally 5 on the November request. 3 of those got rejected. And so that left 2. And then we have the request this month, which brought back 2 of the November requests, and then 3 additional December requests. And so that's what we're discussing. That's
How
a
many
total.
per diems has she been paid?
Well, that's what I'm trying to see that check. Actually, I'm trying to verify the old check register, making sure there's nothing on it. But what I'm showing is that she's been paid for 4 before this meeting.
Okay.
And that tracks with, and that's the 4 that you approved on the October and November pay requests, 2 on each one.
Okay.
And then on this pay request, she has 5 that she's requesting.
So on the spreadsheet that I looked at, I find 7 grand total for the entire time she's been on the board. Did you see the spreadsheet?
Yes, and so that's where I'm trying to figure out where our discrepancy
So
is.
you got her done in October. So yeah, the sheet that I have, the validation, the verification sheet I have says that 5 were paid in November. But if not, if that didn't happen, then she's entitled to 7 grand total. Unless she wants to.
And the problem that I have with that is that we have 5 on this one and she's been paid for 4. So you're saying there's only 7 that are approved. So that means that 2 on you're saying that 2 of the ones that are here, you're not seeing or agreeing with.
Well,
and so
here's the thing. In November, I only found 1 that was worthy to be paid. So I don't know how she got paid for anything more than 1 anyways. But in November, there was 1. And in December, what she just submitted, there's 4. That's a total of 5 now that she's due for November and December combined.
The 2 in November I'm showing are the 11/17 special and the 11/18 regular.
Okay, here's the deal. She did not attend the special meeting.
Ah, there we go. Okay, that's my discrepancy. All right. Yeah, that's where I'm off on that one.
Now, can you fix it now?
So what's the final here?
Well, the final is that if there are 2 meetings in October and there was only 1 in November, she was paid for 4. So that was one over. What's the position on the November 3rd and November 12th meetings that were rejected and then brought back on the December, and then also the 3 December meetings, 12/10, 12/16, and 12/7?
All the month of 12 is good. She corrected November 12th. That's a corrected entry. The 11th.
And the November 3rd?
No, November 12th is a corrected entry.
Right,
That's
yes,
good.
but what about the November 3rd? That's the other one.
November 3rd, there's no identification of what
Okay.
There was no infrastructure committee meeting.
All right, so now I'm at your
At all.
7. Now I'm at your 7.
Okay.
Now I see where our discrepancy is. And I agree that as long as that's the count, then this check that we're discussing, let me get to it. If I can find it.
So while you're looking for that, let me just clear this for Beth. Beth, on 11/3, you first reported it was a meeting on the phone with Art in November. That's what you reported. I denied it. You resubmitted in December, and now you're saying it was an infrastructure committee meeting with Art and Herb. Well, Art and Herb don't record that there was a meeting on 11/3. So if something happened on 11/3, it wasn't that, okay? It was something else maybe, but it wasn't an infrastructure committee meeting. It didn't involve Art and it didn't involve Herb. So I have denied that on your resubmission. Again, that's my second time. Again, I don't know how to fix this for you, but I in a clear conscience could not approve a committee meeting when you're, especially with the contractor, when the contractor didn't bill us for it, and he bills for everything. So he doesn't show a meeting on the 3rd. Art doesn't show a committee meeting on the 3rd. Only you do. But there was one on the 4th. And I'm wondering, did you get the dates wrong? Because we did compensate you one on the 4th. And I did send you that spreadsheet, by the way, so you can see what we see. Beth, are you with us?
I went off by going back into my email and by the Zoom emails that I had of the meetings that I attended. And those were the 2 shots that I sent to you. So if I had the wrong date, I apologize. But I went off what I sent you so that you could verify that.
Like I said, I don't maintain anyone's records except my own. I apologize for that. In the future, send those to Michael. He maintains your per diem sheets, not me. I don't have those records. But here's what I'm telling you. If it was a mistake, that's okay. We all make mistakes. It's okay. We got it fixed for the 4th. You've got that corrected entry. Everything else is corrected and looks good. So the only thing that is being denied is your recording of 11/3/20 for an infrastructure committee that appears to not have happened. Everything else you've corrected and is done.
Okay.
Okay, so in the end, Michael, how many per diems do we owe her?
5.
5 is what we're paying her for here.
Okay,
That's right. 5.
okay,
If she's been
Okay.
paid for 2 already.
okay.
Thank goodness it wasn't a full year. It would have taken
Oh,
me a
well-
month to
Well,
unscramble.
Linda, that's our discrepancy though. She's been paid for 4.
Exactly.
And it should have been 3
Right.
between October and November.
Yeah.
I had the one meeting, the special meeting I paid her for when I shouldn't have. So she got paid for 4 meetings after the board meeting last month, and that's showing here. But it should have been 3.
Right.
And you're agreeing with you're saying that there's really on the pay sheet she has here for 5 meetings, you're accepting 4, the 3 Decembers and the 11/12 meeting.
The correction for 11/12, yes.
Right. And
No
so
problem.
what that means then is that by that, I agree with your count of 7 meetings total. She's been paid for 4, so she should be paid for 3 here.
Oh, I apologize. You're right. Because you
So
did.
the infrastructure meeting that I had with Herb and Art is the one that you guys aren't going to pay me for, is what I'm
No,
hearing.
you actually
That,
have
yes, that's where we're at, Beth. So if we can get, the correct date on that, I think then we can correct that. But the check that we have here is for too many meetings, even if we include that.
Okay,
It's
so
for
Because he accidentally
5
overpaid.
meetings and we can,
Committee, but not really, because you guys had me on that committee and then you switched me to another committee. So I ended up doing more meetings, but that's fine. I don't care. Just move forward.
okay, so I know, okay. So we
I don't
we've
care
got, we
what
got to
they pay
make a
for.
correction for,
check 5116. Right now it's paying for 5 meetings and it should be for 3.
okay.
Yes, 3. That's our discrepancy at this point. There is definitely that one, the meeting that Beth has is November 3rd that could eventually be paid if we got the right information, but based on what Linda and I have worked through and can agree, and based on the history, this check should be for 3 per diems, and it was for 5.
Schooling meeting that I had with Art and Herb.
Megan, did you have a chance to look at this?
Well, basically what I'm hearing is that I agree that if there's a meeting that she wasn't actually at, Beth, let's start with that one, right? Like, you would agree that if you in error put a meeting that you in fact did not attend, that you would not be paid for that, right?
Yeah, that would be fine. But I did attend a meeting with Herb and with Art. I didn't go in person, but I did it by Zoom. And Art, I think you can agree to that.
So there is
still on the
you did get,
when I was
you
on
did
that
get paid
committee, but I was only on it for a short time.
but so what I'm seeing and looking at the spreadsheet is that you did actually get paid for that meeting, the infrastructure committee meeting.
But she didn't, on my end, on the email, she denied it.
The 12th,
So-
that's when we had the meeting. I just looked at my calendar. The meeting was
Yeah.
11/12/03.
Yeah.
Beth was on the Zoom.
And she,
Well,
and that one was, she
Right.
corrected the date and she was
Right.
paid, she's being paid for it.
The issue is that there's a second IFC meeting that she has listed as November 3rd that says with Herb and Art. That's the one that we're trying to lock down what
Yeah.
meeting that really was.
Is that on your calendar, Art? November 3rd, look at it, November 3rd,
That-
IFC.
I'm looking at my messages. I had a phone call
Yeah, it was just a
with
phone
her
call.
and I think with Beth.
Okay.
But I didn't log that in as a meeting, no.
Yeah, so the question then is, do we count phone calls as eligible for per diem?
If they conduct significant business for the district, by all means, you should count them.
Absolutely.
But you have to tell us that. We don't know that if you just
I
say
said-
phone call.
That's why I sent you the Photoshop that
That
I
doesn't-
had it.
That
the
doesn't
picture.
tell me what the meeting purpose was, Beth.
Okay, fine.
Well, if it was it a phone call or a Zoom call?
Yeah, it was a phone
It was
call.
gonna be a Zoom, but we ended up doing a phone call.
Okay. All right. I'm just making sure that.
And just so everyone knows that report I was trying to run finally completed, and it showed exactly what I wanted to verify, which was in fact that the original check at the last meeting that we had written at the December meeting that had been written to Beth, check 5049 was voided. And that, that was part of our, I knew that, but I just needed to verify on my system that was true. And then we issued a replacement check that covered 4 when it should have been 3. It turns out that I missed one of Linda's strikes. And so I paid for 1 more meeting than we should have at that point that we had support for. And then on this, I'm following what was there. I don't know what's going to be approved or not. There were 5 meetings. I paid for 5. We have one that now we've tracked down that was a phone call. is that worth a meeting? But she was overpaid by one meeting based on what we have the support for at this point. So even if we agree that November 3rd meeting is good to pay, I would still need to void this check because she's one ahead. And that's the issue we have here. So I need to know, we need to void this check. I need to know how many to pay for, whether it's just the 3 December meetings effectively, or whether it's also includes the November 3rd meeting.
It sounds like it just needs to be the December meetings. Am I saying that right, everybody?
And her correction for the December or the November 12th, that needs to
Well,
be paid as well.
Linda, that's effectively counting for the one meeting that I paid her for that I shouldn't have.
Got it.
So I'm netting against that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's fine.
So she needs to be paid 3 per diems. So we need to void the one check and issue another one for 3. And then we need to have that available at the next board meeting.
What I'll do is what I did at the last board meeting, which is that we'll go ahead and get that check issued tomorrow or so. And
Okay.
then it'll be with the checks that are going to your office to be signed. But it'll show up on this check register, just like the one I was talking about previously, the correction check for last month did. So that there's no question, you see every check come through. It shows up on the check register.
Okay.
So,
Okay, that's fine. But we don't know what that check is, the amount of that check.
well, we know that it'll be for 3 per diems, which is
Minus
$450 minus the payroll taxes. I would tell you what that number is. I can calculate, but the problem is that there's a half penny that swings on payroll between checks.
Okay.
And so I might be off by a penny, and I would not want to state the exact amount. But you're approving a per diem check for 3 meetings at 150 for a total of 450 gross, and then net payroll taxes.
Okay, so what we will do then,
How do we
Is
get
when
this
we
check
make the-
register validated and verified?
Right.
That's the bottom line.
We can
what-
vote to approve the per diems left to pay her.
yes.
Right.
And let
And they'll
Michael
show
work
up on
out
the next
numbers.
check register. And then also you'll, we're approving voiding this check. And as we finish this process, I will let you know what the net total on the checks here is, netting out the checks that we're voiding. This one first, and if there are any more. And then I can tell you what the revised total is. But any replacement checks will be on the next cash register, check register next month, and you'll be able to approve them all then. But we will be approving that you want me to issue the replacement check,
Okay.
and you'll sign them, or 3 of you will sign them
Yeah.
this week.
Yeah.
And then next time it would be great because I think that I'm using a time card that was sent to me when I first joined the board late October. So that very first month, but I'm hearing from Linda that that's not what she wants me to be filling out.
Well, we're working on trying to create a better form, and I'm sorry if that, what I was part of the confusion. We were suggesting
Well,
testing it out, and so we sent that out. We're trying to get more information. So then there aren't these kind of questions. The form, is asking for the information that we would want to see to verify the per diem, the FEO office request. So that form was not perfect. First, it's not fill outable. It's not the easy, fun fill out PDF. It doesn't have a totals section, which I'd like to see. It's a work in progress, but I do think that Megan made a nice start on it.
I do too.
And so, that
Well,
we'd
it
like
was
to.
great if we all had it because I think what Linda did tonight was more of, let's try to embarrass some of the board members. But, for being my first month, I mean, when I filled it out the first time, that was fine. But that was before Linda joined the board. And now that Linda's on the board, the next time sheet that I filled out, I filled it out exactly the same. And it's turned into this, let's put it out there on the board meeting.
You know something, Beth? You're right. There is something different. I don't rubber stamp anything. I actually look at it.
Okay.
That's different.
But
So,
Linda, you don't need to do that on a board meeting call. You could have called me.
I can't call you, Beth. That's the problem. If we had a message board, I could have sent you a message. But
Well, you
Megan
send me
did make a new
emails.
form. It has the directions really clear on the top. Everything we could possibly need to know to approve it first time is captured on that form. It is a nice form. I am hoping that we get it fillable really quick. The only thing I agree with Michael, if it had a total per diems paid, let them fill out a number, Megan. That way, if they don't want to be paid for it, that's fine. But you are supposed to log what you do for the district so that if it ever comes up, you can answer to it. Doesn't mean you have to take money for it, but you should be logging what you do.
Yeah, and I'd like to note
So
that
is that
Catherine
something that's
traditionally
been
does that. She
passed
logs
by
all
the
of her
board?
meetings, but only asks to be paid for, say,
Yeah,
4.
Catherine
That
does
way
that
she,
a lot.
and that's a good technique because then she spreads the 7,200 cap out across all 12 months. She doesn't have to do it that way, but it's an option that she found, and we found it to be useful. So anyway, we just want as your accountant, what I want is clear information that I can work off of. And then knowing that there's going to be some feedback here, we want it as soon as possible so that then we can review it and get back. I tried this month to kind of intercede that when there were issues, try to address it with the relevant board members so that a correction could be made before we got to the point where we cut the check and then have to void it. Obviously, that didn't work perfectly, but
Michael, that's my fault. I probably shouldn't have asked you to do that, but my goal was really to have it corrected so we
exactly
didn't have to stop.
No, and I'm happy to do that. To try to get correct information. That's what we want. So, but trying to avoid the walking quorum. I mean, your hands are tied. You really can't communicate directly because Megan's already been involved also. And as soon as you touch the third board member, we're in that issue. Whereas if it goes through me, it's informational. And as long as I'm not communicating directly that you said this and the communication, if I'm communicating an issue, it's not a problem, right, Bill? You're on mute.
That's correct. Well, that's correct. That's
Yeah.
correct.
And that was my goal, Beth. I was trying to prevent having to deny anything tonight. But you know what I learned from this experience? That although I did everything in my power to prevent a walking quorum, your check tonight was still discussed before this meeting. So that didn't work.
no, I don't know what you're talking about.
I do.
Well, let's
Okay,
move on.
so
Come on, let's do it.
yeah, it is very late. Linda, how many more checks do you have to?
We've already talked everything Gray Engineering, so that one I'm not going to go over again. He knows what needs to happen. I will send him the details so that he can quickly correct his invoice. And now all that's really left on my list is Sage Management, and it's pretty intense this month. Let me first get last month's business clear. Last month, everything they submitted for was paid to them except the letters. They billed for 48 letters, but could only produce 24 of them. And last month, you'll recall, Catherine, they said that the committee had given them permission to charge contact with residents as a letter. I asked Diana and Jimmy to provide that to me, anything that would substantiate that they were told to bill that way. They provided nothing. So last month they submitted 24 letters, and the based on their service agreement, their rate for letters in that range would be $70. So we owe them $70 for last month's letters. That takes care of November business for Sage Management. We get to December's invoicing. Oh, and one thing that I did notice too, and I don't want to let this go, it's too important. So last month they charged us for 48 letters, and their contract says for the amount of letters in that range, they are allowed to charge a fee of $138. They charged for 48 letters that they did not send, and they billed us for $140. So not only did they falsify the quantity, they falsified the amount. That is not good business. Then I asked them last month that going forward, all their invoices going forward, we needed to see the authorization for billing of any additional services. We needed to see the authorization of their business expenses that they have added to their invoices that we're paying that are not covered in the contract. I asked for this with all future invoices. That was 30 days ago. They have failed to deliver those approvals. So for that reason, because there is nothing in the record to document these expenses are approved, I suggest that we do not pay the check for cybersecurity insurance and firewall protection for $80. There's no written documentation to support that they are entitled to that compensation. The additional services for the trash cans for $160. They have not provided any written documentation to support that is an approved additional service. The additional service for the night light outages and the tree blockages for $1,100. They have provided no written documentation that that additional service was approved. Now, Diana did mention last month that that had been approved prior to the resolution that limits the committee's authority to approve only $200 in a month. This happened prior to that, which I'm okay with that. But I want everyone to notice that this $1,100 is excessive for that work. And the letters they submitted this month, they billed for 24 letters this month. They had one duplicate and one missing letter. But of that 24, 9 of those letters were not only inaccurate, they were completely negated the residents' rights. In the example that I wrote down, I'm not going to go over all 9, but there were 4 like this, where it's a fence repair or trim your hedges, and they're using the section of the deed that says, if you alter, remove, or something on your property, then the way that deed restriction is written is you have to have a condition and repair assessment by the committee before anything happens. There is no committee involvement in these calls to fix fences and the violations to trim hedges. There was no committee involvement. It should not be on a friendly stage or a pre-fine stage. It should be at none of those stages until the committee has interjected. Then we got, so I'm saying you can 15 letters. They're not perfect. I did not go for perfect letters. I only went on the content of the letters, not all the other mistakes. I really need the committee to be reviewing these before they go out. So what we're left with on their entire bill is their base fee. The contract affords them $4,287.25 a month for 2 daytime tours and effectively 6 nighttime tours. This month, there was the holiday, so their street parking was allowed. So they didn't do a night tour, although their bill says they did. In the meeting on Monday, they acknowledged they didn't. So the billing is wrong to even indicate that they did a night tour. They did not perform that service. So what I was wanting to know, and I don't know the answer to this question, and I asked Bill and his answer was not good. So if the way their contract is written, it reads to me that their base fee is predicated on 1, following the basic service guidelines, which they do not, but let's set that aside. And then 2, that they do these grand total of 6 tours a month, 2 day, 4 night. And then they earn that base fee of $42.87.25. So since they didn't do 6 tours, but only did 2, the option is divide that $42.87.25 by 6, and then pay them for 2 tours, which equals $1,429.08, plus 15 letters for $35, not the 70 that they're trying to bill for a grand total check of $1,464.08. Now I did talk to Bill about this. He says, well, you know, the way we didn't tell him in advance, that kind of thing. I'm looking for what is the best practice on billing and invoicing. And if the contractor does not perform a service, do you want to pay them anyways is the question.
Okay,
Didn't
so
we discuss this on the committee meeting and that we already approved it?
Committees don't approve anything, Beth. They're advisory.
well, hold on. Let me ask a question. So we had a moratorium on the night tours, so we didn't have to do the night tours. They didn't do
That
the
is
night
true,
tours.
but you know something, what struck me as odd is we had a moratorium from March until October, and they did night tours anyways and sent letters anyways. They were friendlies, no fines, friendlies.
Yes.
So
yeah.
when during that moratorium, they were still touring, but during
Right.
this moratorium, they did not.
Right. And yes, that's exactly what I agree. So, okay. So if they didn't perform the tour, you know, we can't pay them for it. You know, that's just the way it is. But let's go back and talk about some of the other pieces though.
Okay.
Jimmy and Diana, let's pull this up and let's talk about it. In general, I feel that if we might have some problems with, you know, counting the number of letters. We know that they duplicated one of them and you're not happy with all of them, but I believe that they have performed the service as they were directed.
No, actually, Catherine, they have violated their contract because their contract says in order to be paid, they will perform the basic services. And one of the tenets of those basic services is respecting the residents' rights, which is attached to their contract. Okay, it's written very clearly. If I wanted to really nitpick this, they wouldn't get paid for any letters because their letters are required to have very specific information in it, including a link back to the violation. Okay. Of the 9 letters that I am saying we should not pay for, I am suggesting not paying for them not because of how poorly the letter is written, but because they violate the residents' rights. One of them is for a deed, professing to be a deed violation. That is not a violation. One of them is a duplicate letter. One of the addresses on the report got no letter at all. And then there were those 4 that I described that requires a committee's decision before it's a violation. It has no decision. Jimmy and Diana Sagnas do not get to make those decisions. They just don't. Their contract doesn't allow them to decide what's right or wrong with the property. That's why there's other people involved. So if you allow them to send letters to your constituents that do not follow the residents' rights that we're guaranteeing to these people, then we're not asking Sage Management to live up to their contract. I could get real nitpicky here because the basic services also require them to have a shared drive. And I think we've established they didn't have that either. I'm not asking to be that nitpicky. What I'm saying at this point is, here is the problem as I see it. We cannot pay them for services that have not been pre-approved. If you're willing, Catherine, to write something for the file that says you have authorized all of these services outside of a board meeting, and you have authorized the billing of letters to mean contacts with vendors, you've allowed that kind of billing to happen, and you've allowed Sage Management to bill us for their business expenses. If you'd like to give me that in writing, you can, and even if you don't give it to me, you can still vote to approve these expenses. But know this, they violate their contract in the most egregious of ways, not for the billing, but for what they've done to the people who received letters that they shouldn't have. And because of this, Catherine, I would like to make a motion that until a full review of their performance can be completed, and it's well underway, that we suspend their services in this district until that review is complete and presented to the entire board for review. Because the way it's going now, Catherine, and it's not brand new since I got on the board, you remember I gave you this information over a year ago. Our residents are being cited for violations that are not contained in the deed. Now the contractor is billing for services they are not performing. They are inflating the cost of the services agreed to in their contract. Everything I've just described to you, Catherine, is fraud. That's what it is. That's the term for it. I'm not suggesting tonight that we fire Sage Management, although I would personally do that. I am suggesting that this board suspend the services of Sage Management inside of this district and not allow them to perform any more deed enforcement until we have thoroughly reviewed what they have done in this district and correct that first. That needs to happen because despite everything I've given you, Catherine, you have allowed this to continue. So my motion is that Sage Management Services be suspended until Megan and I have completed a review of their performance and presented it to the board. That's my motion. Is anyone willing to second that?
I'm a no.
So I just have a couple things to say. I am in 100% agreement that we need to clean some stuff up here. That is not an issue at all. What I am just really having a tough time with is I feel like we need to give Sage some very clear direction here, because, you know, we could all override all of this tonight. We could just say, sorry, Linda.
You sure can. You can.
And we could do that. And that is one, you know, that's one route we could take as a board. My concern is that if this is going to keep coming up, we owe it to Sage to give them some clear direction. So if a lot of the problems that are arising are the result of just unclear direction or direction that was given inappropriately, no blame. I'm not trying to blame anyone. Everybody makes mistakes. But if it was given by the committee and it needs full board approval, then we just need to be on board as a board rather than just being defensive and just saying like, we're not going to fix this. And sorry, Linda, we're not going to, we just need to, I just feel like for Sage's sake, we need to like make some decisions.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think clear direction is absolutely in order because obviously the contract's not working. The contract clearly lays out the responsibilities, but it's not working. I agree with you, Megan, clear direction. What I don't agree with is until we have determined the magnitude of the problem, how much direction we need to give them and all the areas we need to clean up, we should not allow them to continue operating in this district because the damage is to the people, Megan. It's not to the money, it's to the people. And that is what we're here to protect.
Well, I'm going to tell you guys that they work really hard. And I actually went out on a tour with them. And I don't think anybody realizes how much work and how much communication that they do with our neighbors.
Beth, we do realize how hard they work. The problem is they're not being honest with the people. And Megan, I gave them clear direction last month. I did. I said, I will need these pieces with your invoice. I even sent them emails. I tried. They have chosen not to comply.
Well,
that's it.
They need direction from the full board.
Well, you know something? If they want their invoices paid, they should, let me tell you this. They literally will take a phone call from a committee member and act against people in this neighborhood, but they will not take direction from a board member given that to them in a full public board meeting and do the right thing. I'm sorry, I'm not bending on that. They have a contract that describes what's required of them. They have taken liberties with the people in this neighborhood. I'm here to serve the people, not the contractors.
I absolutely agree. My concern, and so you're asking me to help with a performance review, but I am starting to feel like the outcome of that review has already been decided.
That is not true.
Because you've accused them now in multiple public meetings of fraud.
Because it is fraud. When you bill for services you do not perform, that's fraud.
Fraud.
But they are doing tons of services, and what you've talked about, they are doing.
No, you can't bill for a letter that you have never sent and tell me that somebody gave you permission to bill as you sent a letter for every contact you made. And then when I say, okay, if somebody gave you that permission, give me some evidence to prove that, because that is not how invoicing works. I will never approve an invoice that cannot be substantiated with true service. It's almost like the bill for this month saying they did night tours. No,
Well,
they didn't do any night tours.
Yeah. And
You
we're in
think they did
agreement
do night tours?
that it may be, so fraud to me is an extremely serious accusation that means that the person is purposefully trying to lie and deceive.
That's
for
right.
personal gain.
That's right.
So
That's right.
I don't have evidence yet
Okay.
that what's happening constitutes fraud.
Okay.
There
Well,
may be some
I do.
sloppiness.
But I do.
But see, so you do. So you already know what the outcome of this review
No.
is in your mind.
No, because you know what? No, because you know what I don't know? This is what I don't know yet. This is what the performance review is going to demonstrate. The magnitude of the problem, how many people have been fined fraudulently because of something that is not contained in their deed, and we got to make those right. And how many people in the neighborhood are doing the text line, which means their violation isn't counted. We're going to identify all the problems, and then the board can decide if they want to start fresh or if they want to re-educate Jimmy and Diane on how to do this, how to do it right.
But effectively, the outcome is the same.
Based on I've already started it because I've had the time. So I see, and I shared the folder with you so you can see it too when you have the time, but it's in there, every bit that they've done. This, and Megan, this goes back over a year. I sent this concern to the board over a year ago with evidence. They choose not to address it. Okay, so please don't think it's not like they haven't had a chance or that nobody knew. The previous board knew in great detail. They choose not to address, or they chose not to address it. I choose to address it because I'm sitting here to protect the people of this district, not the contractor. And the behavior I've seen from the contractor documented in their letters tells me without question that they have perpetrated fraud against the people that voted for you.
So, and that's where we deviate. So
You think it's a mistake when they do that. They're not mistakes. They're not.
I think that okay. So this is where the whole board needs to weigh in, because I think that we owe it to Sage to not just ignore this, not just say, sorry, Linda, you're outvoted, because this is not going to go away. And so we just need to take some action here as a board.
Can I say
And
something?
that's what I proposed, is to suspend their activity. We don't need to have, the mud will not fall apart if for 1 month there's no deed enforcement. It's not going to fall apart. Give us time to look at all the records and then present the findings to the board. That's
I'm
the
not going to
only
do that.
fair way
I
to
work
do it.
with them all the time.
That is the
They're on
only
my
fair
committee.
way to do it.
It's not, no.
Linda,
I'm
I have
not-
a question
no.
for you.
They are doing a great job, and thank God we have them.
You can say that
Sure.
1,000 times, Beth, but let me tell you what, when you bill for services you don't provide, when you take liberties with our neighbors to get them to do things that are not contained in our deed, that may be a good job to you, but to me, that is not a good job. I am not going to sit back and let these neighbors be harassed like this because it impacts
They're not being
people's
harassed.
lives.
They're being sent friendly letters.
No, they're in.
That's why we
they're being sent
created
fines, Beth.
friendly letters.
Have you read the letters, Beth?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good. Then you will see that there are people being fined for things not inside
They're
of
not
their
being-
deed.
Okay, there's not very many people being fined. There's not. There's a lot of friendly letters reminding them of what needs to be done. Catherine, are you here?
Yes,
Bill?
I'm here.
Thank you.
Let me try this
So,
motion.
so
since the
Linda,
last one didn't work.
I got
I'd
a
like the
question for you.
motion- Go
Is
ahead,
this
Art. I'm sorry.
deliberate? Do you think they did this deliberately?
Yes. I think,
So you
or they
think
did
they're-
it because somebody instructed them to. I don't know.
I disagree. I do
What?
not think there's fraud here.
That you don't have
Okay.
to agree with me, but
So, okay, we do
I call
not
it like
have
I see it.
a second to your motion, so we're just gonna move past it. What we need to do now, though, is we need to talk about getting Sage paid for for the services that they have rendered in good faith to the district. And that's really what I want to talk about, is making sure that all of our vendors who are acting in good faith, even though I know, Linda, you do not agree with that characterization of the situation, but I think that they are acting in good faith. And maybe you need to go on a tour with them also, so that you have an idea of the kind of interaction with the residents that is taking place.
Well, Catherine, I actually have discussed and actually have recorded some statements from residents that have been approached by Sage, and it isn't as favorable as what you described. Now, I will admit that people that reach out to me are usually people that have had a problem. They're not the happy customers, okay? But I do have recorded statements from people in this neighborhood that are beyond upset about that, about Sage management. So it works both ways. You're never going to make everybody happy. That's not my issue here.
We agree.
My
on
issue
that one.
is the documents that they're sending are not always accurate. If they do not know how to obviously do the job, because you wouldn't make the mistakes that are in these letters. You wouldn't cite a deed violation that is not contained inside of the deed, like box trailers in section 1, claiming it's not allowed by the unsightly articles, which don't even exist in section 1. It is such a lack of understanding, such a horrible lack of understanding. And what you're not appreciating is the victims of these mistakes are the people that we're here to protect. And we're talking to the tune of 9 letters this month. I didn't even count them up last month. I gave them the benefit of the doubt last month, told them to correct their act, and it's still happening. And I'll bet you, and we'll know this because it's going to be part of the review, I have no doubt this goes back since to the day they were hired, because the information I gave you a year ago, over a year ago, Catherine, they were making the same mistakes then. And I gave you the evidence and you still allowed it to continue. So don't tell me it's good faith if a problem that was addressed to you over a year ago continues to happen today. That's intentional. Somebody set them on this mission, or they honestly don't know how to do the job. You take your pick.
Okay, so let's,
Catherine, this is Diana. Can I just say one thing?
sure.
When our contract, our tours are every 2 weeks. And there are some months when we do 3 tours, and we were told to go ahead and invoice through. They were broken up into the 12 months. And that's why we've been doing it that way, even through the moratorium. We did the moratorium last year and we did it the same way. So when the moratorium came up this year, we've done it the same way every month on the base service, because that's what we were instructed to do.
Oh, because you were going to have a couple of months where you did 3 tours, but
Where there were 3 tours, yes.
But you
yeah.
only billed for 2.
Yes.
Okay.
On a yearly
And
basis,
that's what
Diana, how many tours have you billed for? And
I'm sorry?
On a yearly basis, on an annual basis, how many tours have you billed for? In other words, like I likened it to the guy that does my lawn.
Mhm.
He doesn't charge me, or he charges me on a yearly basis, but he doesn't cut the lawn during the winter season, you know. But
Yeah.
to maintain his cash flow, that's what he does. He charges me on a yearly basis. That's an understanding we have.
Right.
If there's a
And
lack of understanding, then
No, their contract is clear. No, they covered that in the contract. It's really clear. You guys need to read these contracts. I'm not kidding. I don't know how you can do this job if you're not looking at the contracts.
we looked
All
at
these
it over a year.
contractors are governed by a document, not by good faith, not because they're your friends, not because they go to steak and lobster dinners. It's governed by contract. Your loyalty needs to be to the people you serve, not to your contractors.
Okay, so the idea is that there's 26 tours a year. There's 12 invoices.
And then the night tours is actually 4, because we have to do one, the way Bill set it up, we have to do 2 every time we go out. So it's 4 a month. Plus
A total of
the
6
2.
trips a month in the neighborhood.
And sometimes, depending on if we have an extra week in there, that'll be an extra one that we don't bill for.
You do 26 a year.
And that's why the averaging comes out that way.
Okay, which is why your invoice this month had 2 tours on it, even
Mhm.
though you didn't have 1 tour because of the averaging.
Yes.
Okay.
No. You read the contract before you vote on that. That's not how they're allowed to bill. It's not what the contract says. That has already been some months have 3, some months have 2. That's already been covered in the contract. It's written that way on purpose to make it fair. That's not true, Diana. You really need to start telling the truth. That is not how that works. And if you don't do a night tour, your invoice shouldn't say night tour.
Okay, so I'm confused as to what the spirit of what we were supposed to be doing is.
We were supposed to be getting our invoices approved so that we could get paid. And Linda is coming up with reasons to deny payment.
Okay,
All
so
legal
what I would
reasons-
like to do.
All legal reasons revolving around your contract, Diana. Your contract has a clause for additional services.
Okay, so
Contract specifies what you're paid for.
Michael, can you let's actually before I have him do that, Linda, are there any other checks besides the ones to Sage that you are going to dispute?
No, actually, all the rest were good.
Okay, so then what
Can we
I would
make a
like to
payment on
do.
that?
And Catherine, when we were, we have set up that central drive. I mean, and I am in the process of moving all those letters. If the board doesn't want to pay us for our time now on the people that we spend, talking to and that, then that's fine. Just pay us for the letters that she has. I'm not, I mean, this is ridiculous.
I am never going to approve a letter that steals the rights and tramples on my neighbors. I will never approve
Yeah,
those letters.
Well, the letters have been approved by the committee and
You
the
know
letters
what?
were approved by the board.
You know
I mean,
what?
Yeah.
You know
and-
what?
And they've got.
I'm going to make a motion that Bill Flickinger review those letters and identify everyone that perpetrates a fraud against a resident in this neighborhood. And if you just do the last 2 months, Bill, you should have enough. I want Bill to look at the letters and tell me the legal liability to this district for letters that are citing violations and charging fines for things not contained in the deed. That needs to be a
How
bill.
many fines did we charge for that the letter that in your mind was erroneous?
Not only is it erroneous because it cites a violation that doesn't exist, in some instances, it levies fines for those things. Fines against people.
Yeah, and he asked you, how many fines do you think have been erroneous?
I could look that up for you and get back to you because I have spreadsheets of October, November, and December now. And it keeps happening. And
Well,
we have to make those right.
Here's
on
what I
Monday,
struggle with.
on
When
Monday-
people, I don't believe in holding people's money back. I just don't think it's right.
Well,
on
okay, I don't
Monday,
believe in
Linda
paying
stated
people for
that there were
services they
hundreds
don't
of
do.
families that had.
I've been with them. They're
have
working.
not. There have not been hundreds. We
I'd like
went
to
through
make a
pandemic
motion that Bill
we went through a
Flickinger look
pandemic
at the
protocol.
letters in question and
fined at all.
determine if they are fraudulent to the people of this district, if they perpetrate a crime against the constituents of this district by citing a violation that doesn't exist or violating the residents' rights that are attached to your contract. Can I get a second on that motion?
Because I need more information before I make, that's a serious
Yeah.
allegation.
Yeah.
Then
Very
let Bill look at the letters. Give me a second, Art.
I just don't like the fact that you said fraud. I don't think they were fraud. They were maybe
Nothing fraudulent.
uninformed or maybe
No.
said in the wrong place, but I don't think they committed fraud.
No.
Then let Bill look at the letters and let him decide.
Are you asking that you want him to review all the letters before they go out?
No, I think there's no way he's going to have the time for that. But of the batch that I've already done, let me send him the ones that I consider fraud and let's see what he thinks.
Okay, but that doesn't have anything to do with them getting paid.
It absolutely does. Until they are
No.
confirmed to be accurate, they don't get paid
No.
for it. If you hired someone to put tile in your house,
I'm gonna
and
make
they
a
came
motion
and
to
broke it up,
override her.
you wouldn't pay them either
Well, nobody has seconded it, and I'm not hearing a second.
because you don't
So-
want Bill to look at these to determine that.
You know,
We're not
it's
saying that we don't want them to look at them.
I find it so ironic, Linda, that you have chastised all of us for talking to the vendors, for Infomark talking to Herb, for us talking to Bill, and now you're saying I want to throw more work at Bill and more oversight on the part of Bill. So it's like, wow.
Can we make a motion to override her
okay,
on this?
so so we don't have a second on this motion. I didn't hear what you had to say, Beth.
I was just saying, can we make a motion to override her so we can get them paid for the work that they have done?
Yeah, okay. So that's where I wanted to go next. Michael, can you pull up the check
Register?
register so
Yep.
that we can take a look at the outstanding checks to Sage so that we can get through this?
I will, if it will give that as a selectable option. Let me try again.
Thank you,
How
Mike.
much
Why is
can we
it
pay
not
them tonight?
Pardon me?
Oh, there we go.
How
I
much can
need
we
to hit
pay
the
them
show all
tonight?
windows. It's the only thing left. There we go. Okay. We should be on exactly that page.
Yeah.
So starting with check 5121 to Sage through 5125. And you can see that we split out everything that they had, or we requested that they invoice for each one of their services separately, precisely in case there were some pieces of it that the board did not consent to pay. So they
Okay.
could be paid for the ones that are consented, because last month that was obviously a problem. So we tried to drive through. So the first check 5121 for invoice 59 is for the regular monthly code enforcement services for 4287.25. That's the base fee. And that's what Linda was talking about prorating. Check 5122 for invoice 58 is an additional charge they have for the cybersecurity firewall for $8 a month.
How much is that? That additional?
Did they want to speak up on the background for that?
Yeah. Why don't you, Jimmy and Diana, can you tell us the background as to what this was all about?
Yes. We were sent an illegal link.
Are you still talking?
I think she got.
She was sent a link to the DMV and she calls it an illegal link. You are a piece of work. Why don't you tell us how you got the permission to bill us for $80 a month?
We were.
Diana, you'll have to do it again. You got lost and all that.
Yeah. So
Okay,
I do
where do you want
remember
me to
that
start?
with Lewis.
yeah. Why don't you said you were sent a link and then you dropped out.
Okay, let me go. I'm sorry. We were sent a link, an illegal link, and the board became concerned that the records that we were storing might be at risk. And we were asked to pick up cybersecurity insurance in case any confidential information were to get out, in case we were hacked. We've been waiting for the drives to be set up so that we could move everything in there. It's not our information, it's your information. So we were asked to do that. We were also asked to set up a VPN, which we did, and that's where that started. We were paying it out of our own pocket because we wanted to set it up as soon as we were asked to set it up. And then when we took it back to the board and we discussed it, we were told to keep it going. It was supposed to be added into the contract under Exhibit A, and it did not get added in there. So now that we have a shared drive, if you all want to drop it, I'm more than happy to drop it. It's just costs that we've incurred to help protect the district records.
Okay.
And that was going on for months. And
yes,
you guys were asked to get that.
Who asked you to get that?
It was at a board meeting.
Who told you to put that on your bill?
Who told us to put it at the bill? We were told to bill for any services any expenses that we were incurring.
That's not in your contract.
Okay. So here we have, so here the $80 is an expense that Sage has incurred and it was done at our request as part of protecting our records. So so correct me if I'm wrong, Jimmy and Diana. Once we get the Google Drives, or Bill has got cloud storage set aside for us right now, you can start moving the records onto that cloud storage, and you are going to be able to discontinue the cybersecurity insurance and the firewall.
Well, we set up an interim drive. I can move it in there. If you all don't want coverage for that, I can do it now. I mean, we can cut it off at the end of the month. It's up to you all.
Okay.
It's your records. I don't know how much you want to protect them. And we were asked to protect them, and that's why we added it.
I would like to add here, for anyone who really cares, that your contract says you are responsible for all software to work this account. It's in your contract. I know that your previous board didn't hold you to those terms. I'm going to hold you to those terms. So if you're going to bill something, it needs to be in your contract, or you need to have the proper authorization to proceed with anything, including this. So Catherine, all this talk about we were told, somebody told us, the contract does not support that. The contract says they're responsible.
So even if the board says, please take care of this at a board meeting, you're saying it's not in their contract, so you can't do it.
I'm saying if the board wanted to pick this up, the only legal way to do this so that the records reflect is to amend their contract. You didn't hesitate to do it for every other little whip stitch, but you're telling me you're not going to amend it to pick up costs? You're going to let a contractor bill for services that are not covered in their contract? It is a license to print money, Catherine.
I think that we've already agreed that, we've already stated that the intention was we told the contractor to please please start including this. We'll add it to your contract, and it was just one of the details that got missed.
I'll be able to find that board vote that allowed that to happen when they started sticking it on their bills. Then I'll go back to the meeting minutes and I'll look for that board vote, Catherine. That's how I'm going to know that this is accurate, okay? That this whole conversation ever really happened. Because if it didn't have a board vote, it's not true.
When are we going to just start going back to, November of 2020 and we move forward? Because here it is, 11 o'clock at night.
No, not on your best day. It's not going to happen.
That happened a long time ago that people agreed to.
No.
I mean, there's got to be a point where you say, okay, from today forward, this is what we're going to do.
No, sorry. That's not how it works.
Well, not with Linda.
We're not being a team player, Linda.
Well, you know what? I'm not on your team. I'm team Mud District 1 constituent.
No,
not
I think
team
you're
Beth,
you're
not
team
team
Linda.
Mud Board.
You're
I don't
team
work for you
Linda.
guys. I don't work for you.
Okay, let's move on to the additional service. So it was agreed that, and they were instructed to, to do recordings as for the trash cans. I'm not sure why this got back to the whole thing with Art and Mackenzie coming up with the process. So I don't understand why we're still arguing about the trash cans.
No authorization to proceed, and it's required by their contract. I know nobody reads the contracts except me, but it's required that they have authorization, written no less. They do not.
I disagree. I think this was discussed in a board meeting that we wanted them to participate in the solution.
Doesn't matter. It's required by their contract that their invoice is supported with written documentation for additional services.
Okay, let's keep talking. Okay, so the next one is and when is this additional services and the light tours? When was that actually done?
Can you pull up the invoice, Michael?
Yes.
Well, actually, what I'm asking was this something that was originally billed for a couple of months ago and it still hasn't been paid?
No, we did it in December, and that's why I billed it with the December invoices. That is the one with the report that had all the light outages plus the trees that were obstructing the lights.
Was that December?
Yes.
Man, I thought that was a couple of months ago.
That was a different $1,100 additional service that you approved.
Okay. And then we have $70.
Did you want to see that invoice, by the way, for the 1,100? Because it did just pop open, so I can share it if you want to see it.
That's sure fine.
All right. And
And the email report went out to you the very next day.
There we go.
Yeah,
All right.
I remember looking at the email report and sort of having a OMG kind of response.
There it is.
Hey, can you see it now?
Yep.
And I don't know if you remember this, Catherine, but we were in a board meeting and in the public commentary, David Flores brought up about a light being out, and you asked us to put it on the list for our next tour. It had already been approved.
Yeah, I have a vague recollection of that. I have a recollection of David Flores talking about a light out.
Well, let me just add while you're thinking about that, right after Sage did this tour, and because they did discuss it in last month's meeting, and they did warn me that this was coming, and I did tell them I was going to need that approval in writing with their invoice, not like they didn't know, they did. But I figured I wanted to see exactly how much time that took. So I did ask Mackenzie to send me the Sage spreadsheet, which was basically a list of addresses close to the pole as you could get. And then I asked a member of the community forum to go and do that exact same tour. And he did it in 2 hours. He captured the pole numbers and the GPS coordinates for each outlight, because that's how the light map is recorded, by GPS coordinates. So it took 2 hours to do that job. I had a volunteer do it for nothing. So $1,100 is extremely excessive for the service that you got. And that's why it requires a board vote. And that's why it requires documentation, because anyone could have popped up and said, hey, I've got somebody over here who do that for nothing, or I will go do it for nothing, because this is a waste of the public's money, a waste of public money. That this is not deed enforcement related, and Diana and Jimmy Sagnas were hired for that. They need to focus on getting that right and leave trash cans alone and leave lights alone.
Okay. But still, we have a situation.
You want to write an affidavit that you approved all these additional things? Please do.
This was discussed in a board meeting.
Doesn't matter. Read the contract.
I'm sorry. I just, okay. Am I the only person? Listen, somebody else talk besides Linda. If we instruct a vendor to go do something and they go do it, are we then going to come back and say, I'm sorry, I can't pay you because we didn't write it down?
I already told Linda. I told her that I think that we should, I mean, they go out, they talk to people, they go out and do exactly what we've asked them to do. Yes, we've added on things. When I wasn't even on the board, I remember you guys asking them, please get the security that you need to get. I remember all that. I think that Megan has stood up for herself tonight, saying that she's not feeling comfortable with this, that she doesn't like, how she's saying that they're doing fraud. I think we all know that there is no fraud. They've been in very good faith. I mean, I don't know what else to say, but I think that they need to be paid. They need to be paid for what they do.
Here, I'll give you my 2 cents. I'll give you my 2 cents. This is Art. Okay. Yeah, Linda has some points. It should have been in the contract, but we directed them as the board to do this. They're our vendor. They did what we asked them to do. It wasn't deliberate, Linda. It wasn't fraud.
Art, there's no board vote, Art. There's no board vote.
Well, yeah, I don't recall it, but I mean, they wouldn't do it on their own. They did it at our direction.
A committee told them to do it. A committee told them to do it, Art, not the board.
No, I don't. Listen,
I understand that, but there's no deception here. There's no false suggestions.
I don't understand why you people are having such a hard time understanding how a board works and how contractors are authorized to do work. I'm willing to put money on the line that there's not more than 2 people on this call who have actually read the contracts that govern the work in this district. And if you're not willing to read the contracts, then what we have here is board members willing to write checks without holding contractors accountable to a document we paid good money to have written. That contract is here to protect the constituents in this community, to protect their tax dollars. What you people are wanting to do is throw all that aside and just keep paying out because some committee told Jimmy and Diana Sagnis to come check the lights on the street. That was not done with the board vote, Art. Find me meeting minutes that show that, and I will eat my words. But I've already looked, and I've looked hard for them. They're not there. There is no vote.
But the board asked them to.
The board did it. A committee did, not the board.
No, I don't listen. Am I totally missing it, Jimmy and Diana, that the DRC subcommittee asked you to go do a light tour?
No, everything the DRC committee made the recommendation to the board. Everything that we have done, we had to take it to the board. Chris Rocco was the one that asked us to look into the cybersecurity insurance. Luis asked us to look into the VPN, but it was all brought to the board.
We will find votes.
The same thing with the lights.
I'm glad these meetings are recorded because you know what? Part of what's going to take you down, Diana Sagnis, is your inability to tell the truth. That's going to be your demise.
Wow.
You
sounds like this is not teamwork at all.
I'm
Catherine,
not a team.
somehow we need to
I'm not
wrap
on your
this up
team.
because this is you are on our team, Linda.
No.
We're all here to help the people in the community.
Yeah.
That's why we do this job, is to make our neighborhood better.
You're going to do it your way, Deb,
them
and I'm
to
going to
do
do
what
it
they're
my way
doing.
because my loyalty is to the people, not to this board.
Linda, all of our loyalty is to the people.
Good. Then you will understand my fight for their rights.
Yes, I do understand your fight and your passion. I just don't agree with the way it's being done. Calling people names, accusing them of liars, accusing them of fraud.
It's true.
That's harmful too.
I don't care.
Too.
I don't
I know
care.
you don't care. But
you know why I don't care? Let me tell you why. Because I care more about the damage they have done to the people who have gotten letters about things that are not contained in their deed. I am concerned about the families that have moved out of this neighborhood.
Dichotomy. You cannot say that just because we're not willing to call people liars and fraud in public, that we don't care about people in the district. The one is not related to the other.
Oh, it most certainly is, Megan, because if you cared about the people in the district, you'd make sure these people not losing.
Not by calling people fraud in public.
Okay, so
stop. I'm going to make a motion.
Okay.
I'm making a motion right now to pay these invoices so that we can move forward. Please.
Okay, I will second that motion. Is there any more discussion?
My discussion is only that I don't just want to ignore the
Well,
issue.
I want to know what the damage was done to all these people. What damage was done? That's what I want to know.
Well,
what liquidated
I'm trying to get the Sagnis's paid.
or emotional damage was done?
Then we can
tons
figure
of
all this
emotional
out.
damage. You have 3 people who have moved out of the neighborhood. You have 1 woman who is now undergoing tremendous psychiatric care for the.
Based on this? Come on, Linda.
Yes.
Look, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you about the contract.
In
You're spot on there.
let me tell you the worst one yet: a divorce. A divorce
over
Come
deed
on.
restriction enforcement.
Okay.
Well, a
All
divorce
right.
is
Hey, look, you don't want to acknowledge it. You don't want to hear it. Put your head in the sand and continue doing what you're doing. But know this. Know this.
a management company that tells you your grass is too long or your trash can's out or you're violent, it's not going to cause a divorce.
Oh, you know why? Let me
There's
tell
other
you why that.
issues
Let me
causing
tell you why that causes a divorce, Art. Because the water bill continues to grow. The family can't pay it. Every month when that water bill comes in, it becomes a source of irritation in that home.
Okay.
And so the
what was
people
the fine
decide
on
to
that?
get
What was the
divorced.
fine for that? What was the fine for that?
Their bill's looking over $5,000.
Okay, what was the violation?
Visible trash cans.
Okay, these are trash.
Are
cans.
you telling me that
Yes, it's causing a divorce because the couple cannot agree on how to resolve it. Yes.
Wow.
Over
it is.
$5,000. We have it on tape. We'll go back to it. Right now, we need to make a motion to
okay,
pay.
so okay, yeah. Okay,
The
so
motion's been
Please.
made and seconded, I think.
yes, it's been made, it's been seconded. I'm just gonna call the vote because it's 11:27. Okay, Megan,
Yes.
Linda,
No.
Beth,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. Now we need to make a motion to approve the entire check register. So the question becomes, what is that amount supposed to be?
Yes, and I am off mute. Good. Okay, so the original amount was 287,387.51, and we're voiding check number 5116 in the amount of 692.62. So the net amount is 286,694.89.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the check register in the amount of $286,694.89.
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on the check register?
Well, on the check register, no.
Yes. Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. Megan,
Yes.
Linda,
No.
Beth,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. So, oh my gosh. I'm just going to ask the question, what's the status on district insurance? That is number Y.
We have paid the district insurance bill from the TML. That's on your check register as well, if memory.
Right. I was actually asking it in the context of securing quotes for new insurance.
I will defer to Mackenzie.
I unfortunately am going to have to defer to Bill. I know that he was recently getting around to being able to review those, so maybe he has an update. We have
Okay.
not spoken.
Yeah, so there were some difficult questions in at least one of the application that were referred to me, and I haven't given Mackenzie the answers. So
Got
I'm
it.
sure that's holding her up.
Okay.
I apologize, but there's a lot going on. We actually, Mackenzie, I brought in Matt on that, so we'll be beginning with you tomorrow on
Sounds good.
those questions. They're a little bit unusual, and we need to make sure they're accurate.
Okay.
I
Okay.
do understand, Catherine, though, that if we decide not to continue with TML, there will be a process on termination and change that I've been told will take a couple months anyway. So paying TML was real important, what you guys are doing.
Okay.
And I'll just, you and I talked about prioritizing some of the projects I have.
Yes.
And so that one is at the top right now.
Okay. Then I want to quickly touch on number L, which is a collection of delinquent property taxes. I brought this up a couple of months ago where I wanted you to actually identify where the delinquent property taxes are after I found the Williamson County delinquent property list on the appraiser's website. And we actually have got houses that are going back a decade that supposedly haven't paid their taxes. So I want to know if anything has been done with that.
And the quick answer is no. And I know that's on me. I need to run through that, but I have been working on other things, particularly audits. So I still have that in my flagged folder, and I will be going back through that hopefully soon.
Okay,
But I really can't put a deadline on that yet.
Right. Well, this is actually what I'm really sort of interested in understanding is if we've got houses in the district that have delinquent property taxes, I want to understand if we're looking at houses that are tenant occupied or owner occupied. That's really sort of the first question that I would like to understand. At this point, I don't want to know what properties. I just want to understand the properties that are delinquent, if they're tenant or owner occupied, because to me, that's sort of like, that's going to determine how we approach dealing with the property.
Okay. And that's an interesting, that was not necessarily the approach I was thinking of. So
Well,
I'm glad that you laid that out, but I see exactly where you're going with that. It'll be interesting for me. It'll be taking the rest of the Infomark team, I think, I'll be able to, sift through that and find who our, the big offenders are. I won't know from the addresses or names what that means, whether they're residents or homeowners or tenants. But everything on there will be the homeowner. But whether that's who actually lives there. But we, the information that Infomark has, I think we'll be able to perhaps glean some information from that of what you're looking for. So. That's helpful in terms of what we'll need to do with the data.
Well, this is just my thought, is that if you're not paying your property taxes, but you're renting the property out, I'm thinking you probably can't afford to pay your property taxes. And that's where I'm sort of looking at this. But anyway, okay. So
Catherine, Michael, if I could comment, when you get that data together, the raw data, get with me, because I'm expecting there may be some commercial properties in there too, possibly.
Really? Okay.
Well, we do have commercial property. We have our large customer.
Okay.
They pay taxes to us. The amount will be important. The character of the property and how long they've been past due will be important. Then we'll have to circle back and figure out if they're on payment plans with the county, if the county is actively enforcing. Ultimately, what we're looking at is possibly turning off their water, because if it's more than 6 months past due, we have that right under state law and our tariff.
Well, that adds a whole different character to this.
Yeah, well, yeah, I wasn't going there, but I understood that one too. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks.
Okay, so agenda number 5. I think we've already gone through the review of payments on current not to exceed expenditures authorized by the board. Am I correct, Michael? That was part of.
It was part of my report. It's not complete, as Linda's pointed out. There's some projects that I need to get added onto that, but yes, that has been presented.
Okay, so agenda number 6, minutes from prior meetings. We need to do our minutes.
What you have
December
are the
16?
Yeah, December 16. It's the only one you have.
I read them. I'm good with them. I motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, I'll second it. Do we have any discussion? No discussion. Okay, I will call the vote. Megan?
Yes.
Linda?
I'm abstaining because I didn't read them.
Okay, Beth? Beth? I vote yes.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I've done that too. Okay. Okay. Do we have any other things that we want to discuss?
I vote yes. You forgot to ask me.
Oh, well, yes. Sorry. Sorry. I just assumed you voted yes. Okay. Agenda item 7 do we have any more that we will need to discuss about the meeting for next Wednesday? Or possibly, I think we've scheduled the review of the audit on the 3rd. Was that what, is that what's the date?
Catherine, let me ask, I'll mention a couple things real quick. So on January 27, do we want to have this meeting at 6 p.m. like our normal time?
Yeah,
You want to
Yes.
do it at 6? Or you want to do it at 6:30?
That's
I'd
right.
like to do 6.
You want to do 6? Okay, fine. We'll do 6.
Yeah.
Okay. On January 27th, it'll be at 6 p.m. As I indicated, the committees need to send me their action items that they want to get on there. If you could organize it by committee first, and then maybe other items that that you think are ready for action. I'm still going to have to organize it and go through the process. But if you could get me something tomorrow, it'd be very helpful if you have those items. I'll also look at what I'm working on for your committee, and I'll coordinate with you and try and get those done. On the audit is not, it's not ready yet. And the auditor, Jimmy Romo, I talked to him, and he wants to have enough time to get the draft audit to the committee and also have time for the board to review it properly. He is suggesting the first week of February, a special meeting. He can do in the evening, any day except February 4. So I'm going to suggest February 3rd, which is a Wednesday. And right now,
Yes.
the only thing on that agenda would be the audit.
Right.
Do you want to do that at 6 p.m. or 6:30?
Let's do that at 6. I thought we already agreed to do February 3rd. That's why
You and I
brought it up.
talked. You and
Okay. You and I talked about it. Okay.
I don't think we actually nailed it down with the board. So
Okay.
if everybody's okay with that, we'll have a meeting on February 3 as well, just on the audit.
Okay. So,
That's all I have.
okay. So hold on. Let me look at this.
And on the January 27th meeting, there's not going to be financials on that, right? So am I off the hook?
Yes,
The rest
you're
of
off the hook.
Infomark's on the hook, but I'm off.
Right, yes. Okay, so we've got the 27th, the 3rd. We have a week off, and then we have the board meetings on the 15th and the 17th. Am I correct?
Yes, that would be correct. 15th
Okay.
and the 17th, and then the 24th again, if we're doing 3. So
Hopefully we will get to the point where we don't need 3. Okay, so is there any more for the agendas that future board meetings and agendas that we need to talk about?
I think we just need to find a way to stay on topic.
Yeah, okay. So I'm agenda item 8. I need somebody to adjourn the meeting. Oh,
Is
come on,
everybody
somebody
on
adjourn
mute?
them.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, I second that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Hi. Okay.
Good night.
Good night, guys. I will
Have a
see you
good couple of weeks. I'll see you at the audit meeting, I assume.
Okay, and I will see everybody in a week. Jimmy and Diana, I will talk with you tomorrow.
good night.
Night night.
Bye.